looks like we're starting.
Oh, we are starting. I can shut my mouth now. We can begin.
Starting with a Vashuda.
He's starting with a shooter. So
I love Vashuda. It's such a good card. It's so good.
It has great applications in this deck. Being a worm that you can reveal off Mui and discard off Longyang, and open it as like a generic extender. This way, he's probably opened with Tai rather than Mui if he's summoning the Vashuda. Yeah, so because you would favour Mui, reveal Vashuda then, but it doesn't look like he's opened a Mui, so I think his hand is quite weak. Like if he got hand trapped yet, I think his follow up would be pretty poor.
This is rough. Impermanence coming down on your. I don't think you can really extend from here unless you have a. What's the light one called? Ashuna.
Ashuna, yeah. So
but I guess he would have started with that if he did have it.
If he had Ashuna, you needed to open it and play that first. So his hand was, from the looks of things, a bit poor since he had to open with Ashuna and banished it off Tai, which is kind of rough. Well, this is where his deck building will come into play. What kind of 10U deck has he built here? Is like a hand trap variant? Does he have a lot of defensive cards in his hand so he can actually disrupt his opponent, or is it a handful of Vashudas and Inharas?
All right, this is beautiful. We've got the normal summon of Retaliating Sea, which floats into another sea card. Unfortunately, not the best one, which currently is no longer with us. And then I think we're using Bomber, Beetrooper Bomber, which I think is sort of like a butter spy for insects. So it lets you just put 2 bodies on the field here and allows you to go into your Insector, pick a Felina, or your Beetrooper Armor Horn, which allows you to perform an extra normal summon of an insect monster.
What sea card would you get? Is it a follow-up, or is it just Contacting Sea?
I think I don't think they can add a good sea to normal summon.
That's a shame.
But you can play Contacting Sea, and that was one of the cool things about this deck when Tribrigade was really like, pre-bodes, when it was like the Tri deck.
Yeah.
This was an amazing deck as a sort of anti-meta pick almost, because you had this searchable Contacting the Sea.
Sometimes you couldn't respect that card either in Tribrigade.
I forgot how generic it is. It actually adds Resonance Insect, which is the most important.
Oh, it adds any insect, yeah. It doesn't add a sea, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's good. I remember like resorting to adding things like Goki Pole back in the day.
Well, it does play Goki Pole, for sure. It is definitely a card you run, yeah, that's like one of the best extenders in the deck because it combos really nicely with the Resonance Insect that you could like dump the Goki Pole, and then like the Resonance Insect has like the other search as well, which he's picking up here.
So looking at the 10U Swordsoul board, you would like to think that the best defensive card that he has here is Swordsoul Blackout. You know the deck better than me, Beetrooper. How good do you think that is into like a blow up 2 disruption?
So it kind of depends where he goes for it. So right here, he's got a second normal summon. So when he does his second normal summon, you think that's like a really good spot to hit them with. But the problem is that if you black out here on the second normal summon, the Beetrooper, I keep forgetting the name, the Link 2 Armor Horn, it brings itself back from the graveyard.
Right.
So you can banish.
How can I do that?
Yeah, so you banish 3 insects from your grave,
and
it special summons itself back from the graveyard. In the process, triggering the Resonance Insect, because when the Resonance Insect is banished, it gets it searches Doomdozer, I think, or it dumps Goki Pole. So it's surprisingly resilient to disruption, even something as strong as a blackout.
So that card's either not a blackout, or the guy is aware of the consequences of blackouting there.
He's a Beetrooper expert. So this is Papillon. It's a Link 3 monster, which on summon I think has a mandatory effect to place a counter on itself. Okay. And then you can, I believe, remove a counter to negate a monster effect, but it's once per it's a very weird card. So it has 2 effects. The effect to gain a counter equal to, I think, the number of materials you summon. So I think it should have like 2 counters now. Okay. And then it can negate a monster effect. So you'd think that's amazing because you can negate like hand traps or something, but it's 1 effect per turn. So he's not going to be able to use it until the next turn.
So he has to use it as an engine as opposed to a disruption on that turn. Oh, it's a shame. That would have been sick.
Now he's searching. I don't know what this is. This is a new Beetrooper.
Is that one of the new ones?
This is a new Beetrooper. Oh, sorry, it's a reborn, not a negate. Yeah, so the Papillon can reborn, which is really strong. However, not on this turn because it's one effect per turn. Because he has to use the effect to gain a counter. Oh, got the hard drawn Doomdozer.
Big bug.
Wow. Okay. So this is very simple. It special summons itself from the hand by banishing 2 insects from the grave. Now he gets to trigger Residence Insect, which when it's banished, gets to send an insect from the deck to the graveyard. The best one, there it is, Goki Pole, which when sent to the graveyard, triggers itself to special summon pretty much of a normal monster insect from the deck.
It's pretty strong. Oh, is that why they played a 1 of vanilla? That makes sense now.
Yeah. Yeah, we ain't just playing Goki Boar because it's like because it's big, huge.
Wasn't that like there had to be like a specific attack? I remember. What's the reason for that?
Yeah. So I think it allows you to destroy a card with its other effect equal to like I don't know the attack or defense of the vanilla monster that you summon. There was like specific threat. I couldn't tell you exactly the reason. I'm not 100% sure. But it looks like he's adding an insect with the Goki Pole instead of special summoning a vanilla. So it has 2 options. You can, when it's sent to graveyard, you can special summon or you can add from your deck to your hand. So it looks like he added, I think, another Beetrooper monster.
Ooh, he's going in.
That is
an access code
real.
Talker, a big
real.
Fella.
It is the gold rare access code talker. And this is quite nice here because he has 2 separate attributes in the graveyard. So this is definitely going to force something out on resolution.
I see.
Yeah, so on the summon, obviously you can't respond to access code talker, but after that has resolved successfully, your opponent has, well, you have priority to activate a spell speed 2 effect. If not, you pass priority, your opponent activates spell speed 2 effects. So now he's going to activate the droplets to negate the access code talker.
As ridiculous of a card as Droplets is, really, really strong going second. It has poor applications going first, you'd see. Having to get rid of one of your cards, which is then another one going to get attacked over as well. And it doesn't look like it's actually stopped Beetrooper in particular. Even if he does something as simple as just attack over the tie here, if he has another disruption, Swordsoul is going to find it really difficult to...
Yeah, he's in a really rough spot. He's only got, what was that, 2 cards in hand?
Well, his hand was already poor, so you know he doesn't have a Moi in hand or a Long Yang. So it does look like he's going to struggle.
So now this is the... This, I believe, is one of the newer Beetroopers, I think, or that might be the... So I think this is...
Oh, he's got rid of the worm in his graveyard too, so even if he has a tie in hand, if you can get rid of that tie on board by not putting it in the graveyard, his follow-up would be really poor.
Yeah, so this is the original Beetrooper. I think it...
Lancer?
Yeah, I think so. So it returns a card from both players' grave, or even one of the graves, back to the deck. And then I think on summon, this one should search the trap card. So this is really strong because it removes a worm from the grave. And also in the process searches. So rather than searching the trap card here, he's actually searching the field spell. And the Beetrooper field spell is a monster reborn. You can just special summon a Beetrooper monster from your grave, which is very strong because he has the armor horn in the grave. So we can bring back a Link 2 monster while in the process then using the armor horn to bring itself back again from the grave. So you can essentially get 2 uses out of this armor horn. I'm not sure how much he can really do here for going for game.
It looks like it might be possible because he must have... Because he summoned the access code talking debate out the back row, it would seem. And he must have had a plan B if that got removed from the field. So he must have like some sort of plan which would allow him to deal the appropriate amount of damage to get game. He summoned back a card from grave.
So that's from the hand. I think that's like a... I think it's like an Aqua Spirit for insects. I don't know if it's one of the newer Beetroopers or if it's like one of the Antizectipede. God, I feel like I know way too much about these Beetrooper cards.
So I don't think it's game. He's just attacking over it and removing it from the field.
I think he's probably going to make the Atlas after doing some damage here in the battle phase. But yeah, this is quite a lot of damage here. And I mean, he's what are you top deck now? It's essentially right
when you don't have many cards, it can be quite difficult.
It's like a Taya. Taya or bust here, right?
If he has the reborn spell, he can reborn the Tai. If he hard draws Tai, then he can use Tai. It depends what his hand is. If he's got like another worm in hand, Moi and Long Yang can work. Is that Win?
Is that the Wind Charmer?
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's gonna remove the. Oh my god,
nuts!
He can't even top deck Taya anymore.
He's just yoinked the Tai. Nah, he's linking it.
Okay, he's linking it away now.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's sick.
The Wind Charmer, that's amazing.
Huge brain.
Apollousa, wow.
He's done for.
It's a 3 material Apollousa.
Swordsoul really struggles into Swordsoul, never mind with only 2 cards.
So here's the other Beetrooper monster that he searched earlier in the turn, which recycles 3 of your banished cards, I believe, and then special summons itself. And here's the another Beetrooper card, which is, I think, just a token generator. And then he's going into Link Spider.
Oh, he's making DP.
For Verte? Oh my god, this is insane!
Force of Time, like,
this is crazy.
If you can't deal with Appaloosa, but Appaloosa DP.
Yeah, it's like a Hornet drones, pretty much. Alright, okay, great.
Celestials in his hand.
This was all with Celestial. Great, amazing.
This was some really, really cool pushes. Through the Swordsoul board. There wasn't much of it. It was just a
droplet, but
Imperm did the job to get him there. But it was cool.
Yeah, so his deck really is just like a super control deck with like the Imperm. We saw a bunch of hand traps and then just like these 1/2 card Beetrooper interactions that apparently just set you up into Apollousa DPE. So
I'm not sure what his opponent can do with a 3 card Swordsoul hand, especially in like it would have to be like Imperm normal tie or something. And even then, I'm not sure how far that would really get you.
I guess it would get him into like Baxia.
Actually, it would work if it was
Imperm specifically.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be Baxia. Like you go Imperm, Tai, then Tai can get Shizhao, send it Horror. At Horror could he doesn't have a non-effect monster in the field. Yeah, he has to have another worm in hand too, because then he can Long Yang and make the Baron de Fleur start popping stuff. But he is in a pickle.
I think we might have a camera freeze here.
It's so much of a pickle that he's just in the DC.
He's just frozen from the shock of how good this board is. It's most likely going to have to be a conceit here.
You would assume, right?
Yeah. Oh, is he from... Okay, so I think some people seem to know him and he's from Australia and it's an Australia internet. That makes complete sense. Australia is, isn't quite the most competitive region for internet speeds. I'll say that.
Have infamously poor.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rogue deck over there for internet. Next frame, please.
Completely forgot about our breakfast.
Does it say it's on its way?
It's apparently at the front door.
Okay, one sec. I'll go during the next round.
We'll just leave it out. Or while they're signing, I suppose we could. Oh, whatever. Our breakfast is currently outside, chat. Whoops. Ooh, that's a good top deck.
Okay, that's something. That's an emergence. That's Rota. Do you ever find yourself using the second effect a lot?
To decrease or increase the level? Loads.
Really?
Yeah. Going second, you can reduce the level of the level 4 monster or the token. That means you can synchro for a 7. So you can summon Yazi, Evil of the Yangzheng. And so it removes a card in the field while summoning your other level 4 extender. So complements Tai really well, where you go Tai, banish emergence, your token is on level 3. You go into Yazi, pop a card in the field, then it specials the Moi. And then you just back where you started, but you just removed a card from the field.
Is Protoss an effect to special summon?
Nah, he's using the effect of Moi to reveal.
And he's Ghost Ogering.
This is particularly nice because
Ghost Ogre is basically Gamma against Apollousa.
He's making a decent call to play Ghost Ogre because Ghost Ogre has the same impact as like Veil or Imperm does against Swordsoul. Where if you Ghost Ogre the Moi, they're left with a token and they're locked into synchro, so they're very limited to what they can really do. Here, he has to pop the token, I think, because the minute he synchros,
he can just immediately have Chi-Shao live, I guess, as well as a draw.
But he knows he's got the Protoss in hand, so you'll just immediately summon the Protoss, call Darks, and he locks his DP out the game. And I don't know how many cards he has in his hand. I think he's forced to pop the token.
Yeah, that should be the last card in hand. Yeah.
Wasn't the Moe negated with Appaloosa?
Well, so that's the thing. That's why Ghost Ogre is so good against Appaloosa. So in order for Appaloosa...
has to reduce the attack.
Yeah, so Appaloosa, in order to negate, has to reduce the attack of itself by 800 to negate. Because Ghost Ogre removes it from the field on resolution of the chain, there is no attack value currently on the field to reduce itself, so it doesn't negate. It essentially fizzles.
But I also... It completely went over my head that you can also banish cards from the field for Protoss. Yeah. So this is actually this is the out that he needed. You can call Dark here, and it means the Beetrooper player can't summon back DP, which is nuts. He does have Celestial Dashel in his graveyard.
He's got Pot of Greed live.
So follow up can be pretty good, but it's just the Swordsoul player is just praying, because there's plenty of things that the Swordsoul player can top deck. To get him back in this game, if Herman was to just pass. But he's drawn essentially 3 cards a turn here with an extender. I'd be very surprised if this is it.
I'm wondering how relevant Protoss is against Beetrooper, because it's a bit of a mix of attributes. I think there are like 1 or 2 darks.
He didn't draw the monster. No Dasher time.
Yeah, no monster, but we do get to set and go for a Pot of Greed now. So this is what I mean about the value of the Fusion Destiny engine. Just this follow-up it offers you, even
0 cards in the free. Nuts.
Even if something is outed, you still have the follow-up of Draw 2, which cannot be forgotten. It's absolutely amazing.
As long as he has a play now, he should be okay.
No play.
Oh yeah, has to hope his defensive cards get him there.
Could be a world where he has a plane. It's just not through specifically the dark call of Protoss. Because I think there are like 1 or 2 good Beetroopers that are dark, but it's a mix. There's like Earths, there's Winds, there's a whole bunch of things.
Frustratingly, he needed any of his normal summons, and he would have attacked the game, because he paid 2k for Verti, and he took 2/5 to the face last turn. So now he's on 1500 damage. So he needs to play now, or he's gonna have to scoop the Protoss.
Alright, it looks like he might be making a push here. I think he's checking the grade for the Armor Horn effect to try and bring it back here. Yep, that looks like to be what he's doing. So this just banishes 2 or 3 insects from your grave. And specials itself back, so that's a Link 2 body he's got on the field here. And then I suppose whatever follow-up he might have left should be able to help him potentially out this Protoss. Yep, so it banishes 3 actually.
His life will be low as well after taking those big bugs to the face.
Yeah, I think they're both quite critical right now, because he took quite a lot from the access, even though it was negated. It was the access code plus the rest of the field.
Ooh, will that be big? It also negates his middle column as well.
Yeah, I suppose that might be the relevant thing, is more so the column, because
he said it was his draw for turn when he tried to when he wanted to reveal off Dasher. So it's either an imperm as well, or it was like an extender spell. It's likely not an extender spell, because he probably would have used it last turn. So it's probably just an imperm or something. So it's probably not going to be too relevant. As long as he can still play, and he's still got his other set as well, which could potentially be probably just another imperm, to be honest. Otherwise he would have used it last turn.
It's interesting that he's playing 2 Papillons.
Is that not standard?
I don't actually know what standard is, to be honest. If anything, Herman is the guy who is pioneering what is standard or not standard for this deck. So
yeah.
But we do get the pickup of the Residence Insect, which is the most important thing, which is allowing us to search for the Lancer, I think that is.
I think once he removes this Protoss from the field, it's just game over, right?
Yeah,
it'll be enough damage.
You'd just be top decking, or just simply attack for game.
So I'm not sure how big those 2 bugs were before they attacked the game with, but I assume they're over 2k.
What did he exactly attack?
So access code and 2 bugs, but I couldn't really make out what they were with the glare.
Right, yeah. They're not like super big.
He's passed.
Okay, here we go. So Papillon gets to activate the effect now during his opponent's draw or standby phase, it looks like, and it's going to reborn something.
A boogie. A bzz. It's gonna get stung. What would he reborn, you think? Is there a disruptor in the grave?
I'm not sure. I guess the Lancer? Okay, it looks like he's bringing back the Resonance Insect. Okay.
If that's an imperm, like I think it is, there's not a lot of places where the Swordsoul player can go, because the Protoss would bait one imperm, but if the other card's like another disruptor, there's not an awful lot you can do. Like the first thing he has to do is call Wind, which is about what he's done there, which will get an imperm. Yep, I thought so. And the other card's likely a defensive card as well, since he didn't use it to extend his players. That's a level 1 tuner. I'm not sure if that really offers anything. He can go into Monk and then use it to add back a Worm, but since he had to use his normal summon, it doesn't really get him very far. You can add back the Shooter, I suppose, and you can use the Shooter to bounce the Link free. But again...
Okay, so now we're using the quick effect Sting Lancer.
Well, it has a hand effect?
Yeah, so it special summons itself as a quick effect while returning a card your opponent controls in their graveyard back to their deck.
Oh, so he's just returned the Adhara?
Yeah, so it's essentially like a pseudo Diddy Crow.
That's nuts.
And on summon, it gets to search for the...
That's actually so sick. I didn't realize that was
it's a quick
effect.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's really strong. So he actually...
He's making me love this deck, bro.
That's why I suppose he opted to not just summon it immediately when he searched it the first time.
Makes sense.
Because you could just like search like the monster negate trap, which I mean we haven't seen yet. He might not even be playing it. I'm sure he is, but he could have done that. But I suppose the graveyard disruption is actually quite valuable against Swordsoul.
Yeah, and evidently so. It's putting in work here, stopping any play that he could have had. He's struggling against this Protoss, so it's probably just big enough for it to be really awkward for him to get rid of. But thankfully, the Swordsoul player just has no steam whatsoever. So I think eventually the Beetrooper player should win. But I guess it depends. Like I don't know how much gas this deck really has. He's getting a search.
Yeah, Residence Insect searching another insect, and that is a Doomdozer who is dark, I think. So he's not going to be able to summon it, I believe.
No, he's not. He's not under the restriction of Protoss anymore.
Oh,
because he would have used Protoss there to call Wind to get rid of his board, but he impermed the Protoss.
Ah, right, yeah.
So he's not under any restriction of Protoss at the moment.
Oh, Dozer's Earth, okay.
That too.
Shouldn't be underestimated that this has been a pretty decently long game 1.
Yeah, I'm very surprised considering Swordsoul's poor start. It's been hanging in there.
Yeah, but this is not a situation either player really wants to be in. Be in. Wow, okay, so we went for the Beetrooper token generator. I don't recall the name, but it's basically like a Sky Striker Hornet drone for insects.
Looks like it's pop-off time now.
Normal summon the insect into the Halka Fibrax, bring back the bee from the graveyard. Sorry, from the out of the deck.
And this is it. That's game.
Sorry, not access code. The unicorn spin, and finally we were able to push through. Okay, so that's going to be game 1 here. Yeah, so time is of the essence, and it's a very important thing to remember as they start up game number 2 here.
I'm not sure if Beetrooper has any sort of burn cards, but the Swordsoul player definitely does. So he'd be favoured if the game goes on longer, as burning for 12 is a lot, which can just make it so that he just wins in time. He's having a tie start again, and he's opting to search that with Emergence instead of Moi, which is interesting. Maybe he's going for the Summit play, where he would go into Jijiao, send Moi off the tie effect, and then Summit it back. But that can be particularly weak into a defensive card, unless he feels safe enough because he has Long Yang. He hasn't opened any Tenyis, so I know Ashuna plays before his normal summon. So let's see if this is what the play he's going to do. So he's either going to send Moi here and get Summit. He's going in a Baxia. Okay.
Wait, is that a turn 1 Baxia?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to Chow thing. So maybe play around in a Buru? Maybe he's super scared in the Buru. Oh, he's sending Moi. Okay.
It's funny because I'm pretty sure that is a card Herman actually plays. Sorry for putting the timer all over the screen, chat.
Big clock.
Just fixing that up so that we have a round timer for you.
So it looks like he's used Baxia effect to blow up itself to bring back the Moi. I'm not sure if this was at all necessary. He could have done a lot more here if he just went Xizhao to add Summit instead. Would have done the same thing as Abaxia, and then he would have ended on an extra synchro for 8.
Did we not? Sorry, I kind of missed that. Did we not do the Chaofeng play?
No, he went into Baxia, and I just thought he was going to send Adhara, but he sent Moi, and he used Baxia's effect to pop Baxia to summon back Moi. So he's either not playing the Sacred Soul Summit card, or he just didn't see that line. Because instead of using Baxia effect, he could have made Jizhao, add the Reborn, send Moi, then Reborn back to Moi. Unless he really valued Blackout and an extra draw, so he felt like it was fine to just bin a Baxia. I guess if he really wanted the draw, that's perfectly fine, I guess. Because Blackout's probably better here than getting the Reborn.
Maybe it gives him more attributes for Protoss?
That too, I suppose, if he is going for the Protoss play, to Cold Dark potentially.
This is very strong. Long one burn here is going to be quite substantial.
It sets it up more or less where it's easier to get game. Maybe he's left himself with a follow-up in his hand as well, which is the reason why he did this play.
All right, this looks like a little bit more powerful. We've got a Blackout, a Qishao negate, right, by banishing a Worm from your grave, as well as the Omni negate of Baron de Flor.
This is the pickle with Swordsoul. If you don't open any of your Tenyis, you don't have anything good to pop with your Blackout. So I mean, he's going to have to remove his Xizhao from the board, and to get value out of his Xizhao, he has to use the effect in the gate first. But then, if your Baron de Fleur gets removed from the field, you have absolutely no follow-up whatsoever. So he's in a pretty scary situation where he has to make sure his monsters stick, especially his Baron de Fleur. So the Beetrooper player will probably see how vulnerable he is and try and bait that Blackout as quick as he can, just to remove it from the field, and then he can deal with the Baron de Fleur after that.
Yeah, and that's a pretty good start. The Resonance Insect with the, I think, Beetrooper Bomber from the hand, which allows him to, after he goes into his Bullhorn, Armor Horn, he can use the Resonance Insect to search, which he does for the Lancer, I believe that is. And now, activating the effect of the Armor Horn to gain an extra normal summon this turn. Which I suppose it must be an activated effect, which is probably why he's asking for a response here. And if there ever is a time to use Qishao, I think this would be it.
Absolutely now, yeah. You're going to get no value out of it later. The later it gets, the more valuable Blackout's going to get. There probably wasn't... Was there an argument you think the Blackout on those two Bs?
No, I don't think so. One of them was floating.
He chose not to.
He didn't negate it.
It's interesting.
Okay. This is the Beetrooper. I think this searches. I don't think it's an E-tally. No, yeah. So this searches pin.
They're the wasps, right? Like the wasp archetype, the battle wasps.
Battle wasps. Yeah, I think so. Is it a Beetrooper? No, it's not a Beetrooper. It's definitely a battle wasp.
It looks very battle waspy from here.
Yeah. So this is the pin. Just pretty much just summons itself from the hand, and it also inflicts 100 damage for each battle wasp you control.
Oh, so they're both good in time.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
both have some sort of burn.
I need to get the door. 1 second.
No worries. So this is the powerful thing about Beetrooper chat. Being able to just keep pushing extenders onto the board, just to bait the disruptions. The Xizhao, I feel, definitely should have been used on the Link 2 there. Because I think at some point it is going to just get no value whatsoever. Because now he might be forced to Blackout before he has a chance to use his Xizhao, so he's losing one of his disruptions. So he's trading like 2 disruptions just for the sake of 1 disruption, if that makes sense. And it looks like he is pushing. He hasn't baited the Baron de Fleur yet. He probably does want to get rid of that sooner rather than later, as it can just negate anything.
Wow, what have I missed?
He put the big worm on the field. That's all you've missed, really. He's in the middle of resolving a Goki pull, I think.
The big worm?
Hasn't baited any of his defensive cards yet. But I was just saying in the chat how I think it was imperative.
How did he send the Goki pull? Did he just special Doomdozer?
Yeah.
Right, okay. And the Goki pull looks like it's search for something. How does he have like 5 cards in hand, by the way? It's crazy.
Just keeps adding. Buzz.
This is
Trying to get his opponent to buzz off.
It's kind of incredible. I suppose like it feels kind of hard for Beetrooper to actually put up something threatening that actually, you know, says like, okay, use your Omni Negate now. Because I think like the only really important thing that he can go into is like a unicorn, which
that
like,
might have been the
forces
mindset,
something.
right?
Yeah, like
because the reason why I was thinking why he didn't use the Xiao is because game one he didn't really feel like anything was particularly threatening until the access code talker. So maybe he recognizes that as a choke point, and he's forcing him to use his utility monsters. So he's going straight into Apple. No, he's
going into Atlas.
Big bug.
Yeah, Atlas is amazing. So this is an unaffected, I believe, monster. 3,000 attack. So if he wants to turn off Xiao and Blackout here, he can just go straight to the battle phase and attack over the Xiao.
Which is he doing?
It might be, or he could be using the effect here to tribute to special summon, which I think would be quite weak.
Yeah, that'll bait a Baron, unless that's his goal. So he wants to bait the Baron to flare.
Let me just bring up the text on this monster. This is quite important. So Invincible Atlas is 2+ insects. While this linked summon card has 3k or less attack, your opponent cannot target it and it can't be destroyed. Okay, so it isn't unaffected, it's just untargetable and indestructible, which is pretty relevant in this specific scenario.
Pretty good against that game state, yeah.
Alright.
Wait, he's got rid of the Blackout and the Xiao. The Blackout's still there, which is worrying because it means it can help him deal with any defensive board that you would put up. So he has to think of a way to get rid of that Baron, because that's his known follow-up, and then put himself in a position where he isn't worried about the Blackout. So I think this will bait the Baron now, probably. Oh, he's letting it resolve, okay.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those situations where you just let your opponent play and just, you know, sit back, and when they do something that makes you use your cards, like in the case of, you know, just linking away his entire board.
He has let him get so far, though.
Yeah.
To the point where it's going to be the point of no return, which is why I think the Xiao is quite important.
It's like a bit of a sweet spot, right? Like you maybe let your opponent play a little bit into like some kind of choke point.
You just don't want them to get any steam at all, right?
This is floating into. Gosh, I want to say that's the destroy Beetrooper. So they have a Beetrooper that I think
when you Dawn of Majesty, right?
They have a Ghost Ogre Beetrooper, I'm pretty sure.
All right.
So this will remove the floor from the field, but it won't stop the negate if he has to use the floor. Now we're special summoning the Beetrooper, Antizectipede, pretty much. That's what the old card was called. Now you're playing this card. You're special summoning the Battle Wasp from the hand here. Is
that pin?
Yeah, that's pin. Now we can go for another Link 2. As well, by the way, remember, he still has Armor Horn in the graveyard, which is another extender. Okay, this is a massive choke point here. This is potentially where I would want to Baron. Pickafelina is a discard to equip an insect from your deck.
Classic Insectica.
Yeah, and as well, it has the effect to shuffle back, I think, your banish cards, and then draw one.
Ooh.
So if you just negate and destroy this, that's a huge stop here. And it's definitely...
You're thinking about it.
I would consider using Baron on
You're essentially getting rid of 2 cards as well, since you needed 2 to make that Link 2 monster. As you say, this is quite an important choke point. Might be worth him doing that. You might be just thinking maybe he can just negate what he does next. It does look like he has.
Yeah, and I believe he's also using the Beetrooper to Ghost Ogre the Baron. I think he pointed at that. I might be mixing up which Beetrooper is.
Is that how it works? He tributed Insect and...
Yeah, I think so, but that might not be the one. I could be mixing that up.
No,
I think it is. Yeah.
No, he's sorted. That's his known follow-up removed. So now he can just free to play to end on a disruption which can respect Blackout as well. Maybe go straight into an Appaloosa, so it just sticks 1 monster on field. If he just keeps 1 monster on the field, 1 disruption, then that respects Blackout. If he's not locked into any sort of insects, if he hasn't sided out the Fusion Destiny package, could be an option as well, because you can just destroy the Verti and the Blackout, keep the DP on the field.
It's a bit of a, what's the word, misconception. This deck actually never locks itself into anything. The only lock is you're locked into insects when Armor Horn is on the field. But when you link it off into your Picafolina or your Papillon, you can make anything you want.
I think you always assume you're locked into something when
when a deck like this,
so much. Yeah. Is he yoinking his Bound to Fleur as well?
Is that going to be live?
I
It
don't
doesn't negate,
think so.
right?
I think it has to be Synchro summoned.
Do the Charmers negate?
No, but I think it has to be Synchro summoned. Oh, but he's Ghost Ogre it though.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Wait, Ghost Ogre on win? That doesn't seem very...
Maybe he doesn't want him to go into a link free.
I suppose.
It's probably the right thing to do.
Bar on the floor. Let's make sure here, because this is actually very relevant if he's keeping this
What
on.
just happened there is Blackout got removed.
Yeah, so use Baron effect to pop the back row.
Ah, of course,
And then he Ghost Ogre the Baron, because I suppose he didn't want it to stay on the field. Once while face up on the field, negate it. Yeah, wow, that was huge.
Wow.
Yeah, so he had to Ghost Ogre that. And it's crazy that he even brought it back in the first place with win. That's amazing. And we've got Verti.
That is nuts.
He makes this deck look so good.
Like, Win put in so much graft there.
He could have ogred the Charmer because it summons to the zone, and if it's no longer on the field, it doesn't summon to the zone.
It has to summon to the zone, are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess you could say that it might have been better to use Ghost Ogre on the win.
I thought that's what he was doing. I thought that's what he's thinking about doing, just so he didn't get the Baron to fly.
I guess potentially, like, maybe he didn't want the win search, because when win is destroyed, I think search is a wind monster from your deck,
But was that
which
really...
gets Taya. So I guess maybe that was the logic.
Well, it was the Beetrooper player that had the win, so I don't know what.
Sorry, yeah, of course. Anyway, we've got DPE here and a single top deck now. 2 cards in hand.
Protoss in a
He's
dream
got 3
again.
cards in hand actually. He might be able to make a bit of a comeback here.
If he has Protoss, he's fine. Like, this is probably if he wanted him to end on anything, it's just DP pass. Because if he just has a Protoss in his hand, or a way to get the Protoss, you can just, like, slap it on the field, Cold Darks, and that's it. Because DP can't pop it. It's unaffected by card effects. So Protoss can crack his board, and he can also, like, if he has a playable hand as well, potentially OTK him, because he's down to 6/8 life. But I think Beetrooper was still going.
It looks like he drew and passed.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's summoning Armor Horn now, because obviously Verti locks you into summoning for the rest of the turn, so now he's summoning a monster, so this has to be the next turn. So I'm pretty sure he just passed. And Herman is free to just put some monsters into attack here.
He hasn't took any damage, so he has to push for the full.
He's taking pin.
Of course.
He's taking 200
Unless we
from
forget.
pin. So this is... Okay, he's linking into Papillon here. Going to gain 2 counters, I think.
He's really struggling to find out number 2, isn't he? He's like, oh.
No, I think there might be a pause.
I see.
Timer stopped. Let me just double check this. Sorry.
I think it just froze briefly.
Okay, we're good.
So 8 rounds today. That's what I expected. Cool.
8 rounds today.
He had Ghost Ogre for the link. So he's not out of it yet. Another a Protoss top deck would be really strong, but a back row, if that's an imperm, then I wouldn't be as strong anymore.
Yeah, so that was the activation of Papillon summon to gain a counter, and responding with Ghost Ogre. So we're just going to attack with DPE and set 1 and pass, going over to his turn here, which is
Ecclesia.
That's okay.
It's a good push because he hasn't used his normal summon yet, so you can bait the Destroy Phoenix Enforcer out before you use his normal summon. The normal summon's the most vulnerable part in Swordsoul. If that gets stopped, you just...
Oh, that's...
No, that's rough. I think that has done it. If he passed last turn, that must have been his draw for turn.
Yeah.
I think he is done for.
That is a clutch Ash Blossom.
Herman still has Celestial Dasher too.
What do you think of this deck? I mean, he makes it look really strong.
He does. He played into a Xizhao Blackout Baron de Fleur board.
Yeah.
Which is what I wanted to see happen, to see if it was possible to do
that
that.
was the standard board, and he broke it.
And he didn't just crack it and then do nothing. He cracked it and ended on like a cool disruption. Win has been having some really sick applications as well to help him ladder up as well.
I'm surprised how good Win has been.
Yeah, it's nuts. I didn't think there was that many wins in the format, but here we go. I've been proven wrong.
Yeah, here's your Celestial draw into Residence.
If there's no more disruptions,
So
this
strong.
should be it.
I did not know you could Armorage Residence Insect, huh?
It's less than a K, right?
Apparently, it must be. I swear, I thought it was bigger.
Me too. I think it must be like 800 attack. I'm pretty sure.
This searches the Beetrooper Recycle, which puts back your banished cards into the deck, specials itself, and you should be able to wrap it up or at least put enough damage on the field that he's ahead on life. So
Should do. He also wants to respect Nibiru, maybe.
yeah, and there's no, you don't need to push too hard. But
I think he's
yeah,
skipping.
that's looking like it's gonna be it. Yeah, so you could rank up Heraldry Crest to go into Chaos 69
It was some weird
Heraldry
psychic
Crest.
monster or something. Right?
Yeah, and it just like crashes with Apocalyphort Towers. Wow, we are boomers, like talking about this, by the way, just saying.
Very fun.
Anyway, we've got Pot of Desires.
He started with one of my most favorite cards in the game ever.
Yeah.
I think arguably one of the best cards ever printed.
I hate not playing a deck with Desires, really.
Yeah, I just like drawing 2 cards, you know?
Yep.
It's a power spell that is technically an engine card, and it baits negates going second. It just achieves so much for me, and when I play a deck that doesn't have it, I'm just like, oh, why am I not just drawing 2 cards? But even with that draw too, he started pretty poor, having to resort to normal summoning Nerval, and Almirage's hand must be terrible. So any disruption that the Swordsoul player would have would be problematic. There's hands like this where if that Nerval got ashed, he would pass.
Is Desires normal in Lyrilusc?
Yeah, you can play it. People don't like to do it because you don't want to max out on certain Lyrilusc monsters because some of the birds can be really bad to open. But I think it's completely reasonable to play Pot of Desires. But he's probably just playing more birds than you probably need to. But it doesn't look like it's got him out of his sticky situation here. He's having to resort to Keris, discard Fractal, summon Oath Dragon. This is a very, very poor start, it looks like. But if the opponent hasn't opened well enough either, like...
Well, Swordsoul can sometimes just not do a whole lot going second if we don't see any Tenyis. We do know he is playing the Tenyis, so there's a good opportunity for him to Vishuddha some things here.
If he starts with a normal summon, then it usually foreshadows that his hand is pretty poor.
Yeah.
And the Oath can probably deal with that as well, and that's probably a set Imperm as well. Oh, yikes, speed of Imperm.
Out the hand, very strong.
Deals with a Dragon Oath, so... He might be playing a heavy hand trap Lyrilusc build, which just might be the reason why he's bricked. So he might be playing less engine, which is why he has had such a poor start. But he's special Ecclesia, so he should be able to deal with his set Imperm, if it is an Imperm, quite comfortably.
Well, if we're not going to open with a Tenyi, then that's probably the second best option.
Yeah, for sure. More or less does the same thing. This Moe will bait out something. As long as the Moe doesn't get removed from the board, he'll still have the draw effect if he synchros of it. Then if he's got Tai as a follow-up as well, which he will because he's just revealed Emergence. So there's nothing really good he can stop you. He's just going to keep going. And it does look like he will have enough to remove all the cards from the field and OTK him. So it is a droplet, which is more or less just the same as Imperm. Does the same thing. But he has Emergence, so he can just normal a Tai. He can even go as far as Yazzie if he really wants to. I don't think he really needs to do that. He can go back to your Zhizhao, Baron de Fleur in this hand now. I'm fairly sure.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I don't like the droplet if you are revealing Emergence, right? Because then you know that they're...
I think
then you know that they have follow-up, right? So maybe holding for the Synchro was maybe the play, but...
Yeah. I think what he might have had to do was stop a Synchro, because that's going to deal the most damage to you in terms of removing cards from your field and stuff. That would have been more of a choke point. It probably still was he was inevitably going to lose. If he's doing the play he's doing here now, that I think this play is really sick. So what he's going to do, I think, is he's going to go Long Yang special a token. He's going to synchro the token and the Mui together to make Zhizhao. And he's going to use Zhizhao's effect to banish Blackout instead of adding. So that will summon a token. So that means he'll be able to synchro the Long Yang and the token together. And he still has his normal summon too. So he can normal the Tai if he has it in his hand. That'll be enough damage for the game because he can backseer those two. He's burned for 12 and that'll be enough damage. So as long as the Tribrigade Lyrilusc play doesn't have any more disruptions in his hand, this should be it really. This play doesn't necessarily respect Nibiru, but it's really hard to respect Nibiru and play through defensive card in droplets as well. So I think at this point you just take the L in Nibiru and just crack on with the play that I mentioned here, which is probably the correct thing to do.
It's crazy the versatility of Qishao, because it not only adds, it can banish as well, as you mentioned, and being able to just choose to like add the long one if you don't already have access to it, or simply just generate a token on the field for something that was negated is super good, and that's exactly what he's doing here. So that's really cool. Getting the draw as well off of the Moi, which by the way, I hate that you don't play that you play Prosperity in your version.
Like I mentioned, I always just want to play it, bro. But I do agree, like playing Desires in this deck can feel really good as well, getting a draw off Moi and Pot of Desires. But I can respect either choice, as it is a mid-range deck. Sometimes, as long as you can just play, it's perfectly fine. And here, as long as he has a normal summon, if he has a normal summon Tai, that will be the game. Let's see. So he's burning for 12, of course.
There wasn't any way to get to it, right? Because he had to use his.
He had to have hard opened it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because he couldn't search up Qishao. He had to manage the token.
What do you think is better in this deck then, Desires or Prosperity? Because the whole argument with Prosperity is that would you rather have 2 random cards, or would you rather have 1 card less, but it's more centralized, because you get 6 choices.
I don't think there's a correct answer. They both generally have the merits. He doesn't have the normal summon, but his hand's poor though, so it's probably going to be difficult to play for the sport anyway. Like I think both pots have their merits in this deck in particular, because you can banish 6 so easily in this deck and not care about the cards that you banish and still have a lot of utility. Because synchros generally just have a lot of like utility because they're just so good. But you're right, Pot of Desires just being able to draw 2 is great.
The only downside being is that you can't play Phoenix Enforcer, which some Swordsoul decks do play. So in that case, you kind of have to play Prosperity rather than the Desire, because banishing any of those pieces is it kills your engine, right?
In that instance, you just wouldn't play Pot of Desires, but it can be a little aggravating when you play Prosperity and then you can't Moi draw. But the way I like to think of it is, rather than just getting a +1 random draw, you're trading it with one of the top 6 cards in your deck, so it doesn't feel as bad. So you can. What would you prefer, like a random +1 or a choice of one of any 6 cards at the top of your deck, which I think is a reasonable trade.
That's a very cope way of looking at it. Like, oh yeah, I don't need the draw, bro. It's because I get the card from the deck anyway.
He must have top decked that Imperm. So he might have a play. At the very least, he might be able to.
Oh, that's huge.
So his top deck has to be a way to get an Xyz monster on the field, so he can Zeus him, and then his follow up would be pretty weak. I'm curious to think that there must have been a way for the Swordsoul player to.
I was just going to scoop it.
Is he just scooping? Oh, okay, maybe he just wanted to put the fear of... He
just
wanted to make him terrified, like, oh no, he's going to push through my board. But yeah, like if he's top an Imperm, it would assume that he doesn't have any playable out to that. Like his only play there was to somehow get an XYZ monster in the field and then Zeus him. Hopefully here, he's going to activate Bird Call. Oh, okay. He's just drawn 2 again. Let's go. I think the one disadvantage of playing Pot of Desires in this deck is if he drops Droll here, like sure you've drew 2 cards, but if you draw like pieces like what's the brown bird called? That's
Sparrow.
It's a Sparrow, yeah, Sparrow and Bird Call essentially just become blanks.
Yeah, Nerval, no search there, especially if you opened like a tank. Oh my
There's
god.
There's absolutely no way he's got this.
Is it Nerval pass again?
This is crazy. Where's Warbler?
Is there definitely Lyrilusc in here? And we've got Ash as well.
Yeah, this is probably going to be game over if he's starting like that again. Oh baby!
What is that?
Call by the Grave. So he's saying no, please let me resolve this Nerval. I need it.
Looked like a platinum rare for a second. With that lighting. Okay. Searching Keras. Okay. I don't know if that like does a lot, because I guess it's just going to be the same as last turn.
If he ends on Oath, it's exactly the same. If he goes to Ferret, he has plays. So he needs to have drawn like one of his one of his birds that need to be special summoned.
Oh, talents. We haven't seen that in a bit.
If his hand sucks, he might have to draw 2.
Draw 2 more.
But if he has Keris and a bird, he could go FarfaYGO. But it does look like he's drawing 2, so it doesn't look like he has a bird.
Okay, he is trying to combo here. What is that, like 7 cards in hand or something? This is
crazy.
crazy.
I'd be very amazed if he doesn't have any sort of way to play now. The Emerald being on the board is a bit disruptive though, because even if he draws Warbler, he can't special it. So his only line here is to summon Keris and summon the FarfaYGO. Then the FarfaYGO can special the Warbler, which is hopefully what he's going to do now, because if he has another Dragon Lord's Pass turn again, that'd be very, very unfortunate.
Well, we've got Keras, and it's looking like we're banishing 2 for cost, and we're checking our hand here.
An Imperm here, I think, would be game over. But it doesn't look like he has it.
No.
So here come the FarfaYGO should follow up here. Yes. So,
okay, we drew some birds, it looks like.
So it looks like we're actually going to see the deck play some Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, which is refreshing. So he has Wagtail as opposed to Warbler. So you mustn't have drawn the Warbler, but this is the second best one you could have got, really, because now it searches a searcher and another extender if he's got another bird in hand. Let's hope he hasn't banished all 3 off Desires. That'll be yikes. And there's no way.
Wait, is that all copies of Bird Call?
There's no way he's banished all 3. He shuffled that quite aggressively there. He's a bit miffed with the variants here.
Excuse me?
I tell you what, I would be livid if I drew like this.
This one time, I desired banished every copy of Fractal. So that was pretty rough, and I guess maybe he might be in a similar situation here.
I think this is Samog Pass.
God.
If he hasn't banished his Avian too. This is very, very unfortunate to see. FarfaYGO, I don't know what FarfaYGO can really get to get him out of this situation, because none of his birds can extend anymore. He needed Sparrow and another bird, but if he didn't have another bird in hand already... Wow, this is definitely the poorest I've ever seen this deck draw ever. Like, it's normally super explosive and really versatile into hand traps.
I'm not a fan of Desires anymore.
I think that was just pure variance.
It does happen.
Drawing 2 games, having Desires and drawing them into nothing, and then the second game banishing all 3 bird calls is just... That really shouldn't happen, mathematically speaking. We were just very, very unfortunate to see live right here. This board looks tough though, like 2 setback.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume maybe there's like an Imperm, and at least Tribrigade Oath is one of them, surely. Oh, pitching Taya. Okay.
Let's assume that he hasn't gotten super varianced, and he shouldn't be playing Oath if he's playing Pot of Desires, you would think.
I suppose, yeah, that is a good point.
Do
you think that's the right play? Just the straight up negate immediately on the long one, discarding?
Yeah, that's going to apply a lot of pressure if he synchros into Baron de Fleur. It effectively just deals with his board. It is just better just to get rid of one of his best extenders. Now he's limited to having a special Ecclesia, a Tenyi, or a normal summon. Since he went Long Yang first, he's either Omega Brain and he wanted to bait out the Avian, yeah. But
which kind of makes sense, because I guess if you were going to start with that, it would be the long one as the immediate negate.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
we need an Imperial Order counter for this weekend.
Here we go, yeah.
That is,
and to be fair, like, he has drawn quite poorly the past 2 turns, so it's probably not unreasonable for him to have Imperial Order.
I think he kind of deserves it at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas here, if this Taya gets impermed, it's tough, because that Samog's going to stick and it's going to search him a follow up
in the next for the end phase. Yeah, it's an imperm. Okay,
he's pretty much.
This is going to be a game 3, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it has to.
Unless this Desires has removed every possible play in his deck.
If he can get Warbler. If there has to be a Warbler in his deck. If he specials Warbler, he can special Wagtail, and then he's got 2 birds on the field. Or he can summon Sparrow and add a bird. So he's got plenty of options. If this Samog sticks on the field, I'd be very, very concerned if he still can't do game next turn.
I'd be very surprised if he isn't able to. If he is able to hang in here, because this is pretty grim. Order plus one card in hand. Usually, like,
the Imperial Order hasn't really done anything per se, because he already had the Tai.
Yeah, I suppose in a way it actually didn't achieve anything.
It's more or less just like an Ash Blossom, if anything. But
sure.
In terms of like, if the game went into a grind, then it would start.
I guess it's just a case if that is a real card, which might be an imperm of his own.
If it was an imperm,
oh, Warbler can't summon if it's summoned off of Simorg, apparently. Is that true? Is that true?
I don't think so. I don't think the effects are negated. Oh, he's just summoning Avian again.
Okay.
Maybe he's just scared of the imperm back row, which I guess is reasonable.
It has to be specialed from hand. I see. Okay.
Oh, all right. Okay. Thank you, chat.
See, you guys know everything.
He's just picking it up. That's completely reasonable. Baffled that he managed to make it the game free, and now he's the Swordsoul player is going to whack his own Pot of Desires down. So he's almost certainly not playing the DPE version unless he's a psychopath and he's just taking the variant.
The Lyrilusc deck is still like so good going second though.
Yeah, in fact, you can argue that it might even be better going second with like the utility of having Zeus just to clear boards and just be able to keep pushing. Once it gets past the initial choke point of Warbler, I don't think there's anything the deck can't do.
Here's an Ashuna. That card is a very, very nice 10E. One of the later supports, actually, probably as you can imagine because of how strong it is. It special summons any 10E monster from your deck. Ideally here, he goes special summon Vishuddha or Adara from the hand.
Yeah, then he has a push before his normal summon, which, like I mentioned, is the weakest part in the deck. So if you can bait disruptions before you have to normal summon. Oh, it doesn't look like he has a 10E in his hand, so I'm not sure what he...
What does this do then?
Not much. You would summon Adhara here and then Adhara back the Ashuna just as discard fodder. To be honest, I don't really know why you would summon the Ashuna here, since all you're doing is just putting 2 monks on the field.
Maybe he wants to have like...
Oh, right. There we go.
Okay.
There's the spice.
So this is 10E Dragon Circle, I think, which I'm going to bring this text up because I am not 100% sure on what this does.
Yeah, me neither, but I've seen it has been a tech in some Swordsoul decks, and it does really well to play through hand traps, and it can push your players over the top. So tributing 1 worm monster, you can add 1 worm monster from your deck to your hand, or if you tributed a non-effect monster to activate its effect, you can special summon it instead, but negate its effects.
So it lets you dodge hand traps, I suppose, and then replace the worm you tributed. And in this case, you can add Moyi, and because he hasn't normal summoned, he can go into Moyi. So that's kind of neat.
A better play might have been to tribute the monk to special Vishuddha. Then he can synchro straight into the Jishao. Maybe he didn't have a normal summon, so he had to do this. This makes it a little bit weaker in the hand traps, though, if he doesn't have a play after this. But from the look of the guy's stance, it doesn't look like he has a hand trap. People put their hands down and just sit back and go, crack on. They probably don't have a hand trap.
That's the best bait for Nibiru, right? Because you sit there, you just count the summons in your head.
You just go, crack on 1, 2.
Yeah, I like what you said there about special summoning Vishuddha from the deck instead, because that gives you like a really nice bounce follow-up for the next turn, as well as accessing Jishao, which gets you your normal summon anyway. He
probably just didn't have a normal summon in hand, and he really needed to search Longyang off the Jishao. So that's probably why he did this play, which is completely reasonable. So if this gets Longyang here, then that would confirm my suspicions. Unless he just gets Blackout here, which looks like he is going to get Blackout. Then I'm like, oh, what's going on? Okay. It's all peculiar then. Maybe he just didn't have a level 4 and he's already got Longyang then. Blackout is low-key really good against birds though. Wait.
What? What? What?
Excuse me?
Yo,
what is
I wasn't
okay. Yeah, that's
all right.
Step 1 of the master plan.
Sure.
My only problem with this is, what's his follow-up?
Who needs follow-up when you're setting 5, I guess.
But you're on a timer though. Like, he needs to like draw like a follow-up now. Otherwise, because anti-spell against birds isn't that fantastic? Because if they just go into an Xyz, they can just Zeus the board away. I would assume there's more than just an anti-spell set there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an Imperial Order there as well.
God, he still has 2 cards in hand. Like, it's that's crazy.
Well, he did Pot of Desires.
Yeah, I know, but still, like 5 cards, synchro, and 2 cards in hand.
A lot of those could just be spells as well, which he's had to set because of
potentially, yeah. which is going to be very, very rough if he's playing...
He's probably going to... He can't Shuriig. So I'm interested why he's doing this play first instead of Warbler. Because the Warbler would just bait the Xixiao, like, outright.
Well, maybe he doesn't have it, right?
Yeah, so I'm worried that his hand is just not very good again.
Is he just not seen Warbler in 3 games?
Oh, that'd just be outrageous.
Okay,
unless he really wanted to go for Shuriig first, which makes sense.
Maybe we have 4 cards, 4 spells in hand or something.
Maybe that's it. Yeah, maybe he's just got Bird Call. Well, this is certainly a Shuriig time.
Because we did see talents, so it's safe to assume he might be sitting with a dead talent in his hand.
No, he's not. He's not going straight at Shuriig.
I suppose because he knows it's just going to be hit by Xixiao.
Yeah, that makes sense. He must have another Tribrigade in his hand that he's just going to normal summon next, because then he can link into FarfaYGO after he used the Banish 2 effect again, and then the FarfaYGO can special up Bird. So this is probably the most optimal way to play for the back row, because he has to beat that Xixiao first. It's probably the most problematic thing. Imperm, okay. That gets rid of one of the back rows. Xixiao's still alive though, and an anti-spell face up. So any spell that he has in his hand is just...
Isn't it better to just use Xixiao because it's the known card?
Yeah.
We also know he has Blackout set, which I mean I guess that's live with the what's it called anyway, the Monk. But
I think it was better to use the Xixiao because like it's better to hold cards that are unknown, and let your opponent play into them rather than let your opponent play around something that you know you have.
Right.
And especially since he had Blackout, in case he needed the Blackout, the Xixiao. I've completely forgot the Monk was there and see it. But yeah, this is a really strong choke point for him now. Like as long as you can stop Birds getting to an XYZ monster, like you're not going to lose. But the problem here now is he lacks a follow-up. So now he hasn't burned for 12 either. So he has to get like 2 synchros on board effectively, which you can't really do unless he has like a normal tie.
You know, that's one of the reasons I wasn't like super sold on this deck was it puts up like a really nice like turn 1 and stuff, and going second it's a little bit versatile, but it's very hard to like get your follow-up because usually you just play all your cards immediately with this deck.
Well, there was a more optimal way to do his turn 1, I think, like the Vashuda thing that we mentioned. He didn't have to get Blackout there. He could have ended on another monster instead, which I think is more valuable than Blackout, because you have to be able to end the game quickly, because if like you let Birds keep going, then like I mentioned, they're eventually going to get that XYZ monster on field, and they're eventually going to Zeus you. Okay.
Second Dragon Circle.
Let's see what this does.
This will add, I guess, the follow-up that he needed. There's Long John. Long John Silver.
Long Johnson.
It's gonna be hard to push, as you mentioned, because oh no, we're not going for Long One. No, we are. Okay.
He's fancied the other one.
Different rarity or something.
The Long Yang here, if he gets into Baron, I think that'll be a point where it will become unwinnable anyway. Because you can just pop that set, which is probably just a spell.
I have a feeling it's a Talents, because we did see it last game.
Yeah.
So
it's probably just a spell.
Not great at all. Alright, there's the Ashuna that we had from the first turn recurred and being used now. And activating to special summon out of the deck.
Again, this is a really peculiar play. Maybe he's trying to play around impermanence, but the Long Yang already does that. You just summon the Baron and pop the back row. Like there's nothing really it can be that will be a threat. So it's not massively necessary to Vashuda here. Maybe I guess he thinks he can do it because it's free, I suppose. But if it is an imperm, then he can just activate it from his hand. So this is, I think that would just went straight for the Baron, popped it. There was no way to like get anything other than, like he could have just not got Long Yang either. He could have just got oh, he's going for
wow, Shaman.
Okay, that does doesn't lock you into anything, but you can only activate the effects of Tenyies from the extra deck. Yeah,
so only Berserker is the relevant Tenyi, I think, that you can go for.
You lose a lot of utility doing this, but since he has Long Yang, he can still push for a lot of damage. I think this is going to be game now. If he assumes that's nothing, A synchro for 8. If he already has a Worm and Long Yang in hand, then this Xiao plus a Baron de Fer plus 16 on field, then the burn for 12. That's over 8k.
Is this maybe like more deck thinning so that he can try draw a worm? Because maybe he needs a worm for long one or something?
If he went for the Link 2 play, I would assume he's already got a worm. If he's went this deep into his engine by tributing the Xiao, then he must already have a worm in his hand, especially since he searched the Long Yang.
Yeah.
Because otherwise he just wouldn't have searched the Long Yang. But he can't search off the Xiao here. Horror's not live either, which I think it's already banished anyway.
Shaman's restrictions are super relevant. Like it's one of the most restrictive cards I can think of in terms of extenders. You know, because you're locked out of like the whole turn except special summoned extra deck 10e monsters and your grave.
It does look like he was hoping to draw a worm, which I think wasn't the most optimal play. I really think he should have valued Baron de Fleur to pop his back row, because the likelihood is it could be a set bird call, which can get him back into the game. Yep, there it is. That had to be removed, like, especially since, like, oh well, okay, never mind. I guess it didn't have to be removed.
Oh my god, this card.
Yeah.
It's never not going to be funny to see that being flipped.
Very good.
Canary. Oh god.
That's a normal summon Canary as well.
Jeez.
So he has to have Sparrow and a bird in hand to actually do anything.
What are these cards?
So maybe he has another Canary in hand.
Okay. Multiple Canaries. Sure.
That would batter him though. Like, if he has Canary, special Canary, I don't think there's a way he can stop his Xyz.
Okay.
Yeah, he can actually turn this around.
Yeah, this is like a big Zeus play, I suppose, right?
I don't think you can stop it.
Unless this last card is... What could it possibly be? Because Imperm doesn't stop it really, right?
No. It has to be specifically Solemn Strike or Judgment. It could feasibly be Judgment. It's not unreasonable that it's Judgment. People have been siding that in going first. But if he's siding an anti-spell, it likely isn't Judgment. It's probably an Imperm. So the play here is just to go Nightingale. He doesn't even have to go Nightingale. He just attacks directly with Nightingale.
Oh, you'd have to go Nightingale though, right?
Yeah, because of the Xiao can just negate it, I suppose. Yeah, you would go Nightingale, attack directly. Xiao would negate it, he would chain. But if it's Imperm as well, he has nothing to attack. So maybe Xiao Imperm does beat him. Because he would go Xiao,
chain one,
chain Nightingale, and chain Imperm, yeah.
Well, moment of truth, because this is the only way he's getting back into this is through some sort of Nightingale play here, and we need to pray that that set card is nothing. I think if it's a spell card, he would have used it last turn, so it isn't just something he's like set and had to like wait to use.
Yeah, it must be Droplets or Imperm.
It's kind of rough for him.
Amaraj says it can't be destroyed by card effects, right? Not unaffected.
Bro, imagine.
Yeah, imagine, yeah. That would have been the key.
Yeah, so Amaraj can protect from destruction. So, I mean, if it's a Raigeki break, I don't know.
Oh, was Judgment! This guy's insane! He tried anti-spell and Judgment. He had the full whack!
Anti-spell order Judgment, I mean.
That's it. Oh, and you can tell by the Lyrilusc player's frustrations that this is pretty much game over now.
I mean, what do you do? Your opponent just...
It's nothing what you can do. Like, when anti-spell was bad enough, but then Imperial, Judgment, yeah. The Swordsoul player definitely felt very safe. Which is why he...
That's why set 4 never goes wrong.
I think that's why he felt safe to go for let's go for this play, and if I draw a worm, OTK him, and if I don't, then it doesn't matter, I've got Imperial Order Judgment.
I mean, this is what I'm telling you. It's Satellanites with synchros. Alright, here's...
This is it.
Yeah, that's game.
Yeah, that is game.
This is actually... we've just started. It's Dogma Eldlich, I think.
Send the Agnista. Apologies. Send the Agnista. I've never seen that before. It's like a standard thing that...
Well, it has a grave effect. Do you know what the grave effect is?
No, I've never seen that before.
Oh, it's the... I think when a card you control is destroyed, it shuffles a card on the field.
Oh.
And so if they like attack over something, you can spin their card.
That's pretty cute. I suppose it is something cool to send if you've already got everything, so you don't need to send Titanic Lad. This is Dogmatika Eldlich, right? And not the Invoked variant of Dogmatika.
Let me double check. I think
I think it was Eldlich. Yeah, it's Dogmatika. Right?
Dogma Eldlich. Yeah. Okay, so this is Eldlich. I think this is the deck that has like 30 trap cards, correct?
It's very pink, yeah.
It might actually be. Yeah, there's a lot of hibiscus in here.
And here they come.
There it is. Set 4.
4. Has he got a 5th?
Just 4.
Oh, you almost teased us with a 5th.
Yeah, so this is a deck that I've seen a bunch of people play. I do remember, what's his name? Pack, I think, and Trev plays this as well. It's literally just like 30 trap cards. Your Lords, Extravagance, and that's it.
Yeah.
So, but he's also playing Nadir, I suppose, so that's a thing. I guess you're probably going to be starting... Oh, Warbler!
And this bird player actually can start with Warbler.
There you go.
In for a game to see how versatile Lyrilusc can be in a back row. That'll be really, really interesting to see. The best starter card in Warbler, if it doesn't get negated, it isn't. Usually
the #1 floodgate this deck plays
can only be one.
Is Tikaboo, yeah. They can play Tikaboo, goes in with relative ease.
Goes in won't do a lot here, because they're all wins.
Yeah.
But there can only be one will apply a lot of pressure if it's used at the right time. To be honest, you could probably just flip it here. I don't think they're going to overcommit anymore. The next point would be to overlay here. And you don't want them to do that because then they'll have access to Zeus. So if he does have that can only be one, it's probably best to flip it here. But if he's not flipping it here... Oh, he's just resolved... There we go. He has trap #1, Dogmatika Punishment. This should pop both of them if he sends Entus, which would be really good because it puts the Swallow offline, the blue one.
Does Swallow need to control a bird?
You have to control a winged beast, yeah. Otherwise, you can't.
Oh, I thought you just could special from your hand. Okay.
No, otherwise it would just be as good as Warbler.
Yeah, I thought it was as good as Warbler.
Nope.
Okay, so Punishment is such a good card, man. It's 2 pops in 1, or potentially a search in the end. It's whatever you want it to be, right? Because like there's so much versatility in the Extra deck.
The only downside of the Punishment, in my opinion, is it puts Tactics online. But outside of that, it is really, really strong. It has like a lot of utility, being at least 1 removal, and then it can get your engine going as well if you send a Titanic Lad. But if you want just to remove 2 cards from the field for 1, it can just provide insane disruption, as it's doing here, getting rid of 2 of his opponent's cards. Now his opponent is forced to go for the Tribrigade side of the deck. He's went Fractal Send Kit. I would assume you get Keris here off the Nerval. And he hasn't used his normal summon yet. This is what makes Tribrigade Lyrilusc so good. You keep pushing until you're forced to use your normal summon. Because as long as you've got your normal summon where you can normal a Tri or normal a Wing Beast so you can put his Swallow online, he's still got a lot of things he can do. As long as he doesn't have a Floodgate, I think this player would be fine here.
He's actually normal summoning Keris instead of pitching for it.
Curious. Then I wonder why he added Keris in the first place then.
Alright, here we go.
Conquistador.
I really hate when Eldlich players do this. Like they go like Conk and then like chain the Sanguine, right? But like, surely... Well, I mean, if you have Ash Blossom, which I guess maybe he doesn't do because he's playing combo, but like, surely you Sanguine, see if it resolves, then you Conk, right? Like that should make more sense rather than chaining, because then you're just using Conk for no reason. You know what I mean?
True, yeah.
So I've never really understood the whole chain thing that I see going on. It just seems like, let's see if Sanguine resolves, then we'll Conk, right? So
yeah, you're right. I can't really think of a reason why you wouldn't do that.
There is a bird call that he searched earlier. So this is going to search the Canary. Okay, well, this is usually the last ditch effort, isn't it? If your normal gets stopped and your Warbler, so we're probably going to see his display here, right?
I would assume so. It's a shame his normal summon couldn't provide any more pressure because he has 1 more defensive card left that we know. Unless it's a blank, I doubt it. If he could have specialed the Keris and like normal summon another Try, then it would bait that back row, and then he could go Canary freely and Zeus's board away, then he'd probably be in a really strong position. Pot of Desires, though.
Okay, so I was just about to ask what the last few cards in his hands could be. Because it can't be monsters, otherwise he should have pitched for Keras, right?
Yeah.
But now it's a Desire, so it's like, shouldn't you start with Desires?
I guess it depends on his hand. He already had Warbler and stuff, so I guess he just didn't really want to accept the variants. But I think it wouldn't have been totally out of the question to start with that. So then you would actually know, you would make a more optimal play knowing the extra 2 cards that you're going to get off Pot Desires. Because while he was playing there, it was essentially a blank. And now it's not really offering anything because he's going to do the same play anyway. He just has 2 extra cards in his hand. And if he gets disrupted here, like this will be the last ditch effort, like you say. So if this gets stopped here, he's likely just going to pass.
It's just an interesting form of like order of operations, right? Because it's like, you know, usually I would think you draw first, see what your options are, and then you search and make your plays according to what's in your hand, rather than make your plays and then draw, and then maybe it would have been better to do a different play based off of that draw. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like if you had more birds in hand, instead of going for a Zeus play here, you can go for OTK, where you can use Swallow to special itself and another link 1. Use Rectal Starling to search a card and then potentially get another 2 XCs on the board and then crash them into the Ecclesia. Or in fact, crash them into the Eldlich because it's got a 2-8 defense and just deal damage to your opponent. Because if you get 2 Rectal Starling, that's at least 2 2-8s your opponent's dealing. And then if the Nightingale can just do the rest.
Oh, wow. Trap Trick.
Trap Trick. Okay.
I'm trying to think of a trap that deals with Nightingale.
It's just normal traps that Trap Trick can do, right?
Yeah, regular, normal traps. Usually... Oh, wow.
Oh,
okay. That's a card.
That's decent.
Yeah, all right.
Baits the Starling. But
I like that he banishes the prismatic one. keep the regular one.
Keep the ultra.
All right, so the final. Oh, actually, wait. Hang on a minute.
Doesn't
This
Nightingale?
Wait. Isn't Sanguine preventing him? If we, okay, hopefully a judge can double check this, but he should be zombie locked, correct?
I don't think you're locked into zombies with Conquistador or Sanguine.
Sanguine definitely locks you. It's just a case of which point it locks you. You cannot special summon monsters except zombie monsters for the rest of this turn after this resolves.
Ah, right, yes.
Yeah, he definitely can't Ice Dragon here. Wow, okay. Should get a judge on this. Yeah.
He hasn't activated it yet, so he can still get it if he wants, but as soon as he makes an illegal...
Sure, yeah. But like I think clearly what the plan was there was to try and Ice Dragon the Nightingale. But yeah, no, that Sanguine lock is... I see that very often with trap decks, specifically in Eldlich, right? Because that lock is very relevant, especially if you do play a card like Ice Dragon Prison. And this is rough.
Here it comes.
Yeah.
Trap deck's worst nightmare. Zeusy boy.
4 materials, 2 uses total. So we get to wipe the board now, and then once more again after.
This is the point of no return for trap decks, I think. Zeus just applies too much pressure where you can't set any of your cards because you require a turn to use them, whereas Zeus just doesn't give you that turn. The
one advantage that Eldlich has is that all of the trap cards float.
And
I
the
guess
minute he does that,
yeah,
he just uses Zeus.
You know, in this specific situation. But I guess that's why Eldlich is one of the stronger trap decks, because it does have the ability to just keep floating with its graveyard, right? Like you keep getting that engine over and over again of Sanguine into Conch, etc.
For sure, and I think that, like you say, that is why it's preferred engine, coupled with like the best trap cards you can play, because it more or less floats. The traps just replace themselves with more defensive cards, which allow you to apply pressure and swing.
So he's drawn for turn here and doesn't look like he's doing... Okay, it looks like he is going to set 1. And then he gets 2.
Oh, yo! This fella is going in. It does one thing can do with Zeus, I guess, is draw 3 cards. Problem is he's forced to set them though. So the Zeus is just going to deal with those in the end phase, but then you can use Sanguine and Conquistador's effects in Grave. They can both banish, right?
Yep.
So that means effectively has to either pass.
So the best play here is drawing a Lord. Actually, wait, no, actually, he can use Lord in Graveyard to send his set card, add the Lord to the hand, choose to not special summon it, and then Lord pitch with the card in his hand to send the Zeus. And then he can set the rest of his hand, and then the Conk and the Sanguine effects. So he has ways out of this, actually.
All you need to do is draw 3 cards. And there we go.
That could not have been a better top deck. Demise.
He could have had it in his opening hand, arguably.
That is true, yeah, because he
had Ecclesia and stuff.
Actually, no, wait. He went like set 4 plus Ecclesia. Oh, he did have 1 card in hand, yeah, so it could have been. Yeah, so if he plays this right, he should actually be able to answer Zeus here.
That's interesting. That's really cool.
The
Golden Lord does add that really nice utility. However, I don't think he's baiting it very well here. He's using his only outs to Zeus to set now, and if his opponent understands the restriction of it, because you have to discard your hand in the end phase. It just looks like now he's just like losing all his resources to Zeus now, whereas what you should have done was just set his hand and then save the Eldlich spells and traps. But now he's just going all in when he doesn't need to.
Well, no, because he can still use. I don't think he sees the Lord play.
Is he passing?
Well, surely not, because those cards will just get discarded.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, DD Crow.
I see.
That's so bad. Okay, he could have waited to use the. Wait, we're crowing Conk.
Interesting.
Huh?
I mean, any sort of follow-up or resources that he had left are now gone, which are going to fall victim to this Zeus. Unless he's got to awaken the dragon.
Am I missing something? Do we not have Lord Engrave?
Can you use it? Like, you can't special the Lord, with card demise.
No, you don't need to special summon.
You can still use his effect?
You can use Lord to send the card you control. Oh my god, like, he had this!
Yeah, he definitely had a way. I hope he knows he has to discard his hand too.
Yeah, in the end phase he also has to discard his hand.
And there it goes.
We could have played out of this. Oh no.
But he still has his Conquistador. So he has something.
He has a Sanguine, I guess.
But all Sanguine is doing is summoning Lord.
Okay, so the play here was to Lord Engrave. Even though you're under Demise, you can send the card you control and add it to your hand. You don't need to special summon it. It stays in your hand, and then you use the second effect of Lord, which is to discard itself and dispel a trap to target a card on the field and send it to the grave. So you target the Zeus, and you send it by discarding your Torrential, whatever it is that you had in your hand. And then you just set 4. And then you get like another card in the end phase. And then you're back to set 5 through double Zeus. So that was definitely a play he had, and unfortunately, I guess he just didn't see it. So we're going to move back on over to the Lyrilusc player turn, and I don't know how well his follow-up is here.
Well, he did Desires, and he's got 3 cards in hand with a draw for turn still, maybe? Unless he's already drew for turn. So he should have something. His Wobbler's not going to be online, which is a bit restricting because he has the Zeus. But if he has any Tribrigade in his hand, he can get himself going. Make that Conquistador straight away over Banished Fort to summon Shurake, and then he can link both of those into a FarfaYGO. He does not have it.
Does Warbler trigger on normal?
No, it does not.
Oh, wow.
But
we've got Swallow.
But it looks like... Yep.
Oh, wow. Wow.
This is almost certainly death. Because now he can get a Tribrigade card. He would link those two into FarfaYGO, special the Tribrigade card, and that'll be it.
All right. If he wants to save some time, he could just scoop it up here with the single copy of Sanguine set. That isn't gonna do too much here.
It's not gonna get him very far, no.
We're just gonna use it now. Activate Sanguine and I guess get Lord from deck to try and chump block and stall out a little bit. But like you said, it should just be game through.
Yeah, it's inevitable.
If anything, actually, it was better to hold the Sanguine.
It didn't matter because if you summon Shurake and he activates it,
it doesn't.
He just banishes the Lord.
It doesn't target. So
there was no real optimal time to do that, other than if his opponent had any sort of like spot removal, which other than Shurake, they don't really have. So the play here is I didn't see what he had of Sparrow, but I imagine it was Nerval, unless he's banished them all. If he's banished all his Tribrigade cards, then
it's interesting. We've seen Desires in every Lyrilusc deck this weekend.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that they have went for.
Is there a option to play Duality or sorry, not Duality?
Definitely not Duality. No.
Prosperity or Desires.
You can play Prosperity, I suppose. But I think.
Is there any downsides? I suppose
your extra deck's quite tight.
Yeah, like you really need your extra.
Yeah, like at best you'll be doing it for what just happened there? Oh right, okay. Using a Blues effect equipped an extra Z material. You can, but you're only doing it for free, so at that point it's not really worth it. The deck's got like quite a big engine, so you don't really need to fill it out with things like that. And if you can fit Pot of Desires in, the chances are you're probably not playing hand traps. It's not unreasonable. It's not likely that you'll get variance by it either, but it just means you have to play more copies of things that you don't want to play more copies of, like Keris and Kit. Like you don't really want to play more than one copy of those. And plus some of the birds that just suck as well. Like Wagtail isn't too fantastic to draw by itself, and neither is Swallow.
So has he used Starling?
Rectal Starling, yeah, he added
this Starling.
Yes. Oh no, he hasn't.
He hasn't used the search yet.
Then what's he doing? He must have banished all his Nervals. Because the obvious line here was to Nerval. So maybe he's just going for the attack, the Golden Lord play, but he doesn't have Nightingale unless he plays 2 copies of Nightingale, which I doubt. I don't think you have space for that.
He's making what's her name? The bouncy girl? Nope, never mind.
Yeah.
Robin.
Don't think he'd make Robin.
I guess not.
Okay.
So we're making a double Recital, but not using any of their effects. So I guess this, I don't know, goes into Utopic Future Dragon?
I suppose, but then what does that do?
So the problem here is that he has no access to Tribrigade.
Yeah, he must have banished all his Nervals.
That's really rough. Oh, Lord. Do they attack directly?
No, they attack into the Lord.
Do they kill Lord?
He must have been on low enough to take the 5-6 damage.
Okay. Well, Prosperity is a really nice card to run in Eldlich because your extra deck is... the only cards you really need, I'd say, is Link Spider, Lina...
Pleiades, I guess, if you want to go rank 5.
Gosh, maybe. There's Lina, the Light Charmer, which you can make with Zeus. Sorry, Eldlich.
Look at those picks.
Oh my god.
What's your favorite trap?
Yep.
Do you think you'd prefer Prosperity over Extravagance?
I think they play both. They do clash, but you can play like 3-in-1 or 3-in-2. And generally, I think 2 random traps is better than a specific trap. Because you usually just...
Surf's up, dude. It's Inspector Border time. Let's hope we side in Lightning Storm. And that's exactly why people favour things like Lightning Storm over Twin Twister or Cosmic, because it's versatile and can also deal with Inspector Border. It's been a while since I've seen Inspector Border. I honestly thought people weren't doing that anymore, but there he is.
They weren't doing that anymore.
Yeah,
Stop it.
He's back. We're surfing.
So, Inspector Border, for those of you who may or may not remember what this card does.
I don't even remember what it does.
It's one of the most... It is one of the most unique card techs in the game. You cannot activate card effects during the turn, except up to the number of monster types on the field. So if there's an Xyz monster on the field, you can activate a monster effect. If there's an Xyz and a Synchro on the field, you can activate 2 monster effects, etc., etc. Something like that. So basically, the only way he's going to be able to activate any monster effects is by putting an extra deck monster on the field, essentially.
But what's cute is Wobbler doesn't activate the special summon. It's special summoned by the player, which is nice. So that gives him 1 extra push, and then he can normal summon a... Oh, and he's using
Bird Call to Special?
Special it, which is quite peculiar. I don't think I would have wasted her unless he values the... Oh, I guess this kind of makes sense, because he wants, in case he removes them both from the field, he's still got the Wobbler special summon. So I guess that kind of makes sense. But but I'm not sure how far you can really get here.
Well, this is rough because if we use punishment, pop the Nerval,
No search for you.
no search, and we just don't send Untis to pop the other monster, so he can't use the Warbler.
Mm-hmm. And
he's used his normal summon.
And even if he specials Warbler, like, he doesn't have any normal summon, like you're saying. From the looks of things, if he had any sort of like removal.
Oh, strange. We're gonna use this now.
Yeah, this is quite a peculiar time to use it. I think he was wanting to see if he would flip there can only be one. Since he hasn't flipped there can only be one, he's probably going to assume he doesn't have a floodgate, so he's just going to take a random chance and hit a back row.
Yeah.
Which I guess I kind of rate, because otherwise, if you overlay here and he gets judgmented, then
that's pretty much over.
He might as well just took like the random chance and hope it wasn't going to get judgmented, which is fine. All
right, here's Nightingale, and that is a strike.
Oh, that's kind of grim.
Was that the one he picked up from the Prosperity? I actually didn't see what he chose from the Prosperity.
If he did pick Strike, then I understand why he also blind Cosmic it as well, because he really needed to hit that Strike.
There is a world where I guess you can next turn activate Warbler. Well, not activate, but special Warbler from hand, and then
normal summon. Yeah.
Try to do it. Well, they only play one Nightingale, I assume.
Yeah, but even then you can summon. Yeah, even then it is rough. Without Nightingale, it's really difficult to apply a lot of pressure. I don't think the Eldlich player can OTK in this position anyway.
Oh, definitely not.
So he's got time.
Yeah.
But without multiple copies of Nightingale, I'm not really sure where he really goes from this. Unless, like, if he plays Lightning Storm, then that would be the only reason why he hasn't picked up yet.
So I was just double checking the text on Inspector Border here to see if it's worth going into Link Spider to get the Clock Arrow in the grave to then get you another trap. But the problem is that you're putting an extra deck monster on the field, which is +1 effect to be able to activate it that turn. And it affects both players. Yeah. So you probably don't want to make Link Spider here. You really are just trying to apply pressure.
Yeah, he 100% just doesn't want to give the opponent any sort of outs to this Inspector Border at all. Because it is carrying the game right now.
Yeah, it is a clock of 38 damage, I think. He's done now. Plus the Cyclone, so he's should be one more turn.
Inspector Border like shines against decks where it's just a bunch of monster effects.
Which is exactly what Lyrilusc is.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be really, really difficult for him to deal with this. I don't even know what his out is. What rank 1 can he go into here that would apply any sort of pressure? Because stalling, it's not going to do anything. It can't attack anything because it'll just die the battle.
Well, Starling, he can search with the Starling, so that's something, I guess.
Just get him anywhere other than deck thinning for the Imperm or whatever it is that he has on his deck to out this Inspector Border.
I think in the scenario like this, you sort of just have to come away, lick your wounds, and be like, okay, game 3. Sometimes you just can't beat Border set 4, right?
Well, it's got 22 minutes, so I guess there's no real reason to scoop.
Yeah.
The games are fairly quick.
Link summon.
You can't do that. You can't link those two into Dragon Lords. I'm pretty sure they need to be Ancient Warriors. So I think this needs to be stopped.
How?
Yeah. Definitely just can't do that.
That would be a great way to force out Inspector Border.
That would have been a good way to out Inspector Border, yeah. But if only, man. There's been so many times I wish you could link in the Ancient Lords, Dragon Oaths, or whatever his name is, because it is a really, really strong link monster.
Yes, because cheating them out wasn't enough, right? With the effect of the tribe monsters.
Do you know what his other effect is? It's a really, really good effect. Like specials like an Ancient Warrior, if it like sent to grave, if it was link summoned.
Oh wow, okay.
Or something like that. It summons like an Ancient Warrior monster that is like it can negate in the main phase. Do you remember that one?
I know there's a Poppy guy, but no.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so it summons him in the OCG. Its card text was once per main phase. So you can pop a card in main phase 1 and then pop a card again in main phase 2.
Okay.
Yeah, they changed the card text over here.
I feel like I've seen one person in TCG play that with relative success.
It was like an Ancient Warrior Tribrigade build. Ooh, so he's patching Inspector Border. The Samorg applying too much pressure. I mean, Samorg can just attack over
the border.
The border, yeah.
And then get Avion in the end phase, potentially.
Yeah. He's done reasonably well to get rid of this Inspector border, though.
I'm surprised that he's managed to put him on one card now.
Mm.
But he is going to have to pass here and then use...
The play here was attack over Inspector border, summon the Avian, and then that in itself could just ride him to victory.
Yeah.
But looking here, though, he's used a lot of resources just to get rid of that Inspector border. Then the Eldlich player is just going to replace all the cards that he's lost using the Eldlich cards, which are so good at just keeping the pressure on. Because I think what can be really like rough with trap decks is the traps don't replace themselves.
Yeah.
They're often just 1-for-1s at best. Whereas these cards can be 1-for-1s, which then replace themselves. So you're going plus off removing cards from your opponent. So it makes it a really, really strong control deck. And I don't know what life is, but I'm assuming he's the one that's on free 2. So if you can get another monster on field somehow, or summon Golden Lord by his regular effect to make it free 5, that should be enough to do game. But it doesn't look like he can. So he's probably going to leave him on 700 life points.
Pretty critical range here. We've seen that he's main decked Cosmic Cyclone, so at least that's going to be turned off. And there's 2 more back row, as well as the ability to float this Sanguine on the next turn, not this turn, unfortunately, because it is 1 effect per turn.
He needs Canary. He needs your boy Canary.
Even then, like, you know,
2 traps.
Yeah.
And I think he knows one of them's. I think this.
No, I think they're unknowns.
Analyzing what on earth he can do here realistically. Outside the Canary, I don't see a lot he can do. Okay, he's got a Tribrigade. So
full graveyards.
That's going to absolutely scran an Imperm. And then after that, that last card has to be a Canary. Okay.
Ooh, that's...
I'm not 100% on that. But that forecast to me doesn't have an Imperm. So he couldn't let that kit resolve and summon a Shurig. Because then he would banish the Golden Lord, and then he would just attack for game because he's on free. Oh wait, no, you would have been on 6-5.
Yeah,
it's quite peculiar. Maybe he didn't want to take the random chance on Shurig.
Maybe it just has to be like the only actual relevant card. Like maybe the set card just isn't anything good here. The bad thing is that you pay half your life points just to vault into a Nerve Elf search.
It probably was right to judgment though, because Shurig would apply a lot of pressure. Because not only would it be spot removal, you would link them both into FarfaYGO if he plays a second copy, and then that can search another tri-type.
Yeah.
Which would then just be devastating. So it's probably the right thing to do. I don't know what his other set is, but it has to be something.
I can't imagine it's effect negation. I can't imagine.
Ooh,
whoa!
Hello.
Okay.
It's time to draw 2 cards.
That is a huge pickup here.
He has a lot of cards that he can draw here that'll be devastating. If you got Karis here, he just has to...
Well, you search the Karis off the Nerval.
Nice.
So I think past that, I don't know. I suppose a Canary.
His best 2 draws were Canary and any tri-type. So he can push with the Karis to get rid of that back row. And if it doesn't resolve, he's got Canary. But if this resolves...
Here's 4.
It's applying so much pressure now.
Here it comes.
I think he's done for. Yeah, he's actually done for. He's on free 250. Like literally, if he keeps it simple, he can banish the Golden Lord and attack. But I guess it depends how much he wants to play into the back row. Because if he goes Shurig effect, it doesn't target, so he has to respond. And if he doesn't respond, then you can just assume the back row is nothing and attack.
Unless it's Battle Trap.
What can it be? Like other than Sanguine to summon a Lord. I guess it could be Sanguine, so I guess you can play around that by just banishing the back row. Oh, he's just going straight for it. He's going for game. He's playing right in the Sanguine here, though. Is it Sanguine?
No, I don't think Sanguine helps.
Because he summons a Golden Lord, right? It stops him from dying.
Yeah, but you just attack. Like, so you declare your attack with Strike. So that's 3,000, right? That's game. So he has the Golden Lord. And then you kill the Golden Lord, and then you just attack with the Karas.
Sorry, I meant any of the traps that can stop the battle damage, which he has here.
But it doesn't matter.
He's not dead, because Karas can't attack over that. It's got 1800 attack or something.
Who did he attack with first?
Shurig. The big fella there.
Okay.
So
Shurig just clears the Swakero?
No, because he didn't activate it, because he was on free 250.
I thought he was the one on 700.
No.
Ah, okay.
See, the play here to play around him summoning a trap monster was to banish the trap monster, link those two into a FarfaYGO, and then special summon, and then get a Tri monster, like maybe Cractal, and then. But then, how does he remove the? Well, I suppose he can summon Dragon Lords if he hasn't already, and then that would have been a way to remove the trap monster. Then he would have been able to attack for a game. I think he could have thrown this game away.
Well, he doesn't have Lord access, so that's huge. The problem is that Keras is in attack mode.
Yeah, 700 life points, yeah.
And Huaquero over that is...
That is 2 level 5 monsters. I don't think it's game with a Huaquero over it.
It's not, no, not yet. But
Pleiades would be, even if that's an Imperm set.
Okay.
Like it has to be specifically droplets, which I don't think you would keep in against this matchup.
Oh no, droplets against the trap deck. I don't know what you're negating at that stage.
Yeah, like the only thing is, if you were scared to inspect the border, which did happen, is why you would keep it in, and you couldn't side out because of side patterns. But generally, I would side out against a deck like this. I think he is going to steal it here because he's on 700 life points. What a squeeze! He definitely should have respected the trap monster.
Because it was pretty obvious that it wasn't effect negation. It wasn't spot removal, so it just made sense to be a monster, right? And
he didn't activate it in response to Shuraig, so it had to have been one of the trap monsters.
Yeah.
So now you can make any rank 5 and attack the Keras.
Which I assume they still play rank 5s these days. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there's Pleiades. All right, all you need to do is battle phase attack Keras.
Oh, is it droplets?
It can't be. No way. I refuse.
I do not accept this.
It's a real protagonist-antagonist duel here. Look at this, like hundreds of life points left.
Yeah,
and that's
I know,
it.
man.
Very low.
It's getting tight.
He's thinking here. I don't know, like checking the graveyard. Is this anything?
It has to. I can't think of anything other than specifically droplets, or he just has Mirror Force.
He's reading that. What could that be?
Yeah, I mean, they've got 30 minutes.
Something to do with maybe Oath? Does Oath do something?
Imagine if he just has Revolt. That'd be nuts. I don't know what he's thinking. He's counting? Excuse me? Honestly, unless I'm completely wrong, I can't think of anything that's reasonable other than droplets that'll get him out of this situation.
All we know is that wait, it's dead?
Yeah.
That's game.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, he did have Oath. Doesn't that do something? Or does he have to control each one of the tri-types to trigger it? So that could be the win condition. If he draws Goes in Strike, or there can only be one strike, that could be good enough, but since time is approaching, all he has to do is swing with big monsters, and then that can apply loads of pressure. So he hasn't opened Warbler, so he's had a normal Nerval to special Swallow and Sparrow, and the Sparrow's going to trigger. And that should more or less be full combo now. You would get, I would assume, Bird Call. Well, he would get Wagtail. But how does he special from here, actually? How does he get the other bird on field?
Have we made a boo-boo?
Yeah, I can't think of how you'd get the other bird on field without Bird Call. Yeah, I'm not sure how he's special on that Warbler. But if this is the only thing you can do, then, excuse me? Is he going to just straight into Samorg?
Okay.
What a king.
Respectable.
It's not awful. I think he's just going to do more or less the same thing.
Did he do something wrong, or was it just an awkward hand?
It must have been an awkward hand, because he added Warbler off the Sparrow, so he must have had like a weird hand. I wouldn't summon it there. Absolutely do not summon it there.
Does it matter? Because you're not going to put too many more.
Yeah, because he wants to summon Samorg, a Somblue, and Dragon Lords where they point, so then they can't be targeted. Well, Dragon Lords can still be targeted, but
he doesn't have.
I guess it doesn't matter.
He doesn't have an ensemble, right? Like he would have needed to. Why did he search Canary? Wait.
Yeah, I would have valued Canary over.
Well, I guess it was just a discard, right? He needed a discard, and he's now got 2 set cards. I'm gonna safely assume that's an order, by the way. Just I want to put my gamba out there, if in case anyone was wondering.
You think Imperial Order is gonna be good against Eldlich?
Like usually you just side for like the going second cards, right?
What going second cards would they side though, other than just good traps and floodgates?
Gosh, I don't know. I mean, what would you... I mean, you wouldn't side going first in general versus Eldlich, would you?
You would probably put in things like Harpies and Cosmic. You'd want some sort of removal in your deck.
Yeah, to keep those in.
Yeah. Well, we'll put into the test now. Let's see if he's got Imperial Order for this pot of Prosperity.
Good card going second here.
It's not even unreasonable to have Imperial Order going first because of things like Mystic Mine.
Yeah. There are cards like that. I'm just wondering what cards he has to go for second against this deck, because he didn't draw Droll or anything. So what are some like good hard removals that you can play here?
Ones that you would need ones that would complement your engine. He's just straight up negating that.
Yeah, right. So
That's
I guess
really interesting.
I'm wrong about the order. That's Tribrigade Oath.
Okay. That's cool. You
So-
just special the Avian back.
Isn't it from Grave?
No, it's hand or grave.
Oh, okay. That's 2 negates.
Oh, that's sick. No wonder he negated over Avian. I'm not sure if I still would have. I probably would have liked to see what he was getting.
Maybe just negate the card they search. Makes more sense, right?
Well, if they get a trap, then it's... Yeah, I guess he just doesn't want it to get Solemn Strike. Because Floodgate plus Solemn Strike will just be so stressful. So I guess he just wants to just lock him out and just give him as few cards as possible.
Yeah. Get rid of all those options. There's a world where we just set 5 now, I suppose.
Oath's also online as well now. I think you can use both effects in the same turn.
He doesn't have a beast. Oh, Keras is a beast, actually. Yeah, so...
I don't know if it can be used the turn it's been sent to graveyard.
But
if it can, then we've still got it open. Yo.
You can only use 1 effect per turn. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
That would be a little bit crazy.
But that helps him push into a trap. Like
Yeah.
any generic like Floodgate trap. So it helps him play through Strike. So maybe it was reasonable to just get that in the graveyard as soon as possible. Because if he does flip a Floodgate, he can just banish that, which plays through the Strike.
I see what you're saying about the arrows now, because he's just going to miss out on a Simorgh summon here.
Yeah, the Keris should definitely have just been there. And the Simorgh doesn't have to summon to where it points to.
Oh, really?
It's just, he just can't summon off Keris now.
Ah, okay.
Which is silly, because like, he could have just like...
Had an extra zone for free.
Yeah, he could have just like summoned like a Charade to apply pressure and stuff. Yeah, it's just poor placement, which could cost him the game, in all honesty. Just losing out on a link zone, so now he has to link away stuff. But it doesn't open up any arrows because the Keris is annoyingly in the middle. So there's nothing really you can link into without just missing out on a Keris effect.
It's also annoying because, like you mentioned with the Oath, we want to keep the tri-types on the field to be able to, have that Oath be live for our push now, and the Oath is live now.
He's just limited to Xyz now, and he can't use his Keris effect. And he doesn't want to link it away because then, like you say, the Oath won't be live anymore.
I think the only possible good trap cards he can have here would probably just be like something like a Torrential Strike.
He just won't. He just doesn't commit to the board anymore.
Yeah, I suppose
he
here.
just swing.
Yeah, just go battle phase, declare some attacks, and.
Looks like that's what he's doing. He's writing down the life points, and he's got 3 minutes, so it probably
he's
is
well ahead
correct
now
to do that. Yeah.
You don't need to make anything extravagant here.
That's a lot of damage. You'd hit with the biggest, because it's going to block. Maybe you hit with the Keris first to force out one of the traps, but it is less damage. But Eldlich can't really push for a lot of damage. So even if you get one of those big guys through, it is doing a lot.
Could also just negate one of the trap cards if you really wanted to. But
that would
it's
be
a bit,
scary though.
It's a bit greedy, yeah.
I'd be mindful of the floodgates if anything though. He must have went straight to the battle phase, I would assume.
He really needs to hurry up on his traps here, because if he's going to have a chance to win this game, there are only 3 minutes left on the round.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
That is...
It's oath time.
Probably not that big of a deal.
No, unless he has 2 floodgates. So he's baiting the oath with 1, and then he's just going to flip.
I guess you sacrifice your Simorgh here?
Gozen isn't even awful, because you keep 3 wins.
Oh, sorry, I mixed this up with a rivalry.
You just get rid of Keris, but that also deals with oath because you lose your beast.
I think you have to negate here.
He just
potentially.
has to oath, yeah. Like, why wouldn't you do that?
Oh.
Yeah, like, I suppose he's keeping it in grave just in case he needs it later. I don't know. Like I think that was.
Here's a swing. There's an ice dragon.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay. Well, we're going to target initially. Go for a Wing Beast here. So this has to force out Avion, I assume.
I don't even think he negates anything with Avian. He can't do that. He doesn't control any beasts.
Yeah, that is an illegal oath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why he should have done it earlier, because since there's only 2 minutes on the clock, he's not going to get value out of that later in the game. So he might as well have used it to get a goes in, and he would have had a Keras on the field still now.
There is... I think regardless of what happens now, he's going to get some damage in.
He's got a big... The only thing... Even something like Rivalry, or There Can Only Be One, like... He's got like enough on board that would just be big enough to apply pressure. Another Ice Dragon Prison? Yikers.
That is going to deal with the Simorg now.
But he's getting damage in no matter how you look at it.
I mean, there's one more. There is one more trap card.
True, but the Oath deals with it if it's a monster that he's summoning. So it specifically has to be... He has to torrential the board. Do you have to banish off Ice Dragon Prison?
No, it's optional.
So he's just going to summon that and then he's just going to torrential? That seems like the play, right?
Unless this misses timing for some reason, I think he could just torrential here, yeah.
I don't see why it would. Here it comes!
Oh, that's definitely a torrential.
Oh, splash!
Wow!
Oh, no!
I think he's just got himself a draw.
Yeah.
He has not managed to do any damage.
That is yikers.
Oh, wow. Wait, Ice Dragon's once per turn. No, but he negated the activation, so it's fine.
Yeah. I think Ice Dragon is activate. See, now that he didn't oath, that's massive. Because he's under Gozen now, and if he wasn't under Gozen, he could have made a reasonable play. But now, if he can't make a play, he has to pass, which gives the Eldritch player time to deal damage. I think these might have a small extension as well. But it does look like it's going to be time on the round.
This should just be time here.
Yeah, this does look like it's time on the round. So I think what he's just going to do is just resolve its card effects, and then it is just going to be a draw. Shame a bit of an inconclusive ending there. I really did think that there was no possible out there because his board was just full of big monsters, and I thought like he was just going to at least get one monster through.
I think
bro.
Yeah,
big splash.
he just really needed that that oath to resolve, you know. The oath resolving would have helped out there. Oh, nice fist bump there. Well, I'm sorry, chat. We didn't have a exactly amazing conclusion to that. No, draws are draws. They
that happened. Part of the game.
Yeah. Oh boy, do we have a match for you? It is the. All right. Couldn't find any PKs quite quickly, but we do have round 4 feature. Oh, I did not do a prediction last round. That's unfortunate. Guess what we have here? Try Lyrilusc versus ABC.
Yo, Abaca.
All right, vote really quick, chat. This is game number 1 here. We have, gosh, what happened? I think, so we tuned in. He did a bit of a half combo. I think it was Utopic Future Dragon plus Nightingale. No, not Nightingale, an ensemble. And then I think the ABC player just passed turn 1, and then we went with a evenly matched during the battle phase into what looks like to be a hanger for Union Driver off of the Buster Drake summit, I want to say that is.
No.
And now we're activating the effect of Union Driver. Is that a monster effect or a spell effect?
Union Driver?
Yeah.
So wasn't it... It will be a spell effect, right? It activates on field. So the effect of a spell?
Right, okay.
Does it just swap to another Union monster? From the looks of things, that's how it's resolving.
Does it? What does it do again? Does it special summon chant? I think it special summons, right?
It looks like that's what it's doing, yep.
Yeah, okay. And now we're going to link into...
Remember the OG outside of Links when you had to go into Tsukiyomi?
Gosh, I know. Is that a Verte? That is a Verte.
That is a Verte, yeah. If this bloke ends on Buster Dragon DP, he's insane.
I mean, yeah. But...
Doesn't look like he's getting A.
I'm not sure if that Future Dragon has used its effect yet.
Doesn't look like it. He hasn't detached a material.
Oh, sure, yeah. The Union Driver equips from deck. We have A, so that's big.
I forgot what the B and C effects were when they went to Grave.
So B is the Recruiter from deck, and then C adds one from... C specials one from hand. Right. Or the other way around. But yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, no, that's huge.
Oh, no.
Wow.
His strategy. Oh, he can't count to C anymore.
Oh my god, he's
Oh, no.
Wow.
He's insane. He's insane.
That is crazy. Okay, so we've got Galaxy coming down, pitching the card that was just DD Crow. Now, the reason the DD Crow was relevant there is that to contact fuse into Buster Drake, you have to banish ABC pieces from your field or grave.
Is it field too? That makes sense.
Yeah, you can use a field as well. But he apparently just had the thing anyway, and that is is that Union Scramble?
What is that?
What is that, chat?
Okay, it's 2 potato. I can't quite make it out.
Yeah, this is game number 1.
But
it looks like it equips from deck.
Galaxy Soldier's put in the work already just to discard a card.
Yeah.
And he's used Utopic Future to negate the Galaxy Soldier's add. So he must have used Scramble in a way so that he equipped A to Galaxy Soldier so it's unaffected by monster effects.
Is it unauthorized reactivation? Unauthorized
reactivation.
It sounds like a networking code.
Let's give this a read.
Target a machine you control and equip an appropriate machine union from your hand or deck to it, but the union equipped cannot be special this turn.
That's sick.
So this is just another copy of Union Driver,
However,
basically.
Wait, hold on a second. Oh, so the equipped monster can't be special summoned this turn. Okay, right. I thought it made it so he can't special A and he's
my
special
god,
A.
that's a wow!
But he's out with the full board with.
And now he's made
evenly.
Buster Sidra DPE.
He's took Utopic Future as a material, and he's ending on DPE Buster Infinity.
Why is that in defense? We're not attacking for game? Maybe that.
No, he's evenly matched.
Sure. Yeah, I guess this is main phase 2. Okay.
It's gonna be quite difficult to play for this though.
That's crazy. Oh, wow. And then uses the effect of A on the field to equip, and then we use DPE, and then we pay 2,000, we summon...
Nuts! Who says ABC couldn't crack boards?
Oh, God!
The board's getting cracked.
I don't know if this is the same guy, but there's a guy called Pierre who loves ABC, and I think he's like 7-0 against me. Over the last, like, every time I play against him, he just 2-0s me with ABC. Like, it doesn't matter what deck I'm playing, meta, non-meta, he just thrashes me.
And I'm scrambled, bro.
You've been scrambled. Well, there you go. It's 2 cards in hand for drawing for turn here. I'm not really sure what you can possibly go into.
Yeah,
here.
this is quite a board.
I love the cozy blanket wrapped around them. That's quite nice.
Cozy.
Normal Nerval. Okay, well, that could just be a yep, there it is. Buster Drake is a discard to banish. A Karma Cut on legs. It's such a good card.
If the first thing you could do is normal summon, his next follow-up.
Well, he's
probably
checking his grave. There, oh, Canary.
You just hard negate this, I think.
Yeah.
He's not resolve though, which is quite spooky. You don't really want them to get to an XYZ monster.
All right, we're gonna negate and destroy the Sparrow. There was maybe an argument there to just not use Sparrow, but I guess it would just be popped by the DPE.
Yeah, true. You would just pop. Yeah, you scoop it up.
Okay, scoop it up.
I'm assuming that was game 1.
Crazy that he won game 1.
Evenly strong. Having evenly his main deck is a very brave thing to do.
I hate starting with Tenki because
lock
Poseidon.
Here it comes.
Does he have it? No,
you would arguably side Tenki out post side because it's so weak to draw. Small World. Oh, he's playing the Small World package.
This is a very nasty hand if he...
Yeah, if he had to add Fractal, then get rid of it with Small World. Things are getting a bit spooky.
Okay.
He's probably getting Wobbler here. Yup. He's got another bird in his hand.
Small World is such a good card, and it was essentially just totally slept on for the first couple weeks or month or so that it was released, right? So a new secret rare from Burst of Destiny. It opens up infinite possibilities for deck building, you know? So for the way it works, for those of you who aren't aware, you can reveal a card in your hand and then reveal 2 more cards from your deck, and then you sort of form this weird chain where you put a card in the middle of the card you're trying to search. And all of those cards need one thing in common, but no more than that. So for example, in this case, he reveals a card with the Fractal, which is level 4, and then he reveals Dinotherium. Dinotherium has nothing in common with Fractal other than its level, which then reveals the Warbler. And the Warbler has nothing in common with the Dinotherium except for the fact that it's wind. But it also doesn't have anything in common with the Fractal. So you find these different combinations that you can add in, like random cards in your deck that allow you to put cards in the middle of them to then add other cards that basically give you like 3 copies of a Rota in your deck.
And the application here is it just gives you 3 extra copies of Warbler, which is the best starter in your deck. And it just makes it so that they always get to play. And it's achieving a lot here, since he was happy to take the -1, because Small World is a -1, just to make it so that he gets his engine started.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's going quite well. He's managed to even search a D-Crow as spare to get him stuff going. So far, his defensive cards is a DD Crow and the Utopic Future. DD Crow being particularly strong against ABC, because you need both A, B, and C to summon Buster Dragon. Didn't put in work last game.
No.
He discarded B of Galaxy Soldier, but generally it's a quite good disruptor.
What was that he banned? Did he summon Shurig?
Yes, he banished 4.
Okay.
So he's going for the Oath combo, so he doesn't get evenly matched again. Game 1, he mustn't have played around it. But now he's thinking, right, okay, I need to respect the evenly match now. What makes this play particularly weak, though, is there's a point in the combo where if your kit gets impermanenced, it's really, really rough to like recover after that, because you've normal summoned, you don't really have many more extenders. Your board can feel really, really weak, but he's taking the risk here because he doesn't want to lose the evenly matched anymore. And he looks like he's going to do pretty much the full whack. He's probably going to summon Warbler next, or a Keras, so you can end on a Sun Blue and Oath Dragon with an Oath Engrave. So he needs to put the Keras on board to make that live as well, which I imagine is going to happen next.
Yeah, this is the full line here, and especially with the Oath, it's like... That's a really, really tough board to crack. Mr. Don, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, by the way. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So, yeah, as you were saying, this ends on the full board here. The Avion, the Ensemble, the Utopic Future Dragon, plus the Beast on the field with the Keras body, which allows the Tribrigade Oath to be live. It is a spell and trap negate during your opponent's turn if you control those Tri-types. So not only does this board... become extremely weak to Dark Ruler, typically, when you play like a monster combo deck. With the addition of Oath that gets sent from the kit, that allows you to protect yourself from spells and traps, not just, typical board breakers that you might see in the shape of monsters. Or,
as I mentioned before, Simorg makes it so that the Wing Beast that it points to can't be targeted, and itself can't be targeted. So it even protects things like Forbidden Chalice that people have been playing a lot of as well. It's got like maximum coverage. There's not, when the deck does this full board, there's not a singular card that outs the full board, because even something like Forbidden Droplets, even if you discard a trap where you can't respond to Oath, you still have to discard 4 cards. So the first thing he does is Mystic Mine, which will, what people have tend to do is just let that resolve, and then if they pass, they just use Oath effect to negate it, then they bounce it with Oath. But here it's looking like he's negating the Mystic Mine to force the Avian, and which makes it so that evenly matched. So Oath is still alive here, so you can choose the Oath.
Okay. Well, that's Oath baited.
If he has a second copy of Mystic Mine, though, this is gonna be really spooky.
Oh my god!
Okay.
He put that field spell down, and I was like, oh my god.
The clench. But no, it looks like it's strictly just engine now. The powerful spells have been dealt with somewhat. He still has 3 defensive cards that he has to push through, though.
Gosh.
I wonder how he's going to do it.
This is a tough board to crack, but, it's going to be quite hard now because we still have 4 bounces.
He's using Oath, so he doesn't get the equip off Union Hanger, which makes sense. He's probably going to leave the
DDL.
Oath on field, too.
Not Oath.
Oh, it's called Oath as well. I should probably call it DDL, so there's no...
does it have Oath in the name? Okay, wow.
Yeah. Oh, it's scramble time!
Wow, okay.
Oh, yes!
So this is going to put a body...
It's going to equip A to A, so it's unaffected by monster effects.
Oh.
Yeah, it's sick. It plays through things like Imperm, because you just equip C to it.
Wow.
That card is so cool.
Now Hanger resolves, and then he just has 2 equips here. Okay.
C.
Big. All right.
I'm not sure where he goes from here, though, because I'm not sure if there's a Link 1 he can go into with A. A is too big for Armorage.
Yeah, plus he's got He's got 3 more bounces for any special summon, as well as a monster negate here. Like this board does seem too tough to crack. I think the only way you were really beating this board was a bunch of
the only play I
spells
see
and
is
traps.
to crash the A, and then C triggers the special B, but then it gets bounced by Blue. But he's just attacking over Blue. But the issue with that is it adds back Canary or any other Lyrilusc of his choice. So it's looking like he's in a bit of a pickle here.
Well, he's done well. He just 1 more monster negate, and he's out of the woods, I suppose. But
so where does he go from here? I guess he felt it was too valuable to. He couldn't leave that on board. He probably has more pushes.
Oh my god, Clara and Raksha.
Yes!
Oh my god. Yeah, so this is...
It begins. You can chain block the sea as well.
That's crazy. So this is a Link one that I forgot existed.
I haven't seen this forever.
It's... Gosh, I think it's a main phase 2.
Yeah, you can only summon this in main phase 2. It used to be a spellcaster that you would summon to make Secret Village live back in the day. With Poltergeist and Sky Striker.
So this is literally just a Link 1 Earth monster spellcaster with like no effect, except that it cannot be Link summoned except during main phase 2 with a normal summoned or set monster. Wait, can you link with a set?
I read that too, and I thought that was quite peculiar. You shouldn't be able to link with a set, but it says normal summon or set monster, so I guess you can. That's what it says.
Well, the most important thing here is that this is going to trigger both A and C.
And what's especially more important is it's chain blocking the C, so you can special B if he has a B.
Yeah, so when you have 2 optional effects going on chain like that, you are able to order the chain links in such a way that your opponent cannot respond to the first part of the chain link, so that it helps you protect yourself from, things that you would naturally want to protect.
I don't think he had access to B, though. He just specialed C. So I don't think we're seeing a Buster Dragon.
Well, there's a pitch here, and he's discarding and popping...
A B!
Is that a B? I think that's a B.
It's a B.
Okay, popping Tenki, which special summons A from the hand.
He's going to try and get rid of that Utopic Future now. I think the next ladder here would be Unicorn.
Unicorn, pitch, spin the Utopia, get forced out, then summon Buster Dragon. But the problem is that he doesn't have any names.
He has the DD Crow too in his hand, bear in mind.
Yeah.
So he has to DD Crow now.
So he's hitting B, I think that is. Or C?
Now the pro strat is he goes Unicorn, discard another B.
I think it's B or C. I can't think of what the last card could possibly be here, because yeah, that DD Crow, which we knew he had because he searched it off of that first Starling. Yeah. Well.
Unless it's a link free we're forgetting, because we forgot about Clara and Rushka. And what other spices this bloke got? He could go into 30, but the Utopic Future is still alive.
Wow!
Oh, he just hard had Fusion Destiny.
Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah, he doesn't want to discard that. That makes sense.
No, absolutely not.
Unfortunately, Fusion Destiny does not send any A or B or C pieces.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to settle for a good old Celestial Dash. I mean, I'm assuming it's Celestial Dasher. I didn't actually see what it was.
Well, what he has to do here as well is he has to use its effect to pop the Samog, but the Utopic Future is going to negate and take it. So this isn't applying that much pressure. The fact that you can just take it as well is going to be...
Yeah, usually the negate here would be reasonable, and you're okay with it, because normally cards like negate and destroy.
Skipping.
Yeah, he's skipping.
It was too much.
Wow! Almost breaking that board. There are times where just letting your opponent start because they're going to be putting in crazy board breakers and stuff against you is actually quite a smart move. All right, we're starting with is that a C with a
that scramble card that equips a Union monster.
No, it's not scramble. Stop saying scrambled. It's not scramble. It's
not scramble, was it? Optimization or something?
Something authorization.
Yeah, okay. Right.
Yeah. So this makes up for the fact that he didn't draw the field spell, I believe, because I think this is still full combo.
Yeah, so Driver will summon a Union monster here. So it
equips a Union monster.
Doesn't it special it?
No.
How did he special it last time?
With its own effect.
Oh, so B can just summon itself?
All Unions can do that.
Whoa.
That's like a Union thing.
I mean, it's been a bit since I've actually held a Union monster in my hand.
All right, well.
This is sick. If C specials A, B will add A, right?
Oh, wow, he drew it. Yeah, there you go.
That's sick. So, yeah, he's at the very least ending on Buster Dragon DPE. Can he get an Infinity out as well? Does he have Galaxy Soldier to go the extra mile?
Doesn't look like it. Might, well, I don't know. We'll see. Might still do. Buster Dragon is such a tank. It's a Karma Cut that dodges and tags out. It's so good. The only card that this loses. Whoa!
He's just got rocked. Oh no! He's Vertian Buster Dragon. Oh, that is ruined him. I'm surprised he's putting that Nibiru in attack mode though, because if he adds Galaxy Soldier, he's going to eat it up.
That is true.
He should have put it in defense mode.
Wow!
Yes!
Hard Drew Fusion
The
Destiny
Verti
anyway.
was big!
Okay, great.
It was big!
Well,
It's an optimal play though. To make Verti, it baits out Veilers or Imperms. Even if you got the Fusion Destiny, it's a good play to make.
yeah, for sure.
And he made it so he thought he was safe using the Nibiru here.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why DPE, I would say, is better than Dragon.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't be able to do this if you drew Red Eyes Fusion, would you? So.
And DPE here can just put in so much graft. Like, by itself, it's such a crazy disruption, not targeting, and then its constant recursion as well makes it so that you're not out of the game at all.
Puts him in an awkward spot here as well because he controls a monster, so he can't use Warbler.
Yeah, the Nibiru is like putting off his best starter card. So he's forced to...
I guess that's why this deck typically doesn't really play Nibiru, right? I mean, it can, but...
Yeah. If I was playing Lyrilusc, I think it'd be too risky to make the concession to play Nibiru. As powerful as it is, shutting off your engine from its most powerful starter card, I think is just too spooky. To be fair, though, here, Bird Call saves the day, because if he already has Warbler in his hand, you can add any Lyrilusc and Special Warbler, then it's the exact same thing.
We've got a Bird Call for Canary. Okay.
So it looks like he's about to... He should special the Warbler here, if he has it. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Sparrow.
So he doesn't have Warbler.
Sparrow, searching any Wing Beast from your deck, right?
It does, yeah. Any level 1 Wing Beast.
Looks like we might have a response here. Maybe he kept in, like, Imperms, potentially?
Yeah, it'd be reasonable to keep in Imperms. I think you would have... Yeah, you should Imperm that. And then he's limited to... His extenders are now Keris and a normal summon. So as soon as he normal summons, you just got to pop it, because you can't let him overlay. And then you just have to put him on, does he have Keris? And...
DPE and a single Imperm looking like it's putting in a decent amount of work here, actually.
Just the Nibiru, it's just...
Yeah.
It doesn't go away. Like, you're very limited to what you can do about Warbler.
I'm very worried about his fault. Well, actually, am I? I don't know. He's got Celestial Engrave, so even if he survives this turn, maybe he's going to be fine, actually. So
yeah, DP, honestly, can just put in so much graft by itself that it can just be fine. Like you say, having Dash Shield and Celestial Engrave, so he's got an extend and a draw, too. So his normal summon here...
Small World.
Okay, so his best play here is to get Nerval. Oh, he's already got Nerval.
So maybe it's to go for Sapphire?
Okay.
Surely?
But, yeah.
So his hand is Canary Sapphire?
Yeah, I completely forgot he's got Canary as well. So he actually has a lot of things he can do to push here. He's got a normal summon, he's got Keris potentially, and he's got Warbler as well. So he just has to bait that DP, and then he's in a decent spot. The DP coming back can be a little bit stressful. Does Lyrilusc have a way to remove cards from the graveyard?
Other than searching DD Crow? I guess that
there
would
we
be,
go.
that would be...
That'll do it, yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised he's going for Canary already. Because there is a world where he just goes battle phase to attack over the DP, right? Just to force it out?
Yeah, you could have just done that from the start.
Yeah, if he's that concerned about DP, he could just attack it.
You should have put the... Oh, no, it wouldn't have worked. I was going to say, if you put the DP in attack mode, then it would have reduced the Nibiru, but it still would have been on 2-6.
Yeah, DP also has a random attack reduction effect for anyone who might not be aware, but...
often can forget about it.
Yep. Just, oh, your monster's 2-5? Okay, attack. Oh, great, I'm dead. So, that can happen.
So the play, you can do a lot here. He still hasn't normal summoned. He's probably going straight in the Nightingale. It looks like it might be Zeus time. But the fact that he hasn't used that DP still... Well, he has to use it now because the Nibiru is just going to attack over it. So it looks like he's going to use Nibiru to attack over the DP. And then the Nightingale is going to use it to fix so DP can't pop it. Then it has to pop Nibiru. And then he's just going to end on Zeus, which will probably apply a lot of pressure now.
Just by itself.
The DP coming back, though, does bait the Zeus twice. In fact, no, it just baits it once. Because you don't have to Zeus unless the token's bigger than the Zeus, which I don't think it is. I think his board was.
It will be bigger.
Verde,
yeah, Buster by itself was like 28 defense. Actually, yeah, 28 defense. I don't think there was anything else on the field, was there?
There was a Verde,
piece?
but
there was.
It was Verde Buster.
Wasn't there like an A as well? Because he
No,
had
I
two
think it was
A's.
just Verde Buster.
Okay. Well, here's the Nightingale and attaching to protect, and yeah, Downard Zeus is a double wipe.
He might. I don't think he has to Zeus just to get rid of the token. Like, it's all right. It's perfectly reasonable to force him to use his battle phase.
Doesn't need Downard, I guess.
No, yeah, he doesn't need Downard. True.
But maybe you do it anyway. I don't know. When else are you ever going to use Downard except on top of a Nightingale?
Nah, there's no point. Just make Zeus here. Might as well not waste it. You might need it later. Hold your horses.
All right. Well, we have one more card in hand, which I think that might have been like a B or C recurred from the A, right? I think that's a piece in hand.
Yeah, I think it might be A. Oh, he is bumping down it. Peculiar.
So we do have a lot of follow-up here. We have a draw, top deck. We have a DPE returning in the standby. And we have Celestial Dasher. So he's got some options here. You know?
He definitely has a way to push hard into this Zeus.
Okay, no Dasher, it looks like.
I'm surprised he didn't try to go for Tribrigade stuff first to try and bait out that DP. Then he had free reign to maybe search a DD Crow with the
Recital.
Or the Sparrow. But
yeah.
The Zeus might put in enough work though. It just completely depends what the two cards he drew. He didn't use Dasher effect, so he didn't draw a monster. He's going to try and bait the Zeus here.
Go to the battle phase with a token, which should be on 35. Attack over the Zeus. You have to use Zeus. You chain DPE.
Then you chain Zeus again.
Yeah, so
Then
it will get rid of DPE. Yeah.
DP doesn't resolve either, so you keep the Zeus on the field. It's a shame that it didn't have that one extra material, but Zeus does have an effect that it can reattach.
Yeah, that's why going for the Downard is fine, because if something gets destroyed, then... Oh, wow, that's a hanger for turn.
That'll put in some work.
That's good. All right. Nothing in hand to set, though, before... Like, he could, like, set field spell, set the card, draw, then see what you're getting off.
Yeah, it looks like it's too awkward for him to use Celestial's effect.
But I get... Maybe you deck then, try and dig for, like, I don't know, some sort of... Just whatever else you need, because hanger might be full combo. Is these days?
It's Clara and Rushka time. You know it's coming.
Is just hanger combo, chat? I genuinely don't know. I couldn't tell you.
It will be here because now you can get A.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So not turn one, but I guess with Clara it is full combo. Beautiful.
Buster Dragon is coming from somewhere. If that's a piece in hand, it is.
That's an A, and yeah,
we still can't Celestial because he's got a piece still in his hand, but Buster Dragon is still putting in enough work.
Yeah, so we summon Buster Dragon, banish the Zeus.
Ooh, then
you can Celestial.
Then you can Celestial. Very good.
So exciting to see what he draws off these next two cards now, because it's going to be make or break with this.
If he just sees...
Even just Buster by itself is like fine, right? Because he's going to draw two cards.
Pressure, yeah.
So, all right, here it is. Draw two.
Here it comes.
Gosh, this is... Oh, keep the Dasher in grave, I suppose. That's fine. Because the Destroy Phoenix Enforcer hasn't triggered to return.
That's true, yeah.
So you could just get a free special summon next turn if you need it. Here's the draw two. ABC with the dream. Oh, I think he just showed a terraforming there.
Get Mystic Man, let's go.
Okay, unfortunately, not the greatest draw. But I guess it is a card for next turn, or a discard.
It is some sort of follow-up, yeah.
If we see a set here, that might be absolutely huge. Looks like he passed. All right. 3 cards in hand for Lyrilusc, going into a board of DPE. We got another bird call. That was searched, I believe, off of Wagtail. So, okay.
Okay, so Wobble is going to be the biggest push. So his best play here would have been Nightingale, so it would be unaffected. But I think it just makes it so it can't be destroyed.
Well, the Nightingale's gone, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he still had the Nightingale, then even if he did have Nightingale, I'm not sure if it would work into a Buster, because I think you can still banish the Lyrilusc cards. So here, he just has to make an Xyz and attack, and that might bait it. But the Tribrigades also can put in work as well, so you can do.
Why does he need to make an Xyz?
No, what I'm saying is that could be one of the lines that you can do.
Sure.
Just to make, because this will bait it here, because otherwise he's giving him a free search. So he has to think now. Do I use it now just so he doesn't get as much steam? But he's already got a Nerval. So this is already applying a lot of pressure already.
I guess the thing is, like, you have to ask yourself, like, what is he really doing with this? Okay, so he gets an ad. Best case scenario, what? Like Canary?
Well, he hasn't normal summoned. He can get Sparrow, or Swallow, rather. And then he can go Swallow effect special that and Nerval. And he's got 2 more monsters on the field.
And then you banish the Try. And then hope he hasn't he can't normal summon a Try?
But he can link into FarfaYGO and special a Try. Yeah, I think he just has to hope that he doesn't have another Tribrigade.
If he just...
Here, what you would do is, if he already has Swallow Nerval, you would just search another Nerval.
Right.
Then that would, like, apply a lot of pressure. Or now, you can just get, Swallow. So Swallow can special any other bird, and that enough is applying enough pressure. Because you can go into another Starling, and then as soon as you go into F0, then that baits the Buster. You don't really want to get that far, though, because that's putting 4 cards into a Buster. I think he's just hoping, please just use your Buster Dragon effect. Oh, my goodness! He's going to go Buster Chain ABC!
Wow!
Oh, he's using... okay, he's using Buster effect. All right. Whew. So he's not actually using...
Yeah, I
thought you would have there.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, what? I'm confused. We are using Nibiru? Wait, hang on. I think we're... Hang on a second.
Oh, he is Nibiru.
We're using Nibiru and then discarding the Nibiru.
That's insane. And it'll still resolve. It doesn't have to summon.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
That is a really cool interaction with Nibiru and Buster Dragon.
And now he can trigger all these pieces on a new chain and then still have Buster Dragon life for next turn.
That is really, really strong. That was a really good draw of Celestial.
Wow, what an absolute gamer. That's huge brain.
This again just goes to show how powerful Celestial draws and Dasher can really be.
Yeah.
Just giving you something else on top of your already impressive board. That Regeki is going to be really, really painful. He doesn't get the Nerval Search either because it's banished. So his follow-up now is the only thing I can think of that he could possibly have is a Canary. But even then, since he's already used Zeus, I'm not sure where he goes from here. He's in a struggle. He has to rely on his Tribrigades, but if he's got no access to them, he's not getting very far. And the next turn, he's got Buster Live because he's triggering all his A, B, and C's. It's rough for the Lyrilusc player. I think this is game 3 as well. 5 minutes left.
Yep, that is 5 minutes, and it's really going to be super difficult to come back from this situation because you are you've used your best like trump cards going second, that being Nightingale and Zeus. It's like he was pushing to combo, which was fair, but I mean Nibiru is just an absolute massive board killer, while in the process doing the extremely impressive play of using Nibiru and then chaining the Buster, discarding the Nibiru. Allows you to put those ABC pieces back into the grave to give you the follow-up, and I think he might just run away with this.
I think he is as well. Even with a Canary follow-up, or he needs Keris here, specifically, well, or a normal summon Tribrigade, because he hasn't normal summoned yet, I don't think. So he definitely has options, but I'm not sure where these options really go. He needs to specifically have a way to summon the Shuraig, and then link that Shuraig away and then special another Tribrigade. So then he actually has something to do. If he has a Fractal in hand, you can normal Fractal summon Shuraig, link those two into FarfaYGO to then get a Nerval, special the Nerval, and then the Nerval can summon Lords and he can link into Smoke and summon Avian. That's his best play that I can think of.
Well, didn't matter because we're passing. And this is a normal summon into the Hanger equip. And we already know he's got Buster live in the graveyard, so...
It's looking like it's...
Oh, it's so impressive. Wow. Total monster of an AVC player. This is crazy. Like, this is so impressive. I'm surprised he's managed to do this well with it. He's been playing this deck for so long. It's unreal how much he loves this deck.
If you play it enough, you get to see like all these cool interactions that it does. Like, for example, the Buster Dragon Nibiru one, which is something I didn't even consider that could happen. Until it happened.
Well, do you remember the interaction with Orcust?
I do, yeah. That's
So
why I remembered where it was a thing. It was an okay thing to do.
Do you remember? Remind us what that is.
It was harp. It was chain harp or something, right? When you're under.
So it was just chain any
of the Orcust and you locked at the dock, so you can't smash the Nibiru, and the Nibiru stays in hand.
Mm-hmm. So if you activate a Orcust name in chain to Nibiru, the Orcust resolves summoning, and then the Nibiru resolves still, because it resolves as much as possible, tributes the entire field, but doesn't summon itself because you're locked into dark monsters. So you just tribute the whole field, and you keep it in hand to use again next turn, potentially.
It was a really cute interaction. What he's done here is he's used Prosperity to get a Judgment. So now he has to face down a Judgment Buster. So the Judgment's just going to get rid of any sort of threat for the Buster. And next turn, again, I'm not sure what he can really do.
How do you play through Judgment in this game state? Never mind the Buster as well. It's so crazy.
Outside of the Judgment, his only out was Tribrigade plays, but now with the Judgment, any normal summon that you can do outside of the floaters will just get banished to Judgment. I'm not really seeing any lines for him here, other than the one I mentioned before, but now that he has a Judgment, even that won't save him now, I don't think. Unless he plays another Zeus, he can do something, I guess, but I think he's just on a timer now with a minute and 30 seconds left. Can he reasonably do enough damage to even get back into the game as well?
Yeah, the time rules are very they put so much they put so much pressure on you to get as much damage as possible.
His hand just doesn't allow him to do anything.
Maybe there was a world where he could
he's scooping.
Gosh, wow.
He didn't tag out with Buster as well, which is great. He wasn't being greedy. He just kept it there. That would have played right in the Nibiru, I think, as well.
We have a Nadir activated immediately off the top, starting with... he's actually won the dice roll, so that's very important for a deck like Invoked Dogma to get going here. Nadir is a card which will be sending... Oh, he's touching his Al Capone. Wow. Okay, so we have Winda. If there is a card to struggle against, it's going to be Winda for Phantom Knight. They have a couple of main deck outs. I would assume that deck plays Droplet, since Droplet is very good in a deck like Phantom Knight. Welcome back. We just managed to find a Phantom Knight duel here versus Invoked Dogma DPE.
We did it.
Unfortunately for the Phantom Knight player, he's lost a dice roll, and he is now searching a Schism, so...
Yikes.
That's problematic, right?
Schism is probably one of the best cards that were printed in the past era. The fact that you can search it through Nadir Servant, through Alcalon, is extremely good utility, and it's really splashable.
I think the fact that it's so splashable is the crazy thing, right? Because you can pretty much just make any deck that can play Nadir just have access to Winda.
Exactly. You know? It's just a one card. Yeah, I'm going to summon Winda now. And that's incredibly strong.
I would be extremely shocked if this Maximus sends a Cyber Dragon Nova and Untis for the Phantom Knight player.
Yeah, the BA Phantom Knight deck is extremely tight.
He's playing hand traps.
Did he impound the Maximus? I guess he really didn't want him to send Ascalon. Did he discard the Schism? Or he sent it off... How did I get in the graveyard?
So you Nadir sent Al Capone, and then Al Capone adds Schism, and then he sends Schism.
You can discard any card, right? Or does he have to discard a Shadow card?
You can discard any card.
Okay. So you must have already had Schism? Yes.
Do we play multiple Schisms?
No. Interesting.
Wait, how was he planning on getting back that Schism?
You can send Shadow Construct or Winda. Add it back.
Yeah, maybe that was the play.
Seems greedy.
You think that's a greedy way to do it?
Yeah, because if Schism was just live already, then you just wouldn't want to be greedy, because Schism's way new to the game anyway, unless he has any of the spells that negate it. He doesn't know what he's playing, of course, but you would assume that
they would lose to Winda.
Yeah.
A lot of decks losing to Winda. Maximus Sender should also makes it a +1, right? I see.
What did he add off Ecclesia, was it a punishment?
I think so.
It was jump shot.
Yeah, it must be a punishment. Which I guess you could argue you should probably punishment the Torn Scale immediately on summon, right? So
it doesn't get loads of value, but it is a choke point. Like Phantom Knight's choke point early is the normal summon. If you stop the normal summon, then there's
because there's a lot of extenders that require like like the psychics you need to
freeze on field.
Yeah.
And if you don't get any Phantom Knights in the grave, then there's not an awful lot you can do. So I think you're right. I think the most optimal thing to do is definitely the pop the normal summon or have a floodgate. Yeah.
Yep.
Arguably, probably a bit more optimal.
Yep.
The Lek and Obi-Wan is probably the best floodgate this format outside of the obvious Imperial Order. If we're talking just the free of ones, this card applies so much pressure to pretty much every deck in the format.
Yeah.
Putting in work now, I'm not massively sure what else you can do other than having a psychic extender, which you probably would have summoned already. Then at that point, I'm not even sure what you would do on top of that.
There's too many warriors, I think, because you would go into a rank 3, and typically the best rank 3 is like Breaksword, but...
Is there any other rank 3 you can go into other than, well, Wildlander, that can only be one?
So you can go like warrior plus like your psychic to go into a fish, I think, or aqua for Levier, and then you attack, and then you can go Zeus, which is a machine?
Yeah, so that was his play, if he had a psychic, but it doesn't look like he did. He's got set 2, though. It's difficult to sleep because the sleeves are black. It's just sneaking in there. But there is a set card in the middle and a set card on the right.
Yeah, not in the same column as Tikaboo, so going to assume it's not another copy of Impermanence.
Yeah, it's probably not Impermanence. So it's probably just 2 Fogblades.
But yeah, in terms of floodgates, Tikaboo is definitely one of the most powerful, other than Imperial Order, which...
He's passed again, though. There's no gas at the moment for players.
This is just giving him some time to try and dig for like either the Imperm in the same column, or to be able to potentially go into the play I suggested, which I think should be possible. I'm pretty sure Levier is quite standard in this deck.
Yeah, you would play Levier, I'm pretty sure. It's not even unreasonable to use Levy's effect to summon... Boots back because you don't have warriors anymore, because the extra material position just won't matter. So now it'll get some of your engine pieces back as well. It'll give you a better follow up.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what else his back row could be other than an Imperm, I suppose. That would suck if he Impermed the Zeus.
You can the thing is you can actually make a 4 material Zeus if he does that.
If he has a downed too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because that's a spellcaster.
Yeah, you're right. That's good.
It's like I'm trying to figure out like a jigsaw puzzle.
There's this deck can only be one, but the gas has started. He goes Meltdown.
Top deck Meltdown.
Is Maximus a spellcaster?
Yes.
So that's why you can't normal Alistair. Okay, so they're currently both blocked into there can only be one, so they can't start their engines.
I think he drew Imperm. No, wait, no, that's in the other column. I was waiting to see if he was putting it in that Tikaboo column, but it's actually the other one.
So I'm not sure what the Invoked player can do with that Maximus just sitting there.
You can, I think it depends how many Shaddolls he's playing, but like I guess at some point he can tribute set over it to clear his types.
It might have been better just to leave up the Ecclesia because it can actually swing and apply some pressure, but the Maximus is fog-bladed, right? So
it can be attacked and it can't attack as well. Is there? Oh, okay. So we're using Imperm to negate the Torn Scale. Wow, Crosser! I did not expect to see that today.
Neither did I, but this guy seems to think that it's good enough to put in the main deck.
So his plan here was to activate Impermanence in the same column as Fogblade to negate Torn Scale, which would then negate the column negating the Fogblade, which would allow Maximus to be live, to then Maximus activate its effect, to then, start playing by sending cards from the extra deck. But we have Cross out for the Impermanence.
But that plan has been stopped. That looks like a prosperity, I think. So he's going to begin and dig for a way to get rid of his own. There can only be one. However, even though the Invoked player can't play, I'm pretty sure it's doing more damage to the Phantom Knight player than it is himself.
Yeah.
I think he'll happily sit back and relax for a while. Whereas the Phantom Knight player is probably really feeling the pressure because eventually, once this Invoked player starts getting going, it's probably going to be at the point of no return.
Once you have a floodgate established and then engine, it's
And here it could very well be. It's not necessarily engine, but it's going to apply some pressure.
Well, the thing is, if he takes this invocation, he can just fuse away the Maximus.
Sure. But what do you think is going to apply more pressure with a Floodgate? Probably DPE, right?
Yep, that is true.
And also, summon can't be negated. He can also get a free pop on summon as well.
Oh yeah, the meltdown.
Meltdown applying like ridiculous pressure with the Fusion Destiny.
Gosh, that is something.
You can still ash it. That's not negating the effect. But once
and he does play hand traps, so that's why he's playing Crossout.
Why do you think he played Crossout? Do you think that he thought the meta was going to be full of hand traps? People would have opted that. Do you reckon he thought PK was too weak into hand traps to make it reasonable to not play Crossout?
The only reason I can think of is like he's just absolutely terrified of Nibiru. Because in general, hand traps are not very popular right now. People generally opting to play like, board breakers, it feels like. We've seen like some talents. We haven't really seen that many hand traps.
He didn't decide to use DP on summon though, which is interesting.
Yeah, you get a little bonus non-responsive pop there if you use it on the summon.
Yeah, you could have got a free pop to get rid of one of the back rows for absolutely nothing. Now you could just... Well, that's wings, so it's not completely terrible. It just means the Phantom Knight card isn't getting removed from the field. You might want to chain DP here, but if he was going to activate DP at all, it would have been on summon. Unless he wasn't aware of that interaction, but I'd like to assume he is, and he just didn't want to use it yet.
Maybe just to clarify with the judge, because it's very important when this DP is activating. Because if it's during the summon window,
he declared an attack on the taunt skill, I think.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah. So they're definitely in battle phase. Ooh. Now he's getting punished now by not activating DP on summon. Definitely should have done that.
So the advantage of DP is that it just like it's like almost like a wind-up rabbit. It just like runs away constantly because anything you do to it, it just destroys itself and then destroys your card, and then it comes back again next turn.
Here's the psychic. The aforementioned play you described.
Here we go.
On the cards.
Is he doing it? Oh, that's a link summon.
Excuse me.
So he's probably going into a fairy. Oh, what?
Okay, that's quite peculiar.
He found space for Phoenix?
Yeah, I did not think this deck could even consider that as an option.
Well,
here he is. He values Phoenix and maybe the discard. No, he get no value off the discard.
Yeah, I don't think he needs a Foolish Bird because he already has all the cards he needs.
So this is probably going to get impermed anyway. Maybe he wanted to hold his Zeus. Because if he normal summons and has another Psychic, he can then Zeus again. But I'm not sure what you can do next now.
So Nightmare Unicorn Phoenix is a fiend, as is Unicorn. So I don't know if he can really climb up to that.
Yeah, that Phoenix is just sitting there.
I've played a decent amount of PK this format, and I'm not sure how you found space for that. I think like that's like the one opportunity that it's good is like specifically versus Tikaboo.
Well, the play here was 100% Levy attack the Maximus. Oh, it can't be attacked. It's been fog bladed.
Yeah.
Yes. So you can't put the Zeus online.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. I'm just it's not really about that. It's just like
it's more so that the Phoenix.
He has a Phoenix in his extra deck.
I wonder what you could have.
It must specifically be for Tikaboo because that's the only advantage I can think of playing this over just Breaksword, right? Breaksword just deals with anything that Phoenix does, but it also reborns itself.
You couldn't maybe he did it with there can only be one in mind because you couldn't summon Breaksword here, so maybe he thought that it was just too valuable not to play.
There's a lot of Invoked players at his locals that he's scared of. So,
and it's a really popular deck. Its representation is quite high, so it's understandable that you would try and force room for Phoenix, but I'm just not really sure what you could have cut other than maybe he's not playing the DPE engine, but surely he is. He has to be. But now they're in a bit of a stalemate still.
I'm not sure how much I enjoy.
The DPE was live.
Wait, why is?
I thought it was fog bladed.
Isn't that DPE fog bladed?
Yeah, I'm not massively sure what happened there. Oh, it dies in the end phase because of Fusion Destiny.
Fusion Destiny.
Yikes.
Oh no, this is so bad for him.
Yeah, that restriction
ended up being a benefit.
It saved him, yeah. So now that stalemate that I thought we were going to be in for a while has now just been thrown out the window. It definitely looks like the tides have turned and it's swinging in the Invoked player's favour for sure. If he wanted to make Maximus live, he can do so by just getting rid of that Fog Blade. I don't think there's any threat on the PK player's board. I don't think there's any back row. There's one back row. He's went through 2 Fog Blades, so I'm not even sure if it's reasonable to consider that as a third.
Could be a third Fog Blade, could be second Imperm.
He has to respect it though. If he gets Fog Bladed here, then we're back into another stalemate.
I feel like he's considering... Oh, okay.
He should get rid of the back row, right?
Okay, I think maybe there's a bit of a communication issue here, but I believe he's attempting to like try destroy Phoenix Enforcer using its effect and probably trying to pop the Maximus on resolution. Yeah, and then I guess he's just selecting the cards here.
Cross out, which I don't think was a threat at all.
Yeah, okay.
She'll get rid of the Fog Blade. And that was a card in hand. It's not a set card.
Yeah. So
now it's all tempo now. I assume Mekaba's not a spellcaster. It's...
Mekaba's a machine.
Yeah, that's it. That makes sense, yeah. So
yeah. That's why you can play Cyber Dragon Nova.
Of course,
specifically against this deck, so that when they Maximus, you can send Nova and Untis, and you can pop their card and then summon a Mekaba.
Yeah, that's cool. Some Swordsoul players do that.
Yeah.
Make space because the extra deck's not tight at all. But there can only be one is applying 0 pressure to the Invoked player now, so they have free range just to complete the just to play. Using Entis Omega to apply pressure now. Omega can remove cards from your opponent's graveyard, can it?
You can shuffle it back and shuffle a card in the graveyard, yeah.
So that'll get rid of anything you can bring back off Fog Blade.
I don't think his grave has anything. I'm pretty sure that was just the gloves, which I'm not sure what it sent. I think it sent a Fog Blade, another Fog Blade or a Wings.
He's scooping. He's recognized that there wasn't really a win condition there now.
All right, we are back to game number 2 here, and for sure, the Phantom Knight player is going to want to go first, and that is should be full combo. Cloak plus Boots is a 2 level 3 monsters on the field to link for Cherubini.
Which server is this?
This is server 1.
Cool.
This is Cherubini, a Burning Abyss support card, which allows you to send a level 3 monster from your deck to the grave as cost. And I don't know if you can think of any other cards in the game that send cards from deck to the grave as cost, but they generally tend to be very unfair.
Yeah, there's a few, but they're very good.
Yeah,
because the thing that you want it to do is the cost. Like you don't care about the attacking creatures.
Yeah, that's the effect of Cherubini, which some people just don't even realize because it's like, oh, I'm going to boost my attack by 1500. Like no one cares, right?
Like you've got to deal with it on summon and pop it before it sends anything to the graveyard. Otherwise, it's just like. At this point now, he's gone so far in, it's going to be really difficult to stop it, even if he does have some hand traps. Like, even here, like, the Seer is just bringing him back a free link too, which you can just use the link climb, which is, that's the silliest part, I think.
Yeah.
Like, just bringing him back is just free link climbing fodder.
I think he might have a disruption here for this Bardiche, but, I mean, he's got Cloak, Boots, and Grave, so it's not, like, amazing.
He already has access to his Phantom Knight, so this Ash is...
It's not really amazing.
Weak. Yeah.
There's
nothing really else he could do with the Ash. It was just going to remain a blank in hand. I'm not sure where else he could have really ashed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, I potentially could have maybe argued to Ash Graph.
Yeah, actually.
But I think that still gets to Bardiche because he has Cloak, Boots, and Grave. Maybe? I don't know. I mean, if
Ash
you have...
Graph is probably better because it meant he wouldn't have Seared bring back the...
Yeah, so if you have Cherubini on field with Cloak, Boots, and Grave, that doesn't do a lot if you've already used your normal summon. So it wouldn't have even got to the Bardiche. So he'd pass on Cherubini potentially. So
but it looks like he is setting and passing.
Still a very weak hand here.
I feel like he could even not have...
Well, I mean, he can absolutely search using one of the cloaks, one of the Phantom Knights in the grave. Search for Brigadine, special Brigadine, make Spider, make Verte.
Yeah, maybe he isn't playing DPA. Because that would be the most optimal line.
I guess I didn't actually think about that. That's a Lancia, wow.
He's dropped Artifact Lancia against Invoked, which is pretty strong because it means his Invocation is offline, so you can't Purgatory OTK him.
It's a Duster.
There's a Harpy's Feather Duster.
for 2 back row. Looks
That's
like
an
it's
interesting side deck choice against PK though, which tend to
play side.
Yeah. So that was interesting. I mean, it's looking good here.
And it's funny because he didn't search any of the back row, right? Well, he searched one of the back row.
Yeah, you're very brave to do that.
So it could have been like a hard drawn scythe.
Very well have been scythe, yeah. Very risky. Not sure if I would side Hobby Severuster against this deck, but he's getting the benefits here now.
Here is Alistair.
All he can really do here is generate tempo, since he can't do much this turn unless he has access to his Dogmatika engine.
He can attack over the Cherubini.
He would do that for sure.
But, I mean, this Bardiche is, like...
Still there, yeah.
Sending Tornscale next turn, Resolve Cloak, like, it's really bad.
Here. He needs Fusion Destiny under Dear Servant, or this is not looking fantastic for the Invoked player. The Lancia is putting in a lot of work. I'm not sure I would have done that. Unless he's just forgot he's under Lancia.
Almirage, okay. Secure Guard?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure why he's doing this. He could have attacked over the Cherubini.
I guess he can still do it. It doesn't have 1,000 attack.
Oh no, here he comes.
He had it. That's exactly the card he needed to play through Lancia, which is why I hate siding Lancia against Invoked, because generally people agree that Invoked is like a low power deck, right? It's just kind of like a control deck, and generally against control decks, you don't really want to stop their power and their engine. You want to just make sure you can play. So rather than trying to floodgate Invoked for a turn, I'd rather just have cards that deal with things that are issues for me, like Winda, etc., etc. But I mean, I guess he went first and won the dice roll and just figured maybe he brought in Lancia for some other thing in his main deck that just wasn't optimal.
True. That could have been his concession. If he had something like Dropless in the main, he might have thought that going first it was too weak and he thought Lancia was stronger, so meant he wasn't going to get OTK'd. But I do agree, signing things like that going first generally don't feel fantastic because you would rather your engine. And looking here, the Lancia hasn't put in a lot of work since if he had any of the following, like Fusion Destiny, Nadir Servant, or Ecclesia, like it was gonna be really, really rough for him. Now that he's outed his 2 follow-ups in Cherubini and Rusty, I'm not sure what the Fountain Knight play can really do. He does have PKs Engrave though still. I think he's still out of Cloak, right?
Yeah, he does have a Cloak, but there's nothing else to trigger alongside it. Like, for example, the like a Tornscale, so that's not there. We've topped Tour Guide. That's
your girl.
That is.
Yeah.
That there she is.
She's right there. Putting in graft.
Tour Guide for Tour Guide, because we've already gone through our BAs.
Right, now, what do you do now? Because Cherubini's gone, so you have to use Break Sword to bait the DP. I really think he just couldn't have let him summon that. He definitely had to pop one of those Tour Guides. Now
well, it's not an issue because he doesn't have any PKs in the grave except Cloak. And if you pop Break Sword here...
Not 2 in grave, is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Break Sword has to summon both of them.
That's fine then. I assumed every time a Break Sword gets summoned against me, there's always 2 in there.
Yeah, no, it makes sense, but yeah, I'm pretty sure you can just pop this Break Sword, and it doesn't summon up to 2 PKs, it summons 2 PKs from grave. Okay, he's letting him activate the effect, which I don't know if I really want him to put another card in the grave, potentially, depending on what that set might be, but...
Well, the Break Sword's probably getting popped anyway.
Yeah.
He's just going to chain DP, pop itself, pop the Break Sword.
Yep.
And then I wonder what his follow-up is from here. What's his last card in hand? Wait, what did he do? Did he try the Lancia?
Oh, he's trying to summon Lancia. No, you can't do that on your own turn.
Oh. I don't know why he discarded Lancia there.
It was the set card from the pop of Breaksword.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
It's only in your turn that Lancia can do that.
Here is Fogblade for... Oh, Bardiche.
Oh, of course. This should do something.
Completely forgot about that. Yeah, so a Fogblade in the graveyard is reborn, and he's off to the races now. You just dump Tornscale here. You get to set Brigadine if he's playing it. But then you also get to activate Cloak, and then on a new chain, Tornscale brings itself back, which then pitches to dump, like to send... You can do a lot here. You can do a lot.
It's unfortunate that he thought the Lancia could summon, because he still would have had the Lancia in hand as well. And then Rusty Fogblade with the Lancia in hand would have just been like
no,
reasonable.
yeah, he should have just like popped Breaksword target itself rather than the set.
Yeah, because then the Lancia can deal the Invoked engine, the Fogblade can bait out the DP that's coming back next turn. But now, what's his play now? He has to get like multiple Fogblades to deal with his DP. He also has to end on maybe his own DP to have something that's somewhat reasonable. He can go to his battle phase to end on Zeus as well.
So many options.
Which is what he's going to do to pop that secure Gardener. He might even be able to get game, depending on what cards he plays. I don't know what Phantom Knight he's already used. I don't think he did.
He's gone through everything.
Scale, he banished the cloak.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I thought so.
I think he should still have a trap in the grave. I think he. No, I don't know if he has a second trap. Regardless if it's game or not, I don't think it really matters. We know there's an Alistair in the hand, and wait, no, is there an Alistair in the hand? No, yeah, there is.
No, there's an Invocation in hand though. But we're gonna see what you can like.
Alistair's in the grave,
here.
yeah.
Like,
so
he's locked in the docks now. I'd be very curious to see if he can get 8k out. I don't think he can. It'll be really, really tough for him to do this with what we see anyway. But having Fogblade and a potential rank 4, that the usual rank 4 people could go to is either
Evil Swarm Nightmare or Redoer. But I think he's happy to just
could make Verde. That'll probably apply the most pressure.
Sending 2 monsters away. Looks like he does play Verte. We actually haven't seen any of those pieces from him throughout this whole match yet, so we're actually not sure if he is playing DPE.
Yeah.
I always just assume Phantom Knight plays DP. I mean, I think it's like way too good not to.
Yeah, you would, right? You spam enough onto the field to be able to justify it. Okay, he plays IP.
Masquerena. Interesting.
Yeah. Again,
well,
he mustn't play DP because
yeah,
the play there seemed to me that it was Verde, unless he can somehow get Borrel Sword or Access Code Talker onto the field. But what does the IP do? He can't link the Rusty.
I think the only thing he really needed the IP for was just to put the bodies in the grave, because we could get the Fogblade search.
Yeah,
oh, never mind. To search wings, actually. Can't use the mask, because you said Bardiche cannot be used as a link material.
Yeah.
So you're not making anything relevant with that.
He has to just activate wings and draw phase, so it's in grave, and then use it to banish it to special back a body. Or he's the Fogblade in grave as well.
Yeah, so he's actually got like a lot of disruption if you think about it. So he can banish the trap to special the Breaksword into the zone of Bardiche, pop a card, and then also link it away with the Masquerena.
But the DP is coming back, so he can just pop the Masquerena in standby phase. But he does have a Fogblade, so it's probably a little bit more complicated than that, because if he activates DPE first, he's going to Fogblade him.
It's hard to tell what he has set. I'm not sure if he has any set cards.
He does. He's got 2 sets. He's got Wings and Fogblade.
Okay. So no card in hand. Interesting he didn't hold the Wings.
Wings is in the middle. He needs I think he just valued the extra body on field with Wings.
Yeah.
And if he tries to pop with DP, I think
Wings protects. Yeah, that is actually very relevant. The Wings has a protection effect of you can target a monster, it gains 500, and it cannot be destroyed by battle or card effect once this turn.
His play here now is this DP is going to apply like a lot of pressure before the turn even begins, because he has Invocation as well.
It's going to force out one of the disruptions, so the Wings is going to be used at some point.
Probably to protect the IP.
Which again, I feel like that isn't really forcing anything. I mean, you're just protecting, and then...
He has another meltdown. That means you can't respond to his Invocation. I don't know what applications that would have on summon.
I get you can use DPE on the summon of your own Invoked Fusion. Would that work? Does that allow you to not respond?
Yes. If he summons Mechaba off Invocation, he can on summon activate DP's effect, and your opponent can't respond.
Okay.
So he realistically wants to bait out this DP before he summons a fusion monster. Otherwise, it's gonna get super spooky for him.
I mean, there's a world where he can just go battle phase, right? Attack Masquerena.
That too, yeah, but you can Fogblade it, then you would just chain the DP.
And then he would chain the Wings, so...
Maybe he values his battle phase just to get the game over and done with. I don't think that's necessary, just because the Phantom Knight player does look like he's out of steam for the most part. And that is Invocation. Now things get super weird.
The most important thing here is to see whether or not he does this this play with Meltdown, because he had an opportunity to use it last game and didn't. So hopefully he doesn't forget that you can make your monster unresponsive with Meltdown.
He also has a play where you can banish one of the blades to bring back Breaksword, and Rusty can pop a card.
Yeah.
So that's something you can do. But now that he's let him activate this this Invocation, he's probably getting up the text of Meltdown just to fully understand how in trouble he is.
Yeah, I
Once
think
that fusion monster hits the board, I think at this point it's going to be really rough. It's going to remove a lot of issues.
even right now he can't respond, right?
You can respond now. You just can't negate the activation
Okay.
of cards that would fusion summon. But you can't respond to the summon of
Yeah, it's
fusions.
one of the most like unfair like cards if you really think about it, because like you go like something like Shaddoll Fusion, can't respond to it, or can't negate it rather, and then on the summon, construct plus the materials is like 3 chain links and you can't respond.
Yeah.
It's so silly.
They just got to resolve. So he's using the
No, he's not using the fog blade. He's banishing the Lancia for the light.
That resolve. So now we'll see if he knows the Meltdown interaction.
Yeah,
Which I think would
he really should do that. Yeah, it looks like he is doing it.
Pointing at DPE.
Yeah. It's such a killer interaction, like being able to use this DPE and like you cannot respond. I don't know what you would do here. Probably just you would surely hit the Masquerena. Well, maybe the Bardiche, because that will kill the wings to not be able to bring back for a pop, as well as not bring back a body.
I think you've got to get rid of the Fog Blade, because the Fog Blade is the one that's checking your DPE at the moment, and if you leave the Fog Blade, then they're just going to Fog Blade the Mechaba.
Can he respond if
No.
he pops the? I guess not. No. Okay, so he is doing what you're saying about going for the Fog Blade. Why is that better?
Because the Fog Blade checks the Mechaba and the DPE, so if he doesn't remove that, then when he tries to use IP effect or to summon Breaksword, if he tries to negate with Mechaba, then he would just Fog Blade it. So now, I think Mechaba deals with wings because does it have to destroy and banish, or does it just banish? If it destroys and banish, then wings can protect it, but I think it would just negate the effect regardless, so wings doesn't really help.
Do you mean Makaba's effect?
Yeah, so
I believe it negates and banishes. It doesn't destroy.
if it doesn't destroy, then wings won't help about.
Negate the activation and banish.
Right, so does wings say can't be destroyed, or is it unaffected by card effects?
No, can't be destroyed.
Right.
No.
Because the play for the Phantom Knight player here would be to Fog Blade, bring back Breaksword, Rusty the Pop, and then they would negate with the Rusty. But then now you've got IP, the Unicorn, or Appaloosa. But it's still looking really rough.
You can't link with the Bardiche though, so
You can link with the Breaksword though.
I guess.
And you've still got wings if you want to use wings to put that in grave, and you can bring back another monster.
It's so rough to lose your Bardiche here though.
Yeah, the Bardiche does look like but it's getting banished regardless. Because it was summoned a Fog Blade.
It's a double Makaba.
It's big.
Did we use the? Did we not use Bardiche pop?
Did he chain Fogblade to the activation of Invocation? Because that means Rusty can't activate it.
Why?
Because it's in the summoning window.
Meltdown isn't on the field anymore.
Oh right, no mind then. I completely forgot that was removed. But yes,
I'm just curious about this Bardiche. Like, so Breaksword was summoned to the zone of Bardiche, but it hasn't popped anything.
he's probably thinking if he wants to negate with Mechaba.
Was the Bardiche supposed to be triggering during the Meltdown? Because I think when did he summon this Breaksword? Was it during
just now?
Just now, okay, and we're not popping anything. Or maybe he's in the process of resolving it.
I think he pointed at Rusty. You think he's going to negate and banish it.
Okay.
Huh?
We're negating the Torn Scale in the grave.
Oh, I see. He went Chainlink 1 Rusty, Chainlink 2 Torn Scale. Pop target Mechaba. So he used the Mechaba that was going to die just to negate the Torn
Right,
Scale.
yeah, I see. Okay.
So now his only disruption he has to play through now is Wings on IP. Wings isn't really a real disruption. He's still got Mechaba online, but he doesn't have a card in hand.
Masquerena isn't really a disruption either, right?
I don't know what Link... So...
He needs to go in a Link 3, but he doesn't have any cards in hand.
Yeah, the only thing he can do is make a Link 4. But what's the Link 4?
How can he make a Link 4?
If he just activates Wings, then banishes Wings, summon a Phantom Knight Engrave if he even has one.
Yeah, if he even has one.
Yeah, but from the looks of things, he doesn't.
I think that last card in hand was Alistair. And there is a Celestial. Oh my god.
Forgot those were there.
Oh no, this is...
just generate. This is probably just too much tempo to deal with. Even if he doesn't OTK him through this board, without the Rusty, without any like resources left in the graveyard.
He's just printing cards right now.
Mm-hmm. Definitely feel like if he does play it, I'm
Is
assuming
like
he doesn't since he didn't do it.
What is he summoning here? Ogadies, okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much the I'm going to kill you now.
So on summon it pops a card on the field, right?
Yeah, then it can increase its attack by something in grave and then attack.
Yeah, so you can just destroy Bardiche and it gets banished rather than sent to the grave because it was already summoned from the grave this turn.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he just tries to pop IP just to deal with any sort of shenanigans, but I don't know what Link 3 you can summon that isn't Unicorn, but he doesn't have a card in hand. So he's chaining an IP.
Oh, you can just negate with the other Macabre.
Yeah.
I would have just popped the Bardiche then.
Yeah, maybe you just want to bait it out, but if you can just Mecha Bear it, then yeah, it would make sense just to... But there's probably just game on board anyway. Like, even if he Wings protects something, he can still attack over it a couple of times.
Invoked is like a very... it's like an anti-meta deck, right? Like, I guess you could really look at it that way.
It's always been seen as that, yeah. It's a sort of deck you would play that countered the meta. It's not necessarily the deck that would be the... like seen as the best deck. It would always be built in a way to beat what is the most represented decks, I would say. And it just has like the stun sort of applications with like Mecha Burn, Winder, and with the Invoked card that came out of Eternity Code as well, being able to just push, because a lot of problems Invoked had outside of Perfect Trio was actually like attack for game. But with that card, it makes it so your opponent doesn't have to have a board of monsters anymore. Is this not game? I'll be very amazed if it isn't.
Maybe with like a damage step Alistair somewhere, because the Ogadies gains attack and stuff as well, right?
Left a Rusty on the field, which is quite peculiar. Left him a lifeline.
Did we use Wings to protect the Rusty?
He must have used Wings. There it is, yeah. He must have used Wings. Now Rusty's just going to get another free pop.
He's got one negate here. Do we have another Torrent Scale Engrave? I don't think so, to chain block this. So we're just going to have to use Bardiche to pop here, but we also didn't use Bardiche in our turn.
I think his play now is to Zeus him. He attacks over the Alistair.
Yeah.
Makes down it in Zeus. Oh, you did that in draw phase. Okay, that's not the play anymore, because it's going to get popped. Unless he has another Xyz Engrave. That he can summon off Fogblade. But as soon as he tries to attack here, DP... Whoa!
What, sorry?
Hold the phone. He just let that Break Sword attack.
It doesn't matter.
True, because he can just use Fogblade and bring the Break Sword back. So yeah, you would pop here, 100%.
Yeah, you just pop this downward.
Yeah.
And then if he brings back Break Sword, it's fine. Probably should have just popped the Break Sword anyway, because it can't be revived, because it was already summoned from the grave.
True, you might have had a one already in there, maybe.
He has a Break Sword in the grave again when he really shouldn't have if he just popped it. So there's one card left in hand here.
This guy plays a spicy second downward. I don't think he can really do much more than
there is a world if there's a... isn't downward summon once per turn? No, it's not actually. Because I remember I used to be able to go triple downward the Necros format with BA. Sorry.
Of course.
To make Secret Village live.
And you just had Cosmic for this. Oh, I think that's a judgment.
That's a gold ghost judgment, baby.
Yeah, that was... Dragons is probably one of the hardest decks I've ever had to play against. Because all of their extenders are just so generic. And it's really difficult to know when to disrupt them. Because they have things like Noctivision, which helps them play for disruption. And just generic extenders like White and Black Dragon are also just really, really good. And... if they draw either one of the White or Black Dragons, and they also have Curse Space to search them as well, it can feel really, really powerful. Starting with Safe Hurt here as well, when that resolves, that's just another copy of your White or Black Dragon. And if they manage to play without using their normal summon as well, it can just feel really, really powerful. And they do something so simple as well, by ending on like the bare minimum can be Seal, Savage, Tidying, Pass, and that just feels so good. Or they can go one step further and just like super combo. How's your experience with Dragon been?
I used to play quite a lot of Dragon Link during so there's like multiple versions of Dragon, right? I mean, you can go as far back. I mean, you can go as far back as years potentially, but sort of the recent Dragon Link iteration. I guess it would be Buster in the format with Union Carrier.
The Buster well block, yeah.
I also did play, because I was one of those guys, I loved playing Smoke Grenade. So you could Halka Fibrax summon the Vylon Cube and search Smoke Grenade. I did enjoy doing that. Yeah, so I kind of played a lot of it when it was like Link Cross. And then once Dragon Link lost LP, it kind of stopped being really combo heavy.
It's more mid-rangey now.
Yeah, it feels like more of a control deck these days. And
it just goes to show like how it can thrive really well.
Yeah. Wow, I love this chain block on the secondary effects on chain here of the Magic Dragon being made chain link 1 to prevent any response to it. If he did have a response, he would have used it earlier, but it's nice to be able to make it with a Chaos Dragon.
And this card Resolving always seems to hit Lavinia.
Wow.
Or Safer. So as you can see here, it is hit
Wow.
Lavinia. He even has a choice to add Nibiru
Yeah.
to apply even more pressure.
He can just add Nibiru and then Sefer add the Levianeer, so he gets both.
Of course he does.
Yeah.
And he's opted to add the Nibiru, so it means if he has any sort of push at all, like it's eventually just gonna drop a Nibiru on him, and like I think that's what makes Dragons a really, really cool pick for the event. Because it can play Nibiru without any restrictions to its engine, and it also has the benefit of you just being able to dig for it with Chaos Driller because it's a light.
Yeah, light monster, just, it's great synergy with your Magic Dragon, like you said, with Chaos Space. It just, everything in this deck complements so well.
Yeah.
And it's just really consistent that way. And I don't even think it's that bad of a deck at all right now. I think people are probably just kind of tired of playing dragons.
It's been a while, yeah.
It's been a long time.
Like most decks have dropped off like this and Drytron just because I guess they've just been around for a while.
Yeah, and they're still very powerful decks. Like Dragons and Drytron are like super strong.
Like this deck's just incredibly versatile, like I mentioned.
You can't underrate how good ripping a card out of the hand is turn 1.
Bounce, take a card out of their hand, a face-up negate, Nibiru.
Yep, no, this is
pretty good.
full graveyard, Seal floating into like black meadow potentially, or chamber, depending on which normal summon he's decided to play.
Yeah, I was just thinking what's normally your go-to. For the most part, people normally summon chamber against me, just to give them like a follow-up with tidying so you can discard it and stuff.
I think Chamber's the best normal summon for dragons. Black metal is really nice. And wow, okay.
Well, that'll bait out the hot red. Is he gonna chain droplets? He sure is.
Evenly droplet.
See, that isn't super fantastic though.
It's interesting he's only sending 1.
Wait, hold on a second. Why is he? Oh, I see. He has to chain Seal. Because
he's gonna bounce his own Levianeer.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, so you chain Seal, bounce your own Levianeer.
Hot Rail get banished, then he summons off Seal. That makes sense.
Yeah. There's an argument to maybe just like keep Seal and banish everything else so that you still have the bounce for main phase 2.
Main deck evenly matched though. That's not the first time we've seen that. It's interesting.
It was him. He was the main deck evenly matched player.
Yeah, it was him again. All right, okay.
I think actually, I don't know. Maybe we did see it, but I'm pretty sure we saw him main deck evenly earlier in the tournament.
Is this ABC?
Yeah.
Oh, all right, okay. Like he loves it.
Yeah, it's ABC versus Dragon. I tried to not feature the same guy twice, but it's like we haven't seen Dragon at all yet. So
yeah, fair.
So this is what I was thinking here, right? Was you just hold the Seal and then you can just bounce the normal summon, and I'm pretty sure ABC is a deck that really needs its normal summon.
But he would have just droplets the Seal.
I guess if he... Well, no, because he already pitched the evenly for cost.
Yeah, maybe he could have just left the Seal.
No, because the hot red targets the evenly, and then you just send the evenly. So the only valid target was
the hot red can't resolve. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was
all about effective.
Yeah, it was always going to be Seal. My mistake.
Yeah, Seal has to That was 2 cards that answered everything. Now you can just play with his other 4 cards. Well, 3 because he had to discard one.
There's the Union Driver.
And he didn't hit either evenly or droplets. It's insane.
Potentially top decked one for turn, I guess. Here's Verte. And
here comes nom nom nom. It's DPE time.
It seems like a simple deck to play. I'm not gonna lie. It's I'm sure there's a lot of nuance and stuff, but this like looks like a pretty like simple like fun deck to play, right? Like you just do your basic like Union Driver play with your Hanger or your Scramble or on I don't remember the name.
Yeah, like normal summon one of the A or B or C's with that funky quick play spell.
Yeah, then you just make a link and trigger your guys, and you're kind of good to go.
Yeah, that's just DP and Buster. There you go.
It looks quite fun.
Easy as that.
And
it doesn't have a battle phase to deal with the board though, so you're probably just gonna have the DP pop the hot red because they'll be live again.
Yeah.
So he definitely has to get rid of that. Is Buster live? I don't think it is. Is that DP? It looks very
good
bright.
Good question. Maybe it's American.
Yeah, it's a very bright DP. It's like very red.
I think it's just high contrast. But yeah, you just wipe up the board here, and you hopefully can make Buster, because if all you're ending on is a DP, I don't know, it's not looking good, because dragons are going to be drawing for turn, as well as we know that there's a Levianeer in the hand, so...
Oh yeah, follow-up is super good, and he's got black metal to get red MD as well.
Yeah, so much advantage, right? Just a Striker Dragon into a Link. Actually, did he use Striker Dragon? I don't think he used Striker yet, has he?
I saw him have a Boot Sector launch, so he didn't make Striker Dragon because I think he already had Boot Sector. So Striker Dragon won't really offer anything here other than its pop effect, I suppose. Which I can't quite remember what that is. It has pop itself to...
Destroys itself to add back a rocket in your grave.
Yeah.
And I think there's a recharger, so I can pop itself, add back recharger can trigger to then bring back a monster from the grave, so hot red.
And the Levy is just going to bait both those disruptions straight away.
That's immediately going to force out Droplet, it looks like.
Yeah.
So Droplet sending a piece here.
Very nice. Right, so that's the droplets dealt with. Now he just has to get rid of that DP. So you open double droplets. Very, very impressive.
He could just go battle phase and attack the DP. Because Levianeer, I think when it's negated, can still attack.
Half with droplets, so you won't be able to attack over anymore.
I always forget that attack has.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's the thing. Alright. So Striker Dragon adds... triggers the Black Metal Dragon to go into the red MD. And that's 4 cards in hand. So... not too bad. It's not too shabby. There's a second Sephert in the grave as well, isn't there?
Is there?
Yeah, because remember he went Sephert for Sephert turn 1?
Yeah. Oh, he might have banished it off the first levy.
Yeah, that's true. He might have needed that light there.
That would have been very helpful. But even so, he's here comes the RMD, which might force the pop on summon, because he's going to just get a free card here.
Yeah, he has to, otherwise he brings back Hot Red, which will just negate DPE.
It can do that, yeah, can't it? It just brings back any
just
dragon.
Revive any dragon.
Very impressive.
You know, we've been saying for quite a while now, like, oh yeah, Red MD can just go to 3, right? Red MD can go to 3 because, you know, it's got Errata. It's a hard once per turn now.
Still very good.
But it is just a good card, right? Like, it's so strong.
It is a hard once per turn, so I can't see why you would play multiple copies, I suppose, because it is better just to play Black Metal because it's something you can normal summon into Striker Dragon. Just gives you more advantage because then you can search Boot Sector, then just banish the Striker Dragon to summon Red MD. So I can't imagine a universe where you would play more copies than 1. But I think oh dear.
Camera cut out for a brief second.
Yeah, we've had a disconnect here. I'm not sure what they're gonna do about that.
I think it's fine. It wasn't for any particularly long duration. It was literally just a second.
Yeah, they're probably just gonna...
Whatever the case, Judge will deal with it. So this is what we're watching just now. It looks like they're playing on. And
it's not our job, so we're just going to watch and let them crack on.
That Boot Sector ended up in the grave. So I guess he used it at turn 1 to go for that Magic Dragon.
Yeah, I think he popped it off launcher to summon a guy.
Oh, wow. Synchron. Synchron summoning back any dragon, which is level 5 or 7.
These cards are so good.
I know, right?
It's like really
They're
good.
great. So it brings this back, but however, it does negate the effect.
Oh, right, okay. It's not that good.
Oh, no. It's not just a normal summon Reborn. But this is a Seal or Ravine. Ravine. Gosh, what's the guy who searches Ravine?
Romulus.
Romulus,
It's
yes.
effectively just Ravine.
Yeah. Masquerena.
Or IP Masquerena.
Okay.
Shutting us both up.
Sure.
Peculiar.
Oh,
I
he's got
guess
Ravine.
he's already got Ravine, yeah. Again, fair enough.
This will be able to pitch a card, and I think typically you send Absoluter. It's a little bit off camera here. I can't see what he sent there, but
yeah,
I think it should be Router. Oh, he's going Sephir. Yeah, wow, okay.
Well, his win condition here is to
just
attack for game, I think, if he can.
There is... Oh, I mean... How many cards does he have?
Pisty. Right, okay.
Nice.
So,
what else can he do here? Banishing 3 for Levianeer. That's 3 Dart Monsters. Rip a card out the hand.
The effect was negated to pop, so he can't use another effect of Levianeer.
Well, he can just summon it.
Yeah, of course he can summon it, so he might be thinking if he summons Unicorn here or something that'll...
Create a zone.
Pisty arrows, yeah.
Oh, wait, no, you can't summon... You need to summon a dragon.
Yeah,
Triple
so
Burst.
That's the one, yeah, of course.
So you go for Triple Burst, and then I guess you can just bring back your Hot Red.
Yes.
Oh, no, you can just bring back Red MD.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, because it summons banish cards as well. Oh, my God,
and it hasn't used its effect.
And then you can just make Borrow Sword.
He's dead.
I'm sitting here like,
okay.
No,
he's just like, oh, my goodness.
Bruh.
That's insane.
Dragons are still nuts, man.
Dragon's utility is, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the best we've seen ever in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Do you remember that? Like Ib? Like, how was that card ever allowed? It's
like
crazy.
Summon, get Draconet, summon like the thing it summons, and then go into Ib, and then just full combo. Is the ABC players made him start?
It looks like it.
No, interesting.
Blind second ABC.
Maybe he felt like his first turn board wasn't powerful enough to deal with dragons or decaying.
Maybe that's a good point. Yeah, like you actually just can't stop dragons if they open well enough.
Yeah.
So
maybe he just wants to
one buster, like
evenly buster him again. I suppose. More or less the same stuff is probably what you're gonna do here, and the same formula is probably not totally out of the question with the hand that he has.
I suppose like the only card that really stops dragons is Droll.
Yeah, Droll's pretty strong against them.
But, you know, obviously he doesn't have it because he would have used it on the Sephir. But generally, yeah, dragons is a deck that adds a lot. You know, you have the baby dragons, the chaos space, striker dragon. There's a lot of like plussing in this deck. And
Lancia is pretty strong against this deck too. It limits some of your extenders and locks out a lot of the things you can do. Frustratingly though, even with those 2 cards, just like most of the decks in the format, like they can still end on something somewhat reasonable.
Yeah.
A lot of the time they can just seal past, which a lot of the time is pretty good.
Seal pass. I mean, here it is. It could just be seal pass with hand traps. I wouldn't be, you know.
Has he passed with a seal just to play around the big board breakers? I don't think that's completely unreasonable.
It could just be that he didn't even have any other ways to keep pushing, because sometimes dragons will just like, you know.
Or he was so scared of evenly and he couldn't put up an Omni Negate. He just didn't want to push his hand onto the board.
Potentially.
Playing it safe is
he also
reasonable.
probably potentially expected to go second. So he might just have a hand of hand traps.
And also, to be fair, Seal bounce a normal summon against ABC.
Yeah,
it's pretty good as
exactly.
well. So yeah, he probably understands ABC enough that he doesn't have to put up like an insane board.
I don't know why he bounced it immediately though, because I think you can wait till they activate the spell, then chain. Right.
Yeah.
Plus he didn't start with Hanger.
He would go. Maybe he went to battle phase.
Yeah, maybe he did just go to battle
to go to Clara Murska. If you went to battle phase, then that makes absolute sense. But now I think you can have access to Dash.
Ooh, that is one card you don't want to see.
Absolutely not.
Dragons do play Ash, but it looks like he doesn't have it.
However, outside of hand traps, which you would assume he doesn't have, because
Why would you assume that?
Because he probably would have hand trapped his previous turns. He would have Ashed the Safe It if he had that, or Imperm or Veiler, right?
Oh, you mean the ABC player? Sure.
Yeah. So I'm assuming like the ABC player this is literally peak. Like this is probably it. DP pass, and it. I wouldn't be surprised if the Dragon player is just more or less the same, just does the same things, debate the DP and the Levy and stuff like that. All that's a good way to bait it too, because you don't really want that to resolve.
That doesn't really add anything, I guess, unless he dumps a combination of 8 from his...
He might have an 8.
So we can send like Sephert plus another 4 from hand, and then add Levianeer.
Well, it's baited it.
Yeah, well, the normal summon looks like that was enough for him, so...
He doesn't have a link 1 other than Pissy to go into. Has he passed? No, I certainly hope he hasn't passed.
I think he might have.
Oh, there's no way.
He did just point like that.
They just have so many extenders where I
think...
just refuse to believe Dragon's going to pass on this.
No, I think he's still playing.
Oh, he just has Red MD. Very nice.
Red MD can bring back the Sephert.
The only thing that I think he might have here now is an Nibiru. If he drew it for turn or something. But...
Well, how many is on here? He's only on... Is this 3? And then summon number 4 could be Levianeer. Oh, he's adding Tracer. Okay. Has he normal? Yeah, he normals some of the Sephert. As Boot Sector should be in hand, right?
Yeah. So
it's just a case of how much does he want to push into Nibiru potentially.
I'll go for it. If he didn't Nibiru you before, just put him on like not having it again and just go for game because it's wide open, no disruptions. That DP can apply a lot of pressure if he keeps the game going.
Yeah,
I think he just wants to get rid of it.
Just try end it out here. Boot Sector, special summoning the Tracer, and
using its effect, which will lock him into darks.
Oh no, I'm locked into darks.
Oh no, it's a good thing.
There's so many
everything
options.
Is darks.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good.
I used to think it locked you into Dragon darks, but no, it's just darks.
I mean, that's the funny thing. Even wow, okay. That...
Oh yeah, you did have Nibiru, all right. And
damn.
Well, that shut me up, I guess. Like I really thought the only way he was having that is if he drew it for turn, because I'm pretty sure he summoned 5 times the previous turn, right?
Not to make seal.
Yeah, he did it less than 5 times?
It was Sephert, Baby, 1, Baby, Seal, 4, I think.
Oh, then shut my mouth then. I guess he did have Nibiru. What other extenders can he have now, though?
Pretty rough once you pop your own Boot Sector. It gets quite bad from here.
Yeah, if he doesn't push now, if he doesn't have any more pushes, he's probably going to lose. DP's going to be too rough to deal with, and I'd be very surprised if he doesn't go for game, if the ABC player doesn't go for game next turn with a 2-5 and a 3k body on the board.
Yeah, plus you wouldn't Nibiru the Seal anyway. I mean, you might if you really want to get rid of the bounce.
I thought there was a point before he went to Sealed.
Wow, he has Ravine. Okay.
Ooh.
That's good. He can add...
Safe out live?
Yeah. He can send Levianeer here.
Like, of course he can. Dragons just keep going.
Damn, hard opening the Ravine. I have seen some people play multiple Ravine. I don't know how good that is, but...
Yeah, I would assume it's just a one-of as well.
But it is a decent card to have. I mean, it gets you to Absoluter, and it gets you to Sephert / Levianeer, which are just, really good cards. Oh, wow. Is he going for a light here?
Yeah, he's going to go for the reborn.
Okay.
He sees a line to try and, ladder up to a play.
Gosh, I wonder what he goes for.
There's no restriction on the reborn, right? It's just any card in defense mode?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's specifically defense, I guess. So I mean, you can only go into
the only restriction. Yeah.
So you can't bring back link monsters. He is locked into dark, so I don't know what this is. Ravine Quad Borrow. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. He's got Lancia.
Back
Damn.
2 rockets.
Yeah, so it pops itself, brings back the Recharger and Tracer, and then he just synchros for either Savage or the Magic Dragon. But I don't know what the Magic Dragon really gets you here.
Let's play the lottery. Yeah, he's playing the lottery. Let's go.
It's fun, I guess.
It is. It's definitely fun.
Mill 5.
Oh, what's he want to hit?
You definitely want to hit a Chaos Base. There you go.
No, Gamma's not going to help.
Yeah, Gamma's not going to do much.
Noctovision probably isn't achieving anything unless he manages to summon again. But the Chaos Space is very fresh. It's very good.
Chaos Space for a baby or a Striker Dragon ideally is really nice, particularly Striker Dragon, because that is a card that's limited to 1.
Yeah, and Seal.
I'm putting back Seal.
Maybe he sees a line where he just summons Seal again.
I don't think so, right? Because his card in hand is known. It was a Noctovision.
Is he linking?
Yeah, he's linking the token away for...
Ooh.
And the Magic Dragon into any link 2 here, I think triggers Nocto,
IP
right?
work?
IP.
That doesn't have to be effect monsters, right? Just 2 monsters?
Just 2 monsters. You can do that. Bring back the Magic Dragon.
And
now,
IP conveniently is a dark. Of course it is.
You can trigger the Noctovision because you special summon the Dark Dragon to the field here.
Nice.
So now, wow, is he gonna borrow sword?
Excuse me?
And he gets a draw card here as well, by the way.
He paid 2k with DPE.
He did.
Oh my goodness, is he going to do it?
Wait, that's
5 free.
That's access code.
Yeah, so that's 5 free. It's only for 2, so that's 4 free.
4 3.
So he has to deal
6,
another
3. He needs 17.
The Chaos Dragon.
No, he brought back the Chaos Dragon to make
Oh,
this.
did he? Oh, right, okay. I got excited for a second there. Oh, I thought it was the dream.
Is there really a point in this?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was a point in that.
If it wasn't game, then
Because the DP is coming back and that's going to apply too much pressure.
I think we might be in a bit of an issue here, actually. Quad Boral should have locked him.
What's the
If we
restriction on Quad
can maybe
Boral?
get a judge here, we did have a bit of an issue. So it's for the rest of this turn, you cannot special summon Link 2 or lower monsters. So he wasn't able to summon the
you
Mask
can't
right now.
summon IP, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we looks like we've caught that, and that's going to rewind the game state here.
Do we say anything, or is it how's that?
Oh, they're listening.
Oh, right, I see.
It looks like they've caught it here.
Cool.
So they're probably just gonna try and repair this.
Oh, going back that far back is going to be quite difficult because he's drew cards off the Chaos Ruler as well. So it's going to be a struggle.
Okay, yeah. So looks like we're just gonna rewind here, and it should be quite easily fixable. But it's probably just. I think he realizes
I think he's scooping.
he's probably just scooping anyway. So he probably gets like a PT minor for that, which is understandable. That's I guess a restriction sometimes people can miss. It is what it is.
But he's decided to just YOLO and start.
Gonna go first here, and yeah.
Also completely reasonable as well. Just to get set up, more or less the same job. If you just go seal pass, he's safe.
We've seen Ravine 3 games in a row now without Romulus. I want to hazard a guess here and say he's playing multiples, because unless he's just drawing the one-off, but like Ravine is a decent starter.
Yeah,
So,
it's okay. I'm not sure if I'd max out on it though, because it's not fantastic in multiples. Like I know you can use multiples, but having to discard a card is just kind of weird, and it just makes your hands weaker.
1 or 2 copies doesn't seem completely terrible.
Yeah, it's not unreasonable to play like multiples, I suppose.
I do like this though. He's got the Black Dragon hard drawn, banishing the Veiler for cost that he
Those are the best
discarded.
cards to hard draw, man. Like they apply so much pressure, and they're just difficult to like stop.
And no normal summon committed either, so we do know he has Tracer for his normal summon, but this could reasonably just be like Seal into normal summon, into Tracer effect for the Magic Dragon.
Dragons at their best when they haven't used their normal summon yet.
Oh yeah.
Because any disruption here like doesn't matter because they just normal summon something.
You know the summon effects of the sorry, not the summon effects. Is it the search effects that aren't once per turn? I don't know. Do you remember the period in time where this deck, these cards were at 3?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was...
Yeah, the search and specials are once per turn.
The specials once per turn?
Yeah, you can't just keep specialing them. That'd be nuts.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it was ridiculous. Back in the day, if you guys remember Denko Dolls, that was the first time I remember these cards being meta. And it's surprising how long it took for them to be limited, but they are like absolutely amazing cards. That is a terrible imperm. Ooh.
It always feels yikes to imperm the Chaos Ruler.
He's
but where else can he really imperm?
No, for sure. It was the perfect opportunity, but terrible if you're him. I suppose.
Just go straight into a seal. It does feel rough because now he just not uses his normal summon for the Tracer, and probably ends on Savage Dragon here. Savage Seal, really good.
Savage Seal is pretty reasonable. And Nibiru would be quite rough. Wow, double imperm.
I think the thing I tend to do against dragons is they just have so much steam, or you have to like stop them early because they just get too far into the combo where it becomes unreasonable to beat them. Just throw hand traps at them, I found, and just hope that they just don't get ahead of steam.
But at the same time, like,
oh, diddly dear.
That shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, you would just use Seal Effect to bounce the Tracer. So.
But then again, that forces out your only response. So.
That's true. I thought you activated that, but he was just clarifying that he took the Mystic Mine. But yeah, so this is going to force Seal, as he's going to have to use Seal Effect.
And then also not use the float, which is really rough. That's the thing.
Yeah, he thought he was going to bounce Mystic Mine there. I was just like, nope. But the thing is, this would force him to pass now because he can't really...
Wait. Seal's mandatory.
Uh-oh.
Seal is mandatory.
Oh, yikes.
Is there a world where you just pass for 32 turns?
I know they'll have Imperial Order, surely.
Surely.
There's no way you go for the deck out.
Surely.
Like, this man must have kept Imperial Order in. He had to.
I think he could tribute Tracer instead, and then bounce hits, and then bounce Seal. He could have did that, right? I believe that's legal.
Yeah, I'm not massively sure. Maybe there was a universe where you could use it so that he wasn't trapped under Mystic Mine. But here we are now. We're in the mine.
And we're deck thinning, discarding Chaos Space, which allows us to banish and recycle one of those baby dragons. And in the process, drawing a card. So digging for that Imperial Order, I suppose.
So the general out that people normally side in when they go first is Imperial Order. So as soon as the Dragon player sets a card, the ABC player has to then think, okay,
I need to play now.
is it time?
Or is it a bluff?
Yeah, so since he hasn't set a card, he's just going to pass comfortably.
He's just letting him pass here, yeah.
He's using Ravine to get cards out of his deck, which
I'm gonna be
also very reasonable.
I'm having a serious bet that this is probably just deck thinning for order at this point.
100%,
has
yeah.
to be.
The convenient thing of Ravine being on the field as well, like if he goes to 6 cards, like you can just discard it and then have a free send.
Yeah.
To basically turn down the clock to get to that Imperial Order. But if the Dragon player doesn't set a card ever, then the ABC player can just pass it and just assume that everything's okie dokie. But as soon as he does set a card, then I wonder, is it time?
At some point, he could just like set like a dead Chaos Space and just bluff. And and then force him into playing once he has like enough hand traps to defend himself from a potential OTK.
Yeah, agreed. And that's when you think, is it time?
Is it time?
But also there's a time and a place to activate order because you don't want to just activate it just out the mine, right? You have to know that you're able to play.
Yeah. I don't think he's on tidying. Tidying would be a good way to deal with this, but I believe
tidying could also be in the deck as well.
He could just play tidying, but it seems really unlikely without Chamber.
I mean, just because we haven't seen Chamber doesn't mean he's not playing it.
I suppose, but if he's playing maximum copies of Sephir and what looks to be Black Metal, it seems you would also play a third normal summon. Oh, wow, okay.
The game has begun!
I think he's confident that he can play now.
Yeah,
and comfortably win from here. So we aren't going to go for deck out, it looks like. He probably recognizes that the Imperial Order countdown is there.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you just kind of have to go from here. That is...
oh,
wow.
That is rough.
I mean, I guess this makes sense why you push here. If you've assembled all the Infinity Stones, you can just start pushing with the call by as stone number 1 into Driver.
He discarded another Lancia as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the call by, if he knew like he had Lancia, right? Because I think he saw it in game 2, so he's able to just wait till you have call by plus combo and then go from there.
I know it's like an easy thing to say for the benefit of hindsight, but discarding another Lancia when you got 2, I don't know.
What do you mean?
Do you play around that? Because he had another, because he discarded Lancia off a Dragon Ravine.
Yeah.
So at some point he had 2 copies in his hand. So you wonder, was that the right thing to do? Playing around a 1 of.
Oh.
Like, I guess you just don't, right? Like, you don't play around that. That's a call by the grave set, I guess.
Why does it matter though? I don't understand.
Because you would just chain Lancia.
But like, it's
Lancia resolves. Then call by resolves. But Lancia's already resolved so that...
But he's call buying the first Lancia.
Then he chains Lancia. That's what I'm saying, because he had 2 in his hand at one point.
Isn't it once per turn?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Shut up.
I'm pretty sure it's
Lancia's not once per turn.
No.
Hang on a goddamn second. What is this?
I'm pretty sure you can just chain another Lancia. Because it doesn't make sense to make it once per turn because cards are already banished.
Wow. It is not once per turn.
Yeah.
What the...
So, like, but then again, it's like, do you really play around a one-off?
Why would it be? What do you mean? Why would it be?
Yeah.
Why would
it be?
Why would a card? Why would a hand trap not be once per turn?
Draw isn't. If you call by draw, you can just chain another one.
Yeah. Damn. I guess you can double max C back in the day. Am I right?
No, that's once per
Just
turn.
drop Pot of Greed every special summon. Okay, dude. Scythe doesn't smile.
Yeah, you can just keep scything. What would Lancia be?
Oh god. Anyway,
this does look like it's infinite death, unless he's going battle phase. Oh, has he passed? Oh, okay.
yeah, I think he just needed to set up enough here, right? DPE, ABC plus maybe potentially a disruption in hand.
Yeah, it's a lot. Can you not deal 8k in this deck or something? Like,
I really don't think you can in Buster Dragon.
yeah, I would assume so. No.
The thing here though is that dragons have a full hand plus full grave.
There's probably something you can do.
And I think Boot Sector hasn't been used yet either. So isn't Levy Sephir in grave?
Oh
yeah,
boy. Which
Like,
one does he hate the most?
I don't know how confident I am if I'm ABC right now.
Yeah.
Like I feel like if he wasn't set, if the dragon player wasn't setting, I would have just been tempted to just kind of keep passing until I made sure I had everything I needed in my hand.
He's already cared through a DP before. He more or less has to do the same now if he's imperm in the...
Wow.
Excuse me. Oh, he just has it. He's got rid of both. Now, what's that one card? What could it be?
Last card in hand? Gosh.
What could it be?
Just a Rocket Synchron would be insane.
Oh, it's Boot Sector launch. He brings back 2 of the rockets in grave.
Yeah, I think it only brings back 1.
No, it brings back 2 because your opponent controls 2 monsters.
Well, he only has 1.
Oh. Well, that's boring. Still, this just like... Can it do something? Is there anything else in grave that's online that allows him to push? Could he not have won Droplet, send Imperm? And I don't know what he discarded. Did he discard the Tracer?
Yeah.
I guess it was doing the same thing then.
Yeah. If he had like another rocket, it would be really nice, but I don't know.
So what do you do here? Is the Chaos Ruler in the graveyard?
The Chaos Ruler?
Is it lottery time?
What's the Chaos Ruler? Oh, the Magic Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he used it and it was Imperm turn 1, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, so that means he can bring it back, right?
Yep, it is live to come back.
Very nice.
Gosh, I'm just wondering if he could have done a different play here.
I think just attacking over the Buster Dragon, if he can, and then attacking over the DP and then negating its effect is probably enough.
I am Berserker.
I'm just wondering,
or you can levy. He's adding back levy. You can levy pop them.
Yeah, no, that works too. I'm just wondering if he could have maybe Tracer popped, specialed Rocket Synchron, make Striker Dragon, Striker Dragon pop, add back Rocket Synchron, normal Rocket Synchron, special Absoluter, make a level 8.
If he hasn't brought back Chaos Ruler, is it not game?
Is the same,
he's on 6K.
but he keeps a body. Sorry, what?
Sorry, I'm just saying because if he popped the DP and the Buster Dragon and then brings back Chaos Ruler, is that not game? Because he's took 2K off.
Yeah, no, he did use Verte, didn't he?
Yeah, so I'm not sure what's happened here. I don't know why he didn't pop the DP and that would have been game. That's interesting.
Well, I guess it must have been game.
That must have been game, yeah. Oh, well.
I think he must have done some damage at some point.
Yeah.
I guess outside of the Verte?
Yeah, we must have missed something. Apologies for that, chat, but it does look like the Dragons has...
Because he can't attack with the Levy near. So I think the Savage Dragon's on 3k. That's on 3k.
He's scooping regardless. Well, the correct play was to, I think, banish them both, and then that would have been game because you could just attack with the 2 3k bodies, and I think the Barrel Savage has been boosted.
Production, commentary. I can't also set up every individual player's webcam so that it doesn't lean funny, okay?
Normal tie.
No, that's not great.
Yikes. Oh, okay.
Dragon Circle.
It's gotten better.
Improvement.
It seems like people have opted to go for this.
That is a hard lose to Ash Blossom, that card, isn't it?
Well, people shouldn't really... Well, not shouldn't, but not a lot of people are playing Ash Blossom these days just because it is a little bit weak to Swordsoul.
Yeah.
So Swordsoul have started playing cards that lose to Ash Blossom because people don't think Ash Blossom beats Swordsoul anymore. So this is peculiar. So now that he's gonna, if he's got another 10-yi, he can. Oh, he's Lanciered on summon.
Whoa.
Very nice.
Okay.
So now it's limited what he can do. He's used his normal summon. Okay.
Blackout.
So this was a pretty poor. I think that's the problem with cards like Heavenly Circle. It's not a worm or a 10-yi, so it doesn't really complement Moi or Tai very well unless you tribute them. But he's had to use his normal summon to do that. So.
Well, it is a worm or a 10-yi. It's just like, I don't know. I guess you've already committed to the board at that point.
Well, it's like Vessel, right? So it's not something you can discard off Long Yang or reveal off Moi or banish off Tai.
Yeah. That is a Fusion Destiny immediately off the top.
Immediately slapped it down.
Here you go.
He's just cutting to the chase.
I'm sorry. Every time I see this card, I think of when I made a discussion talking about Fusion Destiny and how what's better, Dragoon or Enforcer, and I can see the images in my mind of the comments. Dragoon is so much stronger. It burns. It attacks. Have we seen Dragoon today? Has anyone seen Dragoon? Mod check Dragoon.
Yeah, not a single Dragoon.
Where's Dragoon? Anyway, is that a normal summon? I assume, right?
Yeah. So what's cool about this?
So Fusion Destiny
just restricts you into special summoning.
Is it special
Destiny
summoning for
heroes.
sure?
Yeah, for sure. So what's cool is you can do that first, the bait back row, and then just Dogmatika time.
The cameras are not straightforward. What do you want me to do about it? What would you like me to do about it? Would you like me to
flip it upside down? I guess.
Yeah, and then he'll be sitting on his lap. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like I I can rotate one of them. I suppose. Hang on. Okay, let me try to work with this. Oh God, man, this is such a mystery. Oh!
Whoa! Fantastico.
Magician right here, huh? That's me. Absolute magician. Ah! Oh no, I've ruined it. Anyway,
Control Z.
Anyway, yeah. Hi, Darren. Yu-Gi-Oh! Eh? Crazy.
Look at all that Yu-Gi-Oh going on. He impermed something.
There we go.
He impermed the Protoss. So he special Protoss as his first play and called Dark just to get rid of the DP, and it can't summon itself
do this back. Every damn round here. Anyway, sorry, yeah. So did we decide that Ecclesia was legal? It was, right?
Yeah, you can normal summon.
Okay, cool. Sure. Because Fusion Destiny does have that restriction, but I guess normal summon is fine. Oh boy, that was a Protoss.
Yeah, so he specialed the Protoss and he impermed it, and then that was his only play, so he passed. So he end phase DP, got rid of it while it can still be affected by card effects.
Okay. This is a very fast match.
Yeah, it looks like the snowball is gonna.
They both know what they're doing. Like, they are really they're using these cards like at lightning speeds. Like, they know what they're doing. And, I'm pretty sure he should know that it's kind of over here though. Like, it's not looking too good. Yeah, we have a card that we can probably just resolve with Celestio now. Okay, and dodging Valor by popping the Alistair.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, quite nifty. Okay, so Valor will not be able to resolve there properly, or rather it will not negate the Alistair, because in response to the effect Valor coming down, you can chain Destroy Phoenix Enforcer to pop your Alistair.
And that's a really cute interaction, which is forcing the Swordsoul player to scoop it up.
Dragoon doesn't do that. Just want to point that out there. Dragoon doesn't do that. So does no one sit and just shuffle their deck like next to them on their computer?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, just it's like a stress ball, but it's like shuffling with your hand instead.
I think it's addictive. Like whenever I'm like shuffling my deck and doing combos, I just can't stop.
Oh God, Gamma.
Now that's strong. There is a cool thing you can do to play through this though. If he plays Swordsoul Sacred Summit, there is a line we can do where you can.
That's the reborn, right?
Yeah. So if he has Long Yang. He can Long Yang, special itself in a token, Summit bring back Moi, Synchro to Xixiao, then Xixiao can
banish the blackout.
The blackout and then summon a token.
Yeah.
So he's fine here.
I've seen a lot of people cut that card actually, if anything, which is crazy, right?
Here it comes, Long Yang time.
Long one, pitching Vishuddha instead.
There's also another cool line you can do with Tai. So if he had access to the spell... Oh, I didn't have the reborn. If he had access to Ashuna... he could have banished a Shuna to summon Adhara into Long Yang, and then Yazi's effect, synchro the Long Yang and the Adhara into Yazi, and then Yazi popped the Gamma.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cool things he could have done. Unfortunately, he discarded the Vishuda instead, so he mustn't have had access to it. So it looks like he's limited to just Baron de Fleur pass.
Interesting that's in defense mode, because that's a very clutch point for Makaba specifically, because that is 24 defense.
He's just scared of Lightning Storm, bro.
Rather than 3,000. Yeah, I mean, Lightning Storm is the one card you would probably be scared of, but I have not seen that card all weekend, and I don't think it's very popular right now, actually.
Well, I think if you can play around it, it's not unreasonable to play around it. However, if he goes Fusion Destiny, you can attack over it. This also baits out an Omni Negate too, because he can't negate the effects of the spells that would fusion summon because it negates the activation. So this is he might just be forced to do it here. He's just going to let it resolve. So maybe he just wants to negate and destroy the Alistair.
It's such a gamble, because it's like you negate the Meltdown, it's like, oh, I already drew the Alistair. But if you negate the Alistair, it's like, oh, I already drew the Invocation, so...
Now, if he has Invocation, he doesn't have access to lights, though, which is probably what he was thinking.
I suppose.
He just had the Fusion Destiny. Oh, yes, the Ash!
Wow, that's huge.
That is big. That is big.
I believe the restriction of Fusion Destiny still applies, right?
No, it resolved without effect. I'm pretty sure.
Is it not like a condition that places it on top?
No, I think it says also you cannot so-and-so for the rest of this turn.
Sure. Well,
it's part of the effect.
Looks like we are going to, because there is an extra deck monster on the field, we can special summon the Fleur-de-Lis. The Ecclesia, who searches the Fleur-de-Lis. And if he wants to, he can attack over the Baron here.
Yeah, this is like the one disadvantage of putting in defense mode. Because now
I really didn't like the defense mode. There's too many clutch cards that specifically out.
Yeah,
Baron.
Now he lacks a follow-up, whereas here, I guess the same thing would have happened, because he would have set Dogmatika punishment, and then in draw phase he would have punishmented the Baron de Fleur. So I guess either way that Baron de Fleur wasn't sticking on the field. So let's see with the two cards that he has if he can.
If he has any follow-up here, he could have a chance, right? Because he hasn't been able to put up any disruption.
From the looks of things, there isn't any disruption, but Invoked play a lot of hand traps, so could be some hand traps kicking about.
I mean, if we're scraping down the barrel to find a Gamma, then that is
nope.
Definitely don't want to be setting Penguin Soldier at top tables.
Oh, he has another Fusion Destiny. Yeah, he's just scooping.
Was that like a 11-minute feature match?
Yeah.
Bird versus PK?
Yeah, I believe it was. Yeah.
Oh God, can you smell that?
Was that you?
No, it's Tantan.
Really?
Me? What?
I was just thinking that I didn't want to say anything on chat.
You think I just pooped myself here? Oh my God.
Yeah,
dude.
I was just sitting here like just being really polite.
What does that smell? No, it's not me. It's
I didn't want to say it live on stream.
It's my cat.
Was it a pump, or did he go poo poo?
No, he's in the living room. Gosh.
What a psycho that is. That's
Damn.
very stinky, yeah.
Kappa, it's Tantan.
Yeah. It's like, it's my cat, bro.
Right, round 8 feature match. We've got so this was.
Oh my God, Jesse!
Lyrilusc.
It's okay, Darren. We all like subpar decks from time to time. Like I'm jumping back onto the Witchcraft train while waiting for the new fusion.
I will go tidy it really quick.
Oh my God, Jesse!
9 months later, I'm still bad at this game.
But I'll try and survive. So we've got the PK player has opened up with E-Telly, which is pretty good. So not vulnerable into his normal summon. He's used a danger. I don't know which danger it was because I was too distracted by the overpowering smell. He set one of his cards, which I can only assume is Fusion Destiny because he doesn't want to discard it. So let's see if he hit the danger. He did hit the danger. I think it was the one he revealed. So no consequences there. It's still going to summon a level 3. Still hasn't used his normal summon, so he's holding any of powerful normal summons that he might have into Guide or the Phantom Knight. The obvious play here would be to go straight into Cherubini, sending Graph. So this will be a choke point if he Ash Blossoms the Graph. However, he still has his normal summon, so you can go straight into the PK if he has a normal summon Dark. But it looks like smooth sailing here, doing the full whack without his normal summon, which is crazy. Doing all this without a normal summon, nuts. And he's just going to do probably going to go for the double Scythe player. Let's see. We haven't seen a PK play a full combo yet. I think this is only the second time we're featuring Phantom Knights. And the first occasion, the one Ash Blossom on the Rusty was enough to make it so they couldn't get very far. So we'll see what line they go down with this time. We've got an infinite impermanence, so maybe we won't see the full combo. To catch it up, he just made Cherry Weenie into Rusty. He hasn't used his normal summon yet, and the Rusty's just been impermanenced.
All right, okay.
He set one card, and I'm calling it as a Fusion Destiny because he set it so it wouldn't get discarded off Jackalope, and I'm pretty sure it's just Fusion Destiny.
Yeah, makes sense. Or maybe he's playing around some sort of destruction effect.
He did maybe. He did it when he activated Jackalope when he only had the Psychic Wielder on the field. So I think it's a card he doesn't want to discard, and I think the only card you wouldn't want to discard in this deck is Fusion Destiny. He's making Verity to try and bait a back row, so a defensive card. So maybe it wasn't Fusion Destiny. Maybe I'm just wrong.
Remember to use Jackalope before your normal summon. After your normal summon. On your Symbol Skeleton. Okay, that is the best way to do Orcus combo. Just as an advice, chat. Okay. Please tell me you know the reference there. Oh, I misplayed on feature match by not normal summoning before Jackalope. So
did you discard your play?
Jackalope pitched my normal summon. So I just had Jackalope set to pass. It was great.
Oh, I see you silly sausage. Is he thinking on...
What are these sleeves, by the way? Is that like... It looks like a Beyblade on his cards.
No, that's his hand. I think he's just put a chip in his hand or something just to clarify that it's his hand.
I can't...
Has he? Oh, yeah, he has.
Right, okay, that's what that is.
He's just put a chip in his hand, right, okay. That's rather peculiar. What happened to the Verde? Oh, is that a double imperm? Oh, he impermed the Verde.
Oh, wow, okay. And the set card wasn't a Fusion Destiny.
I really thought it was. So
right,
I guess...
okay, so...
but so he didn't want to discard the Fogblade.
I suppose so. I guess Fogblade Engraved doesn't do anything if you don't already have Fleet Fuel there, I suppose.
Normal Summon Sparrow is not a strong start at all.
Not great.
So it'll be interesting to see where he goes from here. So
does it trigger on normal?
He's going to go on... No, it's just special summon. They're all just special summon.
Wow, okay.
So they're not starters as normal summons. So he looks like he just has to go Canary into...
Maybe try Zeus?
Sparrow. Yeah, that's probably the play. The line is probably the Zeus or try and extend with XYZs only. It's going to trigger the Sparrow though, so you can like add a Swallow to see if he can extend through there. I would say with a Fogblade, he can just boost that Rusty a lot and then attack for game. Be interesting to see what he does here.
I think he should be able to just go for the Recital and then search a Swallow, and then ideally has like another bird potentially, and then just go into another Recital and then Utopic Future potentially.
Even if he Zeus's him, he doesn't have any Phantom Knights in grave because he impermed the Rusty. So his follow-up is really weak even if he doesn't kill him.
I can probably assume that this is going to be a Fogblade, right? So that's kind of like what he has to weigh up just now, is the likelihood of that being Fogblade.
Well, double Zeus is going to get through that because he can just summon Nightingale to protect
sorry. This camera needed rotated.
Swoop.
There we go.
There we are, better. So Zeus is happening whether the PK player likes it or not from the looks of things, even if that's a Fogblade. I think he just wants to weigh up whether it's worth him going for the Lyrilusc OTK to just attack into the Rusty. Just to see if it's a Fogblade. But if he Nightingales first, then they're all unaffected, so they can't be Fogbladed. I think.
I just realized that this is both in Australia. And this is like 6 a.m.
It's plus 11, yeah, so... Yeah.
That's dedication.
6 in the morning.
Damn, I've just been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Since 11 p.m. What are you guys doing?
Oh, he's just attacking directly, so it doesn't look like he has the play to deal with it. So
Fogblade. What is this set card?
He's just going to Zeus's board away.
It's not called by because he would have used it on the barrel target.
He's probably going to chain Fogblade here.
Is it it can't be Fogblade.
It can be Fogblade.
Why wouldn't you just... Oh, the what's it called is untargetable because of the sparrow. Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to protect that. So I guess you Fogblade here, then just chain again, right?
And if it's not Fogblade, he's in a rough spot.
Okay,
it's not Fogblade. It was
Cosmic Cyclone. Well,
that could very well have been his one out to Mystic Mine that he might have made, which he unfortunately drew in the matchup where it has 0 applications at all.
And we still have back row? Okay.
Is this like, what, he's got 4 imperms or something? Like,
is this
imperm droplet?
Has Bowden actually just opened triple imperm?
Yeah. He needed another bird. If he had another bird, then he could have, like, OTK'd through this, I think.
Why set it? I mean, I guess, like, the reasoning is, like, you don't know what your opponent's playing, right? Like, you could, like, set, like, a Cyclone and it's, like, relevant to hit, like, you know...
Oh, he's just picking up.
You know, I mean, you could hit, like, a Meltdown, potentially, to stop a search.
Destroy Phoenix and force her, so even that's just not enough to help you even. You get to play, but then you just get disrupted by the other cards that they've ended on.
So starting off your Tribrigade play with specifically a Phantom Knight is much better, because this is going to help play through any sort of disruption on Bardiche.
So what did he normal there? Was it just one of the Phantom Knights?
Yeah, just Cloak for the tracker here. It's not ideal, but it is a Phantom Knight Engrave.
So if the Rusty gets stopped, he at least has something.
Yeah. So this will just be like your typical like Graph for Seer, and then that way you're able to float quite easily into the Bardiche, and then the Bardiche can dump. If it gets stopped there, you're still able to activate Cloak to potentially search.
Ooh, since Graph is being sent as cost, he's DD Crow in the Graph, so it can't meet his trigger once Cherubini resolves. That's pretty cool. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the one-off Crow that some Lyriluscs will even play as well. They just hard drew. So now is only extended here.
It's still not too bad. He can get Brigadine and go into Bardiche still, or he can go Verte. But I think you probably want to go Bardiche.
Probably right. I think you just go with Bardiche.
It depends. Like Bardiche set a Fogblade, is that really good enough against Lyrilusc? Not really, right? I guess
going into Verde with no follow up, is that good enough?
It depends on the rest of his hand, I suppose. So yeah, that's
if he has one more extender, he can go Rusty. If not, then maybe he just has to hope DP is the key.
So just to explain for anyone who missed that, Cherubini is an effect to gain attack points. Its effect isn't actually to send from deck. So it sends a level 3 from deck as cost.
For the Verde play.
Yeah, okay. It sends from deck as cost, and that is a cost payment. It does not activate the trigger yet. So in response to the effect to gain, you can chain DD Crow, which banishes the Graph that was sent for crossed, and that means on the new chain, Graph won't be able to activate because it hasn't met the, it wasn't in the correct location to meet its trigger, which means Graph simply just doesn't activate. All right, looks like...
Oh, he has Gamma for the Verde!
Oh my god, he has everything!
Wow. That, ladies and gentlemen,
I need to get the door, 1 sec.
Is going to be rough. So the Gamma on the Verde as well, making it so that the Phantom Knight play is not ending on any known disruptions whatsoever. So it is look like that he has to just hope on the disruptions that he's hard drawn. He probably likely has either an Imperm or Droplet set, so like he's not going to completely end on nothing. But as far as his engine's concerned, his follow-up next turn, even if he manages to survive another turn, is going to be incredibly rough.
Who said hand traps weren't good, huh?
I mean,
good lord, man. Good. Every time we've seen hand traps so far on stream, it's just been like game-ending. Yeah. Wow. That's actually
Gamma
crazy.
putting in work there. Like Gamma, recognizes probably one of the best hand traps in the game, is the ones that has the best impact on a game.
Okay, not a great follow-up. It is just a normal summon Nerval.
This is a really bad choke point for Lyrilusc. Like, if he gets ashed here, he's probably going to pass. His hand is probably like a random Lyrilusc card that isn't Warbler, and then just 2 blanks.
Potentially just like more hand traps.
This could be just a get Keris player. I don't see what else he can do unless he gets Fractal and discards Fractal, sends one of the birds, and yeah, I think he is going for that. He's going for
Sapphire Swallow play potentially. Like you dump like the
that won't work because you have to control a Wing Beast monster. Okay. So he's gonna go for he's got Canary in his hand. He'll go for the Canary play. You probably just do some again.
So you just go Fractal, send like Wagtail or Sparrow.
You'd probably send Wagtail to get Bird Call.
And then yeah, okay.
Because Bird Call's more versatile because it gets you any bird, and it can special a bird if you draw a bird for turn. So it gives you more plays.
Wow, okay, nothing.
He mustn't have Canary then.
I guess it's just Fractal for next turn?
Yeah, like so Fractal puts more Tribrigades in your graveyard. So next turn you can just go Fractal, send Kit, send Nerval, add any Tribrigade. But like I mentioned, even if the PK played survived a turn, he's got no engine. So
it's very hard for the deck to make Bardiche without Cherubini that is now gone. So that's a lot of bodies he'd have to try. He'd need like specifically like Tour Guide.
That's why I think he had to make the Bardiche, because even if that got gammered,
it's still in the graveyard.
He has an out. Whereas now he has to put 3 extenders on board with no cards. Whereas since he had a Fogblade there, that Fogblade would have been a lifeline as soon as it went to the grave to bring back the Bardiche.
Yeah.
So I think the Bardiche was definitely a better player than the Verte. I can see why he would do that though, because DP having the constant recursion.
Is that like, did he open double Fractal?
He must have, yeah. Okay. He must have drew a Fractal for turn.
Infuriating.
He must have drew Fractal for turn, because otherwise he would have added a Keras instead of Fractal. So I bet that would have wound him up quite a bit. Oh, another Fractal, great.
I don't think he's too concerned here, honestly. I mean,
he's got time. He's got infinite time.
Yeah.
His opponent needs to top like
specifically Tour Guide
or Taunt Scale.
And even then, like I can absolutely see that
there's an imperm chilling there.
Yeah, that is an easy imperm set there for sure.
He's got like multiple disruptions, so he's on a big clock. It's gonna take a while. I'd be very surprised if the PK player manages to like top his way out of this. But also the Lyrilusc player isn't in like the best shape either, but probably better than the Phantom Knight one, because like you say, since Rusty's not in the graveyard, there's just not a lot of 1-card plays you can really do.
Like notwithstanding Bardiche, we can potentially go into some sort of break sword play, which allows us to potentially float, and then the float lets you go into like a different link, or we can try a Zeus play. So there's things we can do here, but with 2 set cards, it's hard
like
to
you mentioned. You would assume it's disruptions.
Yeah,
and he's just gonna Fractal again next turn.
That is 3 Fractals we have seen so far revealed.
It's making that grave big.
Right, we need to draw Tour Guide here to at least try force out something.
You would assume the best one, in my opinion, would be Taunt Scale. Oh, that's a pretty good one.
That's the perfect top deck.
That is quite a good top deck, yeah. That'll get him right back in this game, I think.
And again, in hindsight, if you look at this, that if we did make Bardiche initially, we would have Bardiche in the graveyard, and we could pop the Fogblade, pop a set card, and then Fogblade back the Bardiche. Yeah, Bardiche would just be absolutely amazing. But
Bardiche was the best player.
This is great. This is still good though, because he's able to take out a back row now, deal with the Fractal.
You can use the Fogblade as a means to get rid of it. So if he's still got the Phantom Knight in there,
and then he obviously Bowden doesn't seem to have much of a play since he's just been like searching Fractal every turn, and then you can pop whatever he does, and then on your turn you're able to use the Celestial if he can survive. Then
I think he has to let him just pop something here, because you can't waste these disruptions on something that's going to get attacked over anyway.
Yeah.
And if he has double imperm, then there's no reason to imperm here, because you don't lose anything, you don't gain anything. But the only issue here would be if he's got an imperm set and another card that doesn't interact with DPE. Then you could win the 50-50 here, and that'll be super frustrating. So if he hits this one and it's imperm, it's not imperm.
Wow! That would have been huge. So it is called by the grave. And it looks like if he missed that 50-50, that called by was going to put in so much work.
Yeah.
Wow, that's huge. Yeah, so like you said, he had to just let him pop and just risk that he hit the call by. Otherwise, if he doesn't, then you're going to chain call by and lose the other card anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So, unlucky.
I think he was just hoping there that if it's an imperm too, like both were fine, I guess, because the normal's Fractal, the DP, if bearing in mind that's not a Fogblade, if it isn't, he would go the DP, pop the normal summon Fractal and itself, and he goes DP effect, he chains call by. So either were probably fine there. I think he would have preferred to keep the call by just to make it so the DP was gone.
Yeah, for sure.
But even if this is an imperm,
wow,
which I don't think it mustn't be imperm. He must have won the 50-50 Probably a blank.
He just passed there, didn't he? Right?
Maybe.
I think the way he pointed there, I believe he passed.
It did look like he passed, so I think he's weighing up whether it's worth using DP's effect in the end phase.
Oh, you have to anyway, right? Because it's Fusion Destiny will be resolving.
Right. Yeah.
So you might as well get the value and pop itself and hit that last card, unless, I don't know, Waken the Dragon. It's like the only thing you're scared of.
It's a shame because it looked like Lyrilusc was in like a commanding position and suddenly Fusion Destiny.
Yeah, when you top that Fusion Destiny, it's just, this turns the whole turn around. Plus, once this end phase goes through his next turn, we could potentially see...
Dasher and Celestial putting in Graft as well.
Yep. Alright, so... I guess...
He didn't.
Yeah, I don't think
like
he passed.
No,
yeah,
okay.
so it looks like he's still in the main phase here.
Whether to use the fractal effect. Maybe he wants to put a floater on board. I'm not sure what that would really do.
This deck only plays like 1 or 2 Nerval, right? Or
no, it plays 3 Nerval.
you play 3?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess because it's like good to draw, right? Because you can summon it.
It's a level 1 wing beast.
Yeah.
It's fine to open.
Okay. Is that Keras, I think?
Yes. So
Yeah, okay.
we know he has Keras, and we don't know anything else. I don't think.
Yeah, he needs like some sort of bird.
His hand needs
plus
to be
this Keras. It needs to be all monsters,
Canary,
right?
Keras, and something to discard off the Keras, so he has 2 pushes.
Mm-hmm.
Or that is an imperm.
Yeah.
Here comes the Keras.
Activates the effective special summon, and then you can't pop it though. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the pop it. Because it's going to banish 4 some Shurik.
But we have Amirage.
Yes, he does have Amirage.
Really would have been better to just attack over the...
Nah, you can't leave the fractal.
Oh yeah, I suppose, yeah. So he didn't really have a choice. Oh wow, this is just a terrible situation. I mean, you can't do anything here.
Yeah. This is very interesting. This Amirage actually using its effect, putting in Graft, not just the Link 1, it actually has some sort of effect. Now he's summoning the Shurik here, which will bait out the DPE, but then you, like you say, you can just chain Amirage to protect whichever one you want to keep, which is probably going to be the... What would you keep here? You don't care if the Shurik gets popped, because then you just search something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, maybe...
Oh, he did have the Imperm?
Yeah, okay.
Right, so now he just banishes
even...
the back row
and...
in the hope that he would go for game. But unless he's thinking about chaining it, it's probably not a Fog Blade, since he's not chaining it. So I think you would just assume it's nothing and banish the Destroy Phoenix Enforcer.
Yeah, just want to get that out of the way in case there is some kind of like stop for game. But
the guy has no gas as well, so like, what can he reasonably top deck that would help him, even if he doesn't manage to
for Phantom Knights?
Yeah. What I'm saying is, like, he's got no engine engrave. The Fog Blade engrave's not doing anything. If he banishes the DP and that back row does turn out to be something, he has to top. Oh, I suppose he does have Dasher Celestial.
Yeah, no, that's the.
That
is
the scary thing, yeah. Not sure what I would do here. I'd probably banish the Enforcer.
I think Enforcer is the safest one, because like if you cared about that back row, like you said, it would have just been used on Keras.
He can crash his birds into the DPE though. That was a line he could have done. But I guess he found it too scary.
Tribute summon Avion. Wow.
Big brain plays.
That's insane. Okay.
That is cool. It's very cool.
He's gonna have to like draw something that allows him to bait Avion.
But he's paid 2k with the Oh no, he didn't use Verte. Oh, he did use.
He
Verte
did use Verte for cost. So this is
300 off game. Are you telling me he couldn't get game? Does he not play FarfaYGO?
He's on 300 life points. That's crazy.
Surely there was a way to link those two into FarfaYGO and then FarfaYGO special summon something to push for more? Or maybe he thought this was just good enough. He shuffled these hands, so he's not using Dasher.
Is there a world where he was playing around Nibiru potentially?
Could be.
All right, there's an E-Telly. I mean, that's a good start.
So that's summon any of the Tracker or Wielder, which I don't think do anything by themselves.
I think there's a world where you negate this, right? Because we know that
once he gets the Break Sword, it's going to get really weird.
Because like we know that the card in hand potentially like can't be set, otherwise he would have used it last turn. Because he didn't Fusion Destiny last turn; it was the turn before that, wasn't it?
I think it was reasonable to negate this. Yeah, he didn't set any of it. He hasn't set any of his cards yet. So you would assume that the monster's in hand.
Didn't use the dasher effect, so he definitely topped it for turn.
It's boots.
Normal boots.
Okay. I think negating that was probably the right play, because now he can go into break sword and bait out the avian, and then. But does he have 2 Phantom Mice in the graveyard to bring back 2 off? Break sword?
I don't think he has a second cloak, a second Phantom Knight.
That might prove to be problematic then.
I don't think they play any nonsense like Fortune Tune, so. You wouldn't even be able to use Fortune Tune because you would have to crash, and he's on like 300 life points. So
yeah, he is struggling to get access to a Zeus here.
Yeah, he just needs to. Gosh, I don't know. Levier, I guess, can bring back a cloak, which does like gives him some sort of.
As soon as he summons Levier and activates the effect, that avian.
Yeah, I mean it's not
great.
Looking
at that, there we go.
Looks like he is going to go for that Levier. I mean, you have to just.
Yeah, you just negate it.
Detaching the boots here.
I think the only problem with negating this is boots would search Fogblade.
Yeah.
And then you can't attack the game. Yeah, because you can't attack with a Shuriken. So you have to. And any of the normal monsters that you would top deck, that are Lyrilusc monsters, don't do anything because they don't have any attack.
Well, you would just link off the Shuriken, right?
True, yeah, I'm being silly. You're right, you can't just link on the Shuriken.
Peculiar. Okay, well, we are negating and destroying the Levier. So that last card in hand is if we can set it, we could have a chance here. But if he doesn't set this, I think it's very clearly like.
It's probably Nibiru.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Or a monster you can't summon.
Because I'm pretty sure Bowden has been playing around Nibiru, right? That's why he didn't.
He's passing.
Yeah.
You can't use boots.
Oh wow.
That's really interesting.
So he can't set the card in his hand to draw. He can't use boots. What is the card in hand? How many Fogblades has he been through?
That set, you would think, is a Fogblade, because you would have Fogbladed the Shuriken. That set's been there for turns.
He would have... Okay, so it was the Keras that summoned the Shuriken. He would have just Fogbladed that.
Yeah, and it can't be
so
wings.
It can't be Fogblade.
You can use wings on Levier as well, right? It might just be a dead Fusion Destiny. It hasn't been there longer than the previous Fusion Destiny, right? Or has it?
I'm not sure, actually. Good question. But it could just be Fusion Destiny. Could be Scythe. could just be Scythe set there. But I mean,
he would have popped it with DP, surely, right?
Oh, gosh, I don't know, man. I need to see the set card.
I just want to know what it is. Please.
Maybe like a Cosmic, but that's a weird.
That's
a weird card to keep in.
Poor side, he's not keeping that in. That's crazy. Maybe he's just he's thinking if he can play around that set Fogblade. But
it can't be Fogblade.
It can't be Fogblade. I think. What else is he thinking about playing around?
God, at this point, it's just reversal quiz. It could be Imperial Order. That's a good point, actually.
There's a Fogblade in
We haven't used a spell this turn. This whole match.
There's a Fogblade in Grave too, which can block the Shuriken attack. So he needs another monster on field to get rid of that Fogblade summon boots. But yeah, in the chat's right. It could very well just be an Imperial Order.
Yeah, I mean, no spells have been used yet, so no opportunity to really use it.
Okay, so he's got...
Is that a normal Warbler?
That's a normal Warbler, yes. Yeah. He's going to go on a Shuriken.
FarfaYGO.
Sorry, yeah, FarfaYGO. So he's probably deduced that's not a Fogblade. He's going to use Shuriken effect to add any tri-type up to the number of ones banished equal to the levels. He's probably got a lot banished since he summoned that Shuriken, so you can pretty much add anything.
Adding Kit, I think that is?
I think that was Kit, yeah.
Plenty of fuel in the graveyard here to...
I think even if he specials Kit, that's enough damage on board, but he's probably just going to summon Shuriken just to... If he plays 2, just to banish the set.
I don't think he plays 2, right?
Yeah, you would play 2 in Lyrilusc.
Would you?
Yeah,
okay.
Because in your turn 1 combos, sometimes you need Shuriken to get the DD Crow or summon a missing piece that you need. Then you want one in your follow-up to push through the board.
Looks like it is 4. Yeah, he does play 2. Okay.
Summoning Shuriken number 2. And I think he's just... I thought it looked like he was scooping out there, but I think he's just letting them play it out.
I think you right, you have to chain the Fogblade in the graveyard to the effect here to special.
So it was Imperial
Order, right? Finally, we went through the order process of elimination to try and figure out what this last card is, and finally we deduced it's Imperial Order.
Battle phase, and yep, that's it. It was Nibiru.
Okay, yeah, because we knew that he had to set that card, but we knew it wasn't. We knew it was a monster, otherwise he would have set it. So it just makes sense.
There's no real like disadvantage to playing like Nibiru and Phantom Knights because I don't think it conflicts with the engine. But
server 2 table 5 match, and it is Sky Striker versus Lyrilusc. I just want to apologize for all the Lyrilusc chat. Like there's nothing I can do. Like literally everything we've watched today has been Lyrilusc. Just it's so many people playing. I will show a breakdown actually of the.
Ooh, finally the pie.
Wow. 21% of you believed in PK. How could you?
We'll be much more flexible tomorrow, hopefully, I think.
Yeah, there should be 2 more rounds of Swiss and then Top Cut tomorrow.
That'd be fun.
So, big day tomorrow. Make sure you guys tune in, follow, tell your friends, hit the follow button. We have day 2 of the YCS coming up tomorrow, but this should be the last feature match of today.
Will we have any sort of breakdown to offer, like any sort of pie charts and stuff?
I have a pie chart to show you today.
Yes. Very good. I love my pie charts.
We'll take a look at it after this match. Server 2 timer then. You're
What's going on?
You're so observant, sir.
That's the wrong clock. A good 40 minutes on this, so it's probably like, oh, it's Nibiru time.
Yeah, so this is actually Lyrilusc versus a Sky Striker.
So Sky Striker must have took. Either is choosing to go second or it took game 1. So Lyrilusc players started and it just got Nibiru'd. Nibiru is not like an amazing
There's a terraforming in the grave.
Oh.
So he went terraforming, got drolled, passed, played.
Oh, right, okay.
Getting Nibiru'd.
So Lyrilusc must be a turn up then.
So Lyrilusc went first, so Striker should have won game 1?
No, because he started, because like you say, he went terraforming, draw, pass. So it looks like the Lyrilusc player is going to pass here. Normally Nibiru is not like an amazing choke point for Lyrilusc, but I see an Almirage engraved there, so you would have had to use his normal summon. And normally when you have to use your normal summon early to get your engine going, Nibiru does get a lot stronger then. So he mustn't have opened very well. So here comes the Area 0, which hopefully get rid of that Nibiru, so it's not blocking his engine.
Engage.
Bam.
Engage.
So he's got Widow Anchor at least. Regeki. What's with Regeki? That's like twice I've seen that now.
I guess it just baits well.
I don't know, like...
Does it?
I'd play a Lightning Storm, I guess. Unless people are just like, no, if they play around Lightning Storm, it's Geki time.
Wow.
He just has the engage, of course.
Just has it. All right. Hashtag I am with her. There she is. Ray is Bay. She's back.
She is back, ready to mingle.
We've got to make sure that we get some sort of investigation into her emails. Do not trust. Ignore me. All right, Ray into, gosh, Hayate first probably?
Yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily have to do that.
Oh, I guess
but
it's
I think he is because you can attack over the token.
That is a tiny token, yeah.
Getting rid of it, yeah. So yeah, you probably just Hayate just to get another spell engrave. He likely will just send like another Area 0s. He just doesn't draw one. Just to build up his spells. Excuse me. I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes Kagari, add engage, and just don't activate the engage. Because he already has a Widow Anchor. And he would want to just like hold the engage so when he can actually draw off it. Yeah, he's just in an Area 0 just to dump poor top decks into the deck. Great.
I mean, I kind of like multi-roll into engage to add Shark or Widow, and then end phase you can set 2.
That is fine. I'm not sure if he needs to overcommit though, because his start was really poor. So I think it is completely reasonable to just hold the engage and set the Widow Anchor. You could have other disruptions as well. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, well, I figure that with a Nibiru in hand, he is probably playing a really heavy hand trap lineup, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, getting the engage, and then are we going to use it this turn?
Let's see if he goes. He does. He goes for it.
So
I think there's only 2 spells in there though, so you won't be drawing. Oh wait, is terraforming Area 0? No, it's just the 2, I think. So
I do quite like also potentially multi-roll, send the field spell, and then make Verte, because this is DPE. So
true, as long as he has like some sort of follow-up after that, and he doesn't lock himself out of the.
Well, the follow-up will be the multi-roll, right? Plus the Widow Anchor. So then you can trigger the multi-roll on your opponent's turn, then reset the engage. Something like that, I suppose. Oh, we got Prosperity.
Oh, is that not greedy? I suppose you have to be greedy against Lyrilusc.
Shouldn't we be using Prosperity before Engage?
He hasn't drew.
What do you mean?
Well, you mean see what he wanted to pick first and then search off
yeah,
Engage
exactly.
after? Yeah, probably.
Wow.
Oh, never mind. He's
wow.
better than us. I wonder what he's gonna do.
Deck thinning, I guess.
Yeah.
That's why you use the Engage, so you can see
I guess he must have thought, well, I'm always getting multi-roll anyway. So.
Fusion Destiny.
And it's a one-of as well, so I guess, yeah, suppose. Maybe he valued thinning the deck by 1.
True.
So we've got Widow Anchor, DPE, and a search of Shizuku.
God, this is actually like so broken.
Yeah,
this is genuinely a really broken end board. Like
it's applying a lot of tempo with just one turn, disrupting him with Nibiru, and now
like you can potentially just go for. I suppose you can't do the end phase Shizuku thing, can you?
Yeah, you can't do that stuff, but you can
add
the Widow Anchor just to make it so if he does commit cards to the board, it's easier to OTK him.
I guess if you really want to, he could do the Shizuku thing because like he just DP pop itself in the field spell. But that's like, it's a bit minus, but I guess you get 2 more cards out of it, plus your DPE.
I think DP Widow Anchor is perfectly fine. We don't even know his other 2 cards in his hand. Oh, he is doing that, okay.
Yeah, well,
I guess he really wanted the extra disruption.
Why am I not just like the best pilot in the world, huh?
Yeah, your brain's massive.
God, I should just be I should be playing Striker.
Okay,
so he's going to get Shark Cannon. That's really good.
He's going to take one of the power birds out of the graveyard.
Yeah, I really love Shark Cannon versus like Barrel Canary. Like when you respond to Barrel Canary with Shark Cannon, you remove the target for Barrel Canary, but you're still XE locked. And it stays in the hand. It doesn't even summon itself. It's like such an insane card against Canary.
Wait, you're still locked in XYZs?
Yep.
Yikes.
It's crazy. And he's gonna scoop it up here. So
it's too much tempo there.
Hashtag I'm with her. Tenki turn 1. Oh god.
Does he have 20 bird John Lockbird?
God, this is why I love citing this card out.
Because it just you just feel so stressed whenever you activate. You're like, please, like I don't have drawn Lockbird.
Tenki into like a droll is just the worst you can have here, but no droll looks like Small World.
Oh, he's playing the Small World package.
I love this card. It's so good.
It is really cute.
Reveal Kit, Dinotherium. Wait, is it Dinotherium? I think so, yeah.
If he gets rid of Kit, then he's not going for the off play unless he plays multiple Kits.
Well, I guess Warbler's more important.
Well, see you later, Kit. You could have feasibly just banished the Fractal.
That is true.
Or maybe he doesn't have another bird. Oh wow, his hand is really weak. If he's forced to banish the Kit, that means his only bird in hand is the Fractal. Send that. His literal only play is Warbler and hope it resolves. This Warbler gets impermed. I'm pretty sure he has no more follow-up.
Well, here we go.
Let's see.
Not a bad start if this resolves, but that is a big question mark over the. We're thinking, oh,
it's
there
resolved.
It is. Okay, yep, no, he's got it.
We're in the money.
Looks like I can only assume potentially the only hand trap he has is Nibiru, or we've got some power spells.
Nibiru would be quite decent here because he doesn't have another bird in his hand.
What does he even do here?
Oh wait, no, he'd be fine. He can add either Nerval or Sparrow, and then the next Starling can add either Nerval or Sparrow.
Is that Wagtail?
He has got Wagtail, yeah. I wonder what he's thinking.
Surely you go for the blue one first, right?
Maybe he already had the blue one and he only plays one, so he couldn't banish it off Small World. That's also a possibility. If he doesn't search, he should search Nerval here.
Isn't Kit better? I don't know.
No, he's banished Kit.
That's what I'm saying. Like maybe keeping the Kit was better.
I'm puzzled. Maybe he just doesn't have Nerval, or maybe he already has Nerval in hand. I don't know what this really offers. Well, I feel like that should have been a Nerval, not a bit.
He's gonna play out the whole hand here anyway. So here we go. All right, this is it. Nibiru time. If he has it, this is where you do it. So you just don't let them get the search. Yep, here it comes.
Yeah.
Can't stop the rock. Farfa rocks in the chat. Just saying.
Okay, so this is where Nerval would have been sick here, because he has to have a Tribrigade in hand already for his follow-up, or he's just misplayed.
Okay, so what should he have done?
Instead of getting a Wagtail, he should have got a Nerval, because then the Nerval can float in one of your Tribrigades that you can normal summon, because you haven't normal summoned yet. And then he can still do some sort of play. Unless he already has a Tribrigade in hand. I'm not sure what this bird call's doing. I don't think unless his other card in hand was a bird, but if it was a bird, then I don't know why he wouldn't have just banished that instead of Kit. Okay, yeah, he's just yeah.
So basically, searching Nerval was the play here because of the floating.
Yeah, he 100% should have got Nerval instead of Wagtail. Yeah, so bit of a misplay here. You could have played through this Nibiru comfortably, ended on pretty much most of the board.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Ghost Bell.
That's super yikes. Now he's getting hard punished by misplaying.
What does that stop against Lyrilusc except specifically Canary?
Yeah, admittedly, Ghost Bell's not very good.
I guess I suppose he must just be playing like 20 hand traps, and that was just like the 6th best hand trap he was running.
Yeah, maybe he just wanted to go in on the hand traps.
And I think it stops Warbler actually, because Warbler is grave or hand, isn't it?
It does, yeah.
So you can go spell Warbler. That's a thing.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
All right, order. Nope. Oath. Oh, target a link monster, and he brings back a winged beast here, right?
Well, you can target any link monster. It doesn't have to be a tri-type.
Nope, just any link monster.
That makes sense. I wondered why he made Almirage.
How good is this then? Bringing back the...
Gets him a follow-up, I suppose. I don't know why he felt like he needed to do that now, though.
Yeah.
He could have just kept it then, pretended it was a disruption, then used it whenever.
That is true.
But yeah, the play here that's like cost him was getting Wagtail over the Nerval. Because Nerval would have floated into a normal summon, which could have went into Shurig, would have banished that Nibiru, link into FarfaYGO, and then the Shurig could have added a bird or another Tribrigade, and he could have at least done something. At the very least, without using my brain, I could have ended on some more link to summon the there's probably a lot more.
Through Nibiru, like, as well. It's
exactly.
so crazy. Multi-roll.
So multi-roll's going to get rid of the Nibiru whenever he wants.
I love the way he activates his cards.
Yeah, it's so majestic.
Yeah.
Oh, he's keeping the Nibiru. He's going for damage.
So is that like... was that like Chain?
Ooh,
Featherstorm.
Cool.
So you can't activate any monster effects this turn?
That's right. Well, you can activate monster effects that just negated.
I think it prevents activations, doesn't it?
No, you can activate it. It just negates them.
Okay, sure. All right. Fusion Destiny? I mean, it makes sense, right? Why else would you send Ray of all cards?
Yeah.
Because you didn't want him to respond to multi-roll. So this makes sense.
The hero saves the day again. I've been floodgated, no problem.
Damn, those
Summon the hero.
12% of the striker players in chat are absolutely going crazy right now.
It's his destiny to win this match.
Who doubted her?
I can be your
Although to be fair, she hasn't really offered much, but here we are. I promise you, this is a striker deck.
Not rocks.
God, he really is just gonna win with like Fusion Destiny and hand traps. Like, how powerful is this? Like, how powerful is this card?
His only follow-up here is Nerval. So he has to specifically draw, any tri-type. So when he normals Nerval and it gets popped, he can add Keris, and he can discard that to summon Keris. Assuming that his last card in hand is not any form of disruption whatsoever.
Gotta make sure we get rid of the Link monster this time. Or the Almirage. Don't want to have an issue like last match where Almirage is just sitting there protecting from the DPE.
He's also cleared his board, which I'm not sure was the right thing to do, because now if he top decks a Warbler, that's online as well.
Okay, yeah, maybe you just let him have a token.
Yeah, I would have just left the token on field.
Maybe he's confident that last card in hand is like a relevant hand trap potentially.
Well, if he's topped any tri-type, he has a play. So let's see if he has. So he has to immediately deal with his Nerval, otherwise Shurig is gonna hurty.
Shurig gonna hurty. Alright, we're checking the grave here, and that's a lot of names. Locked and loaded, ready to go. So I suppose you are really just kind of forced to DPE here.
He's got to do it, yeah.
Yep. It will float, and I suppose you just pray they don't have a discard?
That's it. Yeah, you just got to pray.
Prage,
Here it
if
comes.
you're a Lyrilusc player.
Is it Keris time?
This is what this comes down to. Is there a Keras discard? Because it might
Oh,
bring
he's
him
getting
back
it.
in.
He might have drew it.
I think you get it anyway, right? Surely. So.
Well, there's an argument where if it was any other bird, you can get a fractal. Because then fractal can be a bird if you top warbler, or it can be a Tribrigade. If you've got no other players, that's
wow,
what you do. But he
there
did
it
it.
is.
Well, but it was Canary as well.
So he had plays.
I'm not sure if I would have even discarded the Canary. The Canary might have just been a better player.
Oh, you think like probably just like a 6 material Zeus or something was better? Because he has like Wagtail and stuff in the grave, right?
Yeah, because if that card in hand is an effect veiler, he loses here.
Yeah, whereas Nightingale kind of saves him.
But he's going all in.
Looks like it's paying off. And that is a Shuriig
there's
banishing probably...
That card in hand is probably just some random engine piece. Yeah, get rid of that Molly roll.
Maybe another Go spell? Any other hand trap would have been used, surely. Maybe it's like double Ray. That's the only thing I can think of, Ray.
So what would Shuriig get here? Probably get Nerval, because Nerval didn't activate its effect. So that means you can special Nerval, link 2 into Dragon Lords, and then link into Samorg, which then summons the Avian, which should lock him out of the game, as long as he remembers to bounce that Nibiru. Bouncing the Nibiru is kind of weird, though.
Nibiru is not what... You can't do that. You simply can't.
Well, he has to, because you can't leave it on the board, because it's going to attack over his Avian.
I mean, I think you just have to deal with that, right? Because if you bounce Nibiru, he just... Well, I guess you end phase bounce Nibiru.
Well, he has a battle phase.
Right? Because you can do that. You can go end phase bounce Nibiru. Because
Yeah,
if you bounce Nibiru, he just uses it.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
sure. All right.
Why do you get Fractal? Unless I'm missing something, I think the play there was to get Nerval, so you can link the Nerval and the FarfaYGO and the Samorg. But now he's just going link 3 into Samorg.
Has he used all of his Nervals? He hasn't, has he?
No.
Okay.
Doom Eagle. Oh, he plays Doom Eagle. Oh, that's cute. So that deals with
wow.
that deals with the DPE, which is nice. But I don't know where he goes from here, unless he's got access code Toga, but that's still not.
I don't think it even matters now, because do you know why that's huge? Because he's activated DPE, which is going to summon one of the monsters.
Oh no.
Which locks his main monster zone. So
is that access code Toga? It is, yeah. Just gonna get rid of it. It wouldn't be game, but it's gonna hurt.
Wait, did he take any damage from Verte? He didn't. It wasn't Verte. He just hard drew the Destiny.
He just went Fusion Destiny.
Yeah, okay.
This is 16-5-3.
I think this is still really...
This isn't the play I personally would have done, but the DPE coming back was really stressful, so since he does play the Doom Eagle, that was probably...
Yeah, so there was potentially a way to seal out the game, but I think this line he's taken still just, like, ruins him, because, you know, this DPE has to mandatorily resolve, because he's already activated it, so he has to bring back Dasher or Celestial.
Which then shuts off either or.
Yep.
So you might get a Dasher in the draw phase.
I think you definitely special the Celestial.
Nah, no Dasher in the draw phase.
So standby, you have to resolve Phoenix Enforcer. What do you give them? Probably... I think you have to give them Celestial is better, right? Because Celestial can... If he gets the Dasher into the graveyard, he can still use Celestial, I believe. Whereas Celestial, if he summons Celestial, he can crash the Celestial, but Celestial can't use the draw effect unless it was... except the turn it was sent there, I believe.
So you would summon Dasher here.
Celestial.
No, so he would summon Dasher.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think you give him Celestial, right? Wait, hang on, let me...
But he can decide what he summons. He has Regeki, very nice.
Wow! Wow!
It's Dasher beatdown time. This guy has no follow-up either. I don't think he has any cards in hand. So Dasher could just do it.
Wait, why didn't he crash first?
Why would he crash?
To put it in the grave.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you should have crashed that Dasher. And then it meant you could have drew 2 cards.
He definitely could draw, right?
That Dasher also goes into defense mode.
Does it? Is it Dante?
Yeah.
It's Dante!
Yeah.
I told you BA best deck.
It's the first Dante.
What's his life at? Yeah, he probably was like, he was critically low. So, Dasher, doesn't Dasher kiss with FarfaYGO? No, Dasher's like 24 actually, never mind.
Dasher's 21.
21.
He's just passed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's huge. Oh, did he just set pass? Oh, wow.
Is Dasher going to do it?
Dasher beat What is this? Dasher
it's Ranger!
Oh, I'm with her. Wait, hang on a second.
Regeki's going to do it?
Dasher's going to attack with Ray, and then Ray tags out? That's a lot of damage. He might be really, really low here.
He's took 2-1 already, so that's 5-9. So this will be 2-1 plus 3k. He won't be game. But what's he imperming?
I think he's imperming Ray on attack so that she has to tag out.
So he doesn't take the damage?
I think so, yeah. That might be it.
I'm not sure why you would do that.
I mean, because if he's gonna die,
it's not enough damage. I don't think.
It must have been if that's why he did it. Surely.
I guess. Maybe it was enough, but
or maybe
if I'm recording life correctly, then it wasn't enough, and now he's gonna get a Hayate effect, which gets engaged,
which then gets Kagari. Yeah. So if it wasn't lethal, he definitely should have held that.
Yeah, for sure.
But if it was lethal, then it does make sense to, force that out.
Yeah, so now you can make Zeke to link his stuff away. And then Zeke straight in the Kagari. Did he send off the IA? I don't recall him doing that.
I didn't notice, but the most important thing is that Dasher's in the grave now, so...
He can Celestial now.
Yep. Yeah. God, that is... Oh, he's banishing the Zeke until the end of the turn. Not sure why.
Yeah. I'm not sure why either.
Is it mandatory on summon? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Maybe he just wants to protect.
Does it stop him from drawing a certain card? Like, does Lyrilusc have something that requires you to control a monster? I don't think so.
He also should have a monster on field because he is really low on life. He's stuck 5-3 and 16.
I'm sure he believes in his Celestial draws here.
Heart of the cards. Oh,
wow.
That's
okay.
Why. That makes sense.
Oh no.
No matter what, we're in this together.
So this is did he use Kagari?
No.
He went Hayate, but I don't even know if he went Hayate. If he used the Hayate effect here. Oh, is that the Imperm column? Oh no. Wait, was it? No, I don't think it was. No, I don't think it was the Imperm column.
You can never tell on these.
Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe the camera's mirrored. I'm sure the judge has checked it. Oh, it was the Imperm column, but he didn't negate the Ray. So you have to negate the cards you target with Imperm in order for the column to be negated. So it was the Imperm column, but it was because it didn't correctly negate. That's why. Well, 2 cards in hand. Must have drawn some hand traps there.
So he's took 5-3 and 16.
And we're
he's took 6-9. So
nice.
If he can deal 11, that he's out. He needs Canary, specifically Canary.
Canary into the Sparrow to target protect.
Attack Shizuku.
Yeah. Could just use this in the end phase here and probably hit the Sparrow. Must have a Sparrow in there.
It doesn't really matter which one, because he just summons Starling and crashes the Starling.
Well, Sparrow's the best one because it has targeting protection. So if he Canaries and doesn't summon Sparrow, it means he can at least do something to the Nightingale.
Yeah, I would get rid of the Sparrow. Well, there's 2 in there, I think. Probably Wagtail, actually.
Wagtail? Okay.
He could have arguably got rid of the Starling, because Canary can just bring back Starling, then Starling can just crash into Shizuku.
And then inflict damage based off of that. Wow! Cosmic Top Deck. You're doing a Biru Veiler per turn. That's crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, that would have done anything to Canary, I'm pretty sure, right?
No.
Yeah.
The Starling, he could have veiled the Starling, to be fair, and then his opponent wouldn't have took the damage anymore.
X1-1? Table 21? They should hopefully be close to bubbling or something at this point. We've got a...
The winner takes all on this one.
Yeah, usually when you get to day 2, especially with a few rounds left, you're in a situation where you're pretty much having to win or bust, right? You don't really have a choice here. And it looks like this matchup is actually this is Tenyi Swordsoul, and on the bottom we actually have a live twin player.
Ooh, that's cool. You're absolutely right. Even going in with a cushion in day 2, you absolutely do not want to wake up in the morning and your first round being a loss. Even if you go into the next round still with a top-end record, it's not good for the mentality. So I think the first thing you want to do in the morning is to wake up to that win. So let's see who can get it here. He's got a pretty good star. He's been Protoss, but his opponent has Naburdum, so the only thing he can end on is Protoss. So he must have summoned the Protoss.
Oh wow, that's
afterwards. But he's hit the Scythe.
That's an end phase though of his opponents, so it shouldn't trigger.
That Scythe shouldn't trigger. I think he's checking that now to see if it triggers, but it only triggers in your opponent's turn. So it's good that he hit the Torrential there. So the live twin player is main decking an artifact Scythe and Torrential. Torrential we've seen have a high impact on a Lyrilusc player in that matchup, in the Eldlich deck to try and to force a draw there.
Don't the oh wow, that's a huge top deck.
That was a pretty strong card deck.
Don't the live twins lock you into like Cyburst or something? Because I understand, I get the reasoning with the Scythe is that you can use the Link 4 Sunny Girl activator effect, bring back, pop the Scythe on your opponent's turn. Mm-hmm. I suppose that's logic there, but how do you get the Scythe? You're not making Dagda, are you?
Maybe he main decks Artifact Sanctum. And you
just straight up like...
Yeah, he might do, yeah.
Just straight up draw Scythe.
If his engine has applications to deal with the Scythe when he hard draws it, that means he's essentially playing 4 copies of Artifact Sanctum in his deck. And here he's went normal summon Tai, banish Blackout, which is a pretty strong play, because even if he negates the effect of Tai,
still gets a token.
So now he's going to get a bonus token, which will open up some plays for him here. If that back row is nothing, this is pretty much imminent death here.
This is these are Mecha Phantom Beast tokens, and I'm getting some serious flashbacks right now.
Dracosac.
I don't know if Dracosac is what I was thinking. I was talking about Link Cross and Auradon, but sure.
He banished Heavenly Circle. Does that have a grave effect?
Good question. Heavenly Dragon Circle? Doesn't have a grave effect, surely.
Don't recall it having a grave effect.
Dragon Circle.
That's a card's better than I thought it was.
You can banish this from your grave and add a Tenny from your deck to your hand.
That's really cool.
Oh wow!
So that means it adds worms to his hands if he doesn't have any left, and he's running out of steam if he gets in that grind. So it means he's got a discard or a reveal for his Swordsoul engine. And
he's searching Vishuddha, which is a bounce.
Which will bait the back row, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, that's
so
strong.
You can get rid of that and then just go straight into his plays. Jijao resolving, and then an extender would wrap up the game here, I would say. He's thinking about whether he wants to chain it or not. I wonder what it could be.
It's now or never.
Well, I guess we'll never know.
Could still have an Nibiru in hand, potentially. I mean, we have seen him drop that this game already, so...
And that card could have also just been an impermanence, which didn't achieve anything. So if he had another extender, it might have been better to go for Baxia, just to try and eat up that impermanence, because if that's an impermanence, it's still alive, because you activate it from hand. So let's see if it is impermanence. If it's not, he's smooth sailing, unless, like you say, he does have an Nibiru again.
Yeah. It's crazy just how good the Tennies are by themselves, but it never really made it as a deck at all. And I thought it was a pretty cool engine now, obviously, with the Swordsoul, and I think that's really what it needed to really get there. But I think like Tenyi, like the main deck stuff was always like really good, the ability to spam the board, but the deck didn't really have anything to end on.
Yeah, you're right. It didn't do an awful lot by itself, other than the utility to push into like boards, but it never really did anything itself. But it lacked like an engine that it splashed into. As we saw like a year or so ago, they started splashing Vishuddha in the August deck, and now they've went one step further and started adding more Tennies into this worm-based archetype. So now they have a way to push with a win condition in Swordsoul, whilst also using the Tennies as like an application to push through defensive cards, and also has engine applications as well, because Shishao is a level 8 synchro. And here it looks like he's about to secure the game by summoning Longyang, which should put up enough damage to deal the game, unless, like you say, there's a cheeky little rock in his hand.
I don't think there'll be any way for him to negate it, so...
As soon as that Longyang's whacked on the field.
Pretty sure the fact that he's still waiting here suggests to me potentially that he could still have something.
Well, Live Twin's favoured in time as well, so there's not a massive reason for you to scoop early.
Yeah, that's true.
And you never know, he could win the lottery and his opponent could just not go the game for whatever reason. You might want to hard respect the Nibiru since he's been Nibiru'd turn 1. I'm
going to assume that this is probably his turn 3 of the duel.
Yeah,
so
I think that's safe to assume as well. If he's Protoss, call...
He could be calling Light here.
He could be calling light.
I think he pointed at the Chi-Shao, right?
If he thinks he can put enough damage on the board, I don't think that's completely unreasonable to help him play for Nibiru. Because if he has Long Yang and then a way to special a Tenyi or the Reborn spell, then that would secure the game as well, whilst also playing around Nibiru. So we'll see if that was his thought process. Because even if he goes into... actually, the level 10 themed Swordsoul will be big enough because it gains 100 for each banished card, and he's used Pot of Desires. So that will be enough to secure victory, I think.
Oh yeah, I forgot Cheng Ying's random boost. It doesn't just gain attack, it reduces the attack of your opponent's monsters as well. So it technically is like creating a deficit of 200 for each banished card. And as you said, with the Pot of Desires, he gets massive.
So as long as he has 13, if there's 13 banished cards here, that should be a game. Yep, it is.
Looks like it is.
Other decks just do what that does better, I guess. Like, for example, like people have opted to play things like Swordsoul, which is like a better mid-rangey deck than Virtual World. Live Twin as well. It can do a lot with just one play. Virtual World like requires like a combination of cards, so it makes it difficult to play hand traps as well.
There's a Kiss a Kill coming down, summoning Lila out of the deck here. And yeah, this is a deck that just does like a decent amount with really just one card.
It summoned the extender version there and not the original copy. I thought it had to summon the original copy, but I guess it can summon just any Kiss a Kill. No, that's the one that came out with Lightning Overdrive. Okay. But I think they must be able to just summon any version of Kiss a Kill or Lila.
Okay. I think the extenders, are they easy to summon? Like, I think they just say, like, if you
have Kiss a Kill, if you control Lily, you can special it, and vice versa.
Okay.
So it makes the deck like quite versatile into hand traps. Like if your Tour Guide S card did get negated, if you have the extender, it just does the exact same thing. And here he doesn't have to play for any defensive cards, so he's got free range just to end on the Link 4.
What is the Live Twin Link 4 called? I know exactly what it does. I just forgot the name.
Evil Twin.
Sunny something, right?
Yeah. Sunny something or other. Trouble Sunny, that's it.
Trouble Sunny, yeah. She is so good, and it's really nice that you can just give this deck a bit of an end board now, because I think previously
didn't do anything, right?
Yeah, prior to Burst of Destiny, you really needed like your starter and like an extender to end on maybe like an Abomination.
Was that the play?
Yeah, I think you used to like have to end on Abomination, which would give you like multiple pops. It just required like 2 or 3 cards.
Looks like here the Link 4, the play would be to go into the 2 Link 2s in the graveyard, so you can draw a card and pop a card in the opponent's side of the field. Potentially
a Scythe, if he's got that set.
True, could have hard drawn that Scythe again. This time it'll do something.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to.
I wonder which one he's going to go for. Is he more scared of the Live Twin or is he more scared of the back row? I think the call here would be to bait that for sure.
Okay, looks like he's declaring monster here. Is he? I think so.
I would assume he is. That seems like the scariest thing, the draw on the pop, and then just use his engine to play for the back row.
He won't be able to draw on pop though.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So that's why you would Lightning Storm to get rid of the Link 4, so he can't do that.
Well, yeah, no, I just meant like maybe he was like trying to force it out, use it now so that it doesn't pop it, but it literally doesn't activate. So
well, you activate the effects, but then they both get destroyed, so they wouldn't trigger. So I'm not.
No, the Lightning Storm resolves before they have a chance to meet their trigger. Yeah, it's the same thing with Graph, right?
Yeah, it's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think you would have hit the Link 4, so they don't have a chance to activate those effects.
Well, here is the Pot of Desires, and that is an amazing card you want to see every time. Just so good, man. Ooh, Ash.
That's not a card you want to see every time you activate Pot of Desires. But it does bait the Ash, though, which is what a good application that Pot of Desires has. If your hand's already playable, it just eats up a defensive card. So if those 4 cards are playable, then it just looks like he has one more defensive card that we can see that he needs to play through. And this deck can easily OTK as well, especially in second. Yeah, so a good application with Pot of Desires as well. Eats that Ash so you can resolve a card that you absolutely do not want to get ashed, and that's the Emergence. So you can get any card that he wants, so he's going to get the Moi here.
Do you think there's ever a world where you just don't Ash Pot of Desires and you hold for like the actual play?
I don't know, like just letting them have a free +1, especially against Swordsoul, where like Ash can generally just not do anything. I think there's an argument for it in some decks. Like against Prank Kids, you definitely wouldn't Ash the Pot of Desires because you Ash their one card player and often they don't have an extender. But against Swordsoul, there's not an awful lot of things you can Ash because they order the chain, so you can't Ash like the Xixiao. And if they just don't draw emergence, there's nothing really else they can Ash. So I think Ashing the Pot of Desires was correct there and just hoping you didn't have a play.
I think post-sighting as well, it's very scary to just let your opponent see more cards.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
You know, so.
Plus, the more cards that Swordsoul has, the easier it will be just to attack for game as well.
Yeah. Well, Moyi is a great starter here. Did you see what he revealed?
I didn't. Might have been a Tenyi.
Yeah, okay. Well, the question now is how much is he going to respect Nibiru, which we know he plays, and how much is he going to respect this back row?
For the purposes of entertainment, let's hope he doesn't respect Nibiru. So we'll see where he goes from here. If you reveal the worm, that means things are online with searching a Long Yang. Or he's just going straight for the Long Yang now. So that means this will be 4 summons. So that does respect Nibiru. Very boring, but probably correct.
And we've seen him play Torrential as well, so...
Torrential here would be pretty devastating.
Depending on what he revealed, I think he might have probably thought about Torrentialing the Moyi.
Yeah, but this is probably the best play. Like, good stuff. Going straight into Baron as your 5th summon. So now you have an Omni Negate. You can use Baron to remove the back row as well. But it doesn't look like he's doing that. So I'm not sure about that.
Maybe he's because of the Scythe we saw.
Yeah, maybe he's worried it's just Scythe.
Yeah, like I feel like, you know, if you Moyi reveal Adara and the back row's actually real, he would use it, right? So
true.
if you're scared of artifacts, maybe you just don't pop it.
Yeah, he must be thinking, what more could it be? It's just been sitting there. He's done plenty of plays that would bait a back row that you would be scared of. Now I think he's 1,000 off game now, so it'll be interesting to see where he gets the damage from. Xixiao can search the Reborn if he plays that, and the Reborn will be enough damage to attack for game. So let's see if he does do that. If he's banished it off the Desires, that would not be very helpful, but let's see if he did get hit by that spot or variant, because I can't think of another card here that you could potentially search that would provide the extra damage that he needs.
I think when you frantically check your deck, grave, banish pile, then back to deck, I think
does seem like it has.
I think Desires might have caused some issues.
But he's still in a good spot anyway, even if he doesn't like attack for game. He's got like an Omni Negate and a card that negates a card on the field. So the Xixiao deals with the normal summon, and then the Baron de Fleur deals with any troublesome cards that could deal with the board. So he doesn't have Summit, whether he doesn't play it or side it out or it's been banished. So he's going for the backup plan of Blackout and just unable to get the game sorted there.
This is really hard to deal with for Live Twin. Like, even if he survives, like, a Blackout is... Well, there is a Nibiru.
There is Nibiru, so it's very good that he did play around that. Otherwise, he would have got blown out. So that was good stuff.
So obviously, this gets negated here, but Fleur de Lis has an effect where it only negates once while it's on the field.
It was the Scythe.
Why is the Scythe going to the grave now?
I think he must have went Baron, pop the back row, then he went Chain Nibiru. Yeah. But that's fine, because even if it is Scythe, he wasn't attacking for game anyway.
See, I think we like kind of hit the nail on the head there, right? Like, if that back row wasn't flipped on a Moyi summon or a Longwan summon, then it's obviously just nothing, right?
It was fine to pop it though, because like I say, he can't attack for game, so he wants to remove it from the field, and he doesn't want it to potentially be like an engine card that he just set as a bluff, which will help him push into his board next turn. So I can't think it's completely reasonable to pop it there.
Well, with Baron the Floor, she is an extremely powerful monster released in Synchro Storm, but not as good as other Omni Negates in the game, because her effect can only be used once while on the field. So
the biggest impact she has is just a follow-up, being able to summon a level 9 or lower monster from the graveyard, which is what you could potentially do in his standby phase, just to get some bodies on the field, and something he can tribute with Blackout, because he probably values just sticking the Xixiao on the board now, which is a back-to-back disruption, whereas Baron de Fleur now is just a beat stick.
Yeah. The pretty much just having a Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field at this stage. But
riding a little pony.
The problem is that he still has to deal with Xixiao, which stops any of his live twins.
He's looking at the graveyard, so he probably is thinking about Baron de Fleur. But you're right, the live twin player does have a lot to deal with here.
Yeah,
Blackout Xixiao and another back row as well.
That's the thing, right? He set a second back row as well, so it's quite rough. Bring back long one in defense here.
He mustn't have a worm in hand to trigger the Moi, or he just was worried to bring back a monster that didn't have high enough defense that could be potentially attacked over. But they don't have any like big monsters unless they go into the links. I can't recall the attacks of the links, so maybe it was right to bring back the long yang so it couldn't get attacked over.
I think they're quite small. I think they're like 16 and 16, maybe something like that.
Okay, but it's likely that that's going to get popped with blackout anyway.
So I like that he's setting one card because blackout if he doesn't have a play, or maybe he does have a play but recognizes that it loses to Qishao. I like that he's only setting one back row because blackout specifically requires you. Okay, he's going
number
second
2.
desires.
This man wants to draw 2 cards again.
Sorry, as I was saying, blackout has to target exactly 2 cards. And if you only set one, he cannot blackout. So if that's like a relevant back row, he might still be able to survive. But I feel like
this back row's nothing. He's got game on board already.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what he'd want to do here. I think he desires just to get some sort of follow up that could potentially deal with the back row if it is something. The quick play spells can summon a monster.
Oh no!
So
he plays torrential. Why just attack?
Yeah, he's crazy.
It's game on board, right? See,
yeah,
my God.
Oh no! That's very silly.
Oh god! Has he just lost the game?
He could have potentially thrown it away just because he's used a lot of resources with 2 Pot of Desires. And all he had to do was really just declare
just
battle
go battle
phase.
phase.
The game was on board. He might have been worried about the quick play spell, but like you don't lose to the quick play spell, you just don't win yet. Whereas torrential is pretty devastating depending on what his hand is.
Well, we go again.
He's going to use Qishao's effect just to banish the Moi, so he has the option to add it back of Adhara.
What is he targeting? I don't think... Can you target your own cards with...
Yeah, you can.
Are you sure?
100%.
Okay.
Played the deck enough to know that.
Okay, because usually, cards will say things like, your opponent controls.
It can come up when you need to like target your own cards to banish like blackout just to put a token on the field and stuff, or to banish one of the spells just to reduce the levels of your cards. It is something that you can do, but he does have something that he can do here. He's going to get emergency.
He still has targets.
Yeah. This also will be game if he has a worm he can discard, which he does.
And it's a Shuna, which
doesn't massively matter because the burn for 12 and the attack from the link, the synchro for 10 will just be enough. You'll get the follow up just in case it's not enough. But this should be a match here.
I guess it was like just calculated because he probably figured that it was just worth going to play into the Trencho since he has the follow up, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose, like you say, he had Nibiru as well again.
Nibiru in hand, which cannot be used really well. Can, but I think it would just be negated by the Baron. I'm not even sure if we hit 5 summons, but that was
4th. Baron with the 4th.
Yeah. So that should have been game 1, I think, right?
That was game 2.
We joined at like 8 minutes in. Did they really finish the... Oh, wow, yeah, no, that was game 2.
Match, yeah.
All right, he won the dice roll. B's going first here with a Resonance Insect, activating the pin from the hand now.
Since he lost the roll round 1, I wasn't sure which variant he was going to play, because we talked about you can have multiple variants of Bs. Whether they go first, which I think you mentioned he was doing like multiple disruptions, or potentially going second and just attacking.
Well, did you think he was playing like Battle Wasps?
Is that not a Battle Wasp? Is Pin not a Battle Wasp?
Well, yeah, sure, but did you mean like pure Battle Wasps?
Oh yeah, Bo.
Yeah, that deck doesn't... I'm not sure what that deck does. I think it is just like do damage.
Deck.
Yeah, pretty much. So we're normal summoning Resonance Insect, special summoning Pin because we control an insect, I think, is the condition on it. Link summoning into Armor Horn, our extra normal summon for the turn, as well as triggering the Resonance Insect.
As the bird player, would you say this is the choke point against bees?
No.
So if you wanted to throw an impermanence at him...
an impermanence would be okay here, but at the same time... depending on what he's drawn, he might be able to like trigger the banish effect of this Resonance Insect, because they have a you know, like I described it before, it's like an Aqua Spirit for insects. So that was one of the support cards. They used to play Antisectipede.
Oh, an actual Beetrooper themed card that's like Aqua Spirit.
Yeah, like you banish a insect from your grave and you can special summon it from your hand.
That's good that it's just insect as well and it isn't specifically Beetroopers. So it means that you can splash a lot of like insect engines in there.
Yeah. Oh, he's drawn Gokipole.
Ooh.
Okay.
That'll help him skip a step, right? If he's hard drawing it, or is that problematic?
No, I think it's actually really good because I think what he can do here, if I believe how Gokipole works, he can make Pikafalina and then chainlink one Pikafalina, chainlink two Gokipole.
Right.
And usually Pikafalina is a really like hard, choke point because it discards for cost. So hitting that is like massive. But he's actually just going to go for another Armor Horn. I have not seen him summon Pikafalina. I guess he doesn't need it because he already has the Residence Insect in the grave. But Gokipole can search any insect or special summon an insect vanilla from your deck. And I think he's probably going to search rather than special here. I believe it should be able to search Doomdozer, which then allows him to banish the Residence Insect, which then allows him to plus more. Oh,
he's getting Retaliant. See, maybe he already has the...
I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm saying, apparently.
He is King B. So.
King B, there he is. So he's going to trigger the Residence Insect off of the Armor Horn in the graveyard. So banishing all the insects in his graveyard to special summon Armor Horn, which gives it... It has like this Grave Revive ability. Now we can trigger the Residence Insect to add here.
That's pretty solid. There's like a lot of utility that I'm seeing here. Like I'm not massively familiar with what all the cards do, but he's still going, and it does look. He's making this deck look really, really cool. He made it look cool round one with the plays he was doing and like going through game and disrupting boards and also end on defensive cards like Appaloosa. And does he play Destroy Phoenix Enforcer as well? Or he does, of course he does. Like what deck doesn't these days, you know? So
didn't he win one of his games with like just Fusion Destiny and some hand traps?
It's all coming back to me now.
It's like, yep, that's a B deck. Okay, so the Residence Insect dumps the Battle Wasp Arboran or something. I think it's like I think that might be the Reborn one, but we're activating Atlas now, which is just 2+ Link monsters. Link 4 boss monster for Beetroopers. The untargetable indestructible monster, attributing itself, special summoning the Lancer out of the deck, which is then going to search for the field spell.
It is really cool that they have a boss monster X card, which doesn't do nothing other than just being a boss monster. And like it provides you an extension as well to your engine.
Tributes any monster, so it doesn't just have to tribute itself, which is really strong.
That's really cool.
I think this is the token generator he's searching, actually, not the field spell.
Is that the new card in Burst of Destiny?
Yeah, it's like a themed Hornet drone. So you special summon it, and then, okay, he's going for... Wow,
it's
he's just making Verte?
When you see a Link Spider, you know what's coming next.
All of this for Verte? I mean, Invoked does this in less summons.
What are you trying to say about the bees, bro?
What are you doing, Herman? Why did we do this?
Maybe he's maybe he just did it for like setup for next turn.
I guess he's just cycling through his
Celestial
engine.
in hand.
Oh wow,
Celestial.
Dasher and then Celestial out of the hand. Epic.
Bam.
Amazing. Beautiful. All right, well, here's Phoenix Enforcer, potentially backed up with 1 or 2 hand traps or impermanence, because, yeah, that is a really popular, well, no, I wouldn't say popular, there's like 2 people in the world who play this, Herman and, I guess...
Well, a popular play is probably Destroy Phoenix Enforcer plus...
Yeah, that is a popular play. Yeah, for sure.
Which is causing like, many players a lot of problems. It's just really difficult to disrupt. You can probably think at the bare minimum, since you set a card, you've got Destroy Phoenix Enforcer and Infinite Impermanence. As we've mentioned plenty of times on stream, the follow-up that DP provides as well, not only in itself, but Celestial and Dasher, can be devastating. It basically puts you on a really, really short clock to either end the game then and then, or somehow remove the DP from the graveyard. Yeah,
it's definitely going to put in work here. But if there is one deck that can crack it, it is Lyrilusc, so, you know, he is going to have a good chance here. God, I love this camera angle.
Tweety birds are very, very powerful. So I'd be very surprised if it didn't do something super explosive here. The only time when they feel really weak is if they have to normal summon. But no, he's just...
Good start.
He either drew that for turn or he held it. Holding it was probably a good call. He felt like his engine was good enough just to deal with like the disruptions, and he didn't want to stop the engine. So that deals with the DP straight away. He's probably going to decide now whether he wants to pop itself in Verte, just so he guarantees that it'll have a follow-up next turn. I think that's what he's doing. He's activating the effect of Destroy Phoenix Enforcer to pop the Imperm and the Enforcer. So now it's clock time. Can Lyrilusc play for any other defensive cards that Beetrooper might have?
So I think he's definitely going to have a copy of Impermanence set there, and it's just a question of does he also have...
He's had the normal Nerval, which means that his hand is not super fantastic, but if this Swallow resolves, it won't matter, and it has. So now the engine gets to get going by adding a Bird Call off the Wagtail, and his next play is surely is to go into Starling. You can't go for the Lyrilusc OTK here because the monster isn't really big enough to crash into. You can boost the Verde by quite a lot, but Verde's attack's really, really low, so I'd be very surprised if he did go for that sort of line. He's probably just going to go for, like, summon a bunch of big monsters and attack him.
There is a world where he is... also, I just remembered he searched Retaliating Sea at some point.
That he did?
Yeah. I think he can trigger that off of the Bird Call. Because it's Retaliating Sea. Do you remember how that worked? Because you remember we used to play that against Necros?
If they activate a spell or trap that has an effect to special summon a monster, you can special summon this card. So he has to be really careful with how he uses Bird Call here. Because then that would trigger the Retaliating Sea. And he doesn't want to have his cards banished. He likes his graveyard.
Well, that is true, especially with the Tri-Engine and the Nerval ready to go.
The spookiest thing about Summon a Retaliating Sea, though, I think it has 1400 defense. So that'll, like, open up some options for Fazu to potentially, like, just attack in the Retaliating Sea and do damage. So we'll see what sort of...
Can you not just summon it in defense?
Yeah, but you'd still take the battle damage.
Right, but it shouldn't be lethal, right? Because it's quite small.
14 is probably not big enough. I guess it depends how big you can make the Nightingale. Mm. But if you can make the Nightingale, like, with 5 materials, it might be enough.
Yeah.
But he doesn't look like he's going down that line anyway. He's using Ferrojeet effect, especially some of the Warbler. He's definitely holding that Bird Call. He's definitely respecting the Retaliating Sea. And I don't think there's any other way the Retaliating Sea can get slapped down outside of Bird Call.
I'm curious what the set card is, because if I believe it's an Impermanence, I think hitting the Ferrojeet was quite okay, but I suppose he still has his Keras in hand, potentially.
Oh, he's doing a cool play here where he's using Whitetail effect to equip the Starling. And that means Starling just gets a free search. Just attached its material. That's really cool. I've never really seen that interaction before, but yes. Warbler can special summon the XYZ Lyrilusc monsters. So can Canary as well.
Normally, I just see Wagtail resolving at the end of the combo just to make Ensemble have like 33,000 materials.
But that was a cool interaction there that we're just seeing, which goes to show why these players have like made it so deep into the tournament.
Barrow Canary, the last bird that he's going to require here, and yeah, still pretty.
The strongest final push here.
Still pretty surprised, honestly, about the.
They just had to swap the Ferrojeet there because
that was in the wrong
cameras and stuff. But it doesn't look like it's going to matter too much because I think he's going to go into some Morg.
Yeah, there it is.
And if he doesn't manage to get game here, he's at the very least ending on either Zeus with Avian, but probably F-Zero with Avian.
He has to have some sort of disruption here. I mean, this set card has been here this whole time. I felt like it was Imperm, but I guess like the way he's played his turn, there hasn't really been an amazing Imperm location.
There hasn't been like many options for him to Imperm.
Like maybe here would be the time.
Well, yeah.
And if he plays Nibiru, this would be a great time. But even then, he still has Canary as a follow-up.
Imperm on the Tribrigade effects would be big because it means that he doesn't go for that extra push. I think he hasn't sent off, so he definitely has like going for game in mind. He's on 6k life, bear in mind, because he had to pay 2,000 with Verde.
Yeah.
It's definitely not out of the question to try and deal 6k. I think this is the Imperm.
There it is, yeah.
He held the Imperm for the Tribrigade monsters. But I think at this point now, it is still looking really, really difficult for him because he's still got Canary. I don't see him getting 6k out now. But Samog's going to summon Avian in the end phase, and he's going to summon an XYZ monster here. So he's either going to summon a Sunblue or F-Zero or...
Wow, oh my god, that's huge. He's using Lancer on response to Canary.
Ooh, good stuff.
Yeah, so he can put back the Canary target in his graveyard, special summon the Sting the Lancer, which is a quick play, recycle it back into the deck. Canary stays in hand. He's locked into Xyz for the turn, so he's basically just gonna have to go battle phase, and that's pretty much it.
And we've seen that before, haven't we? In the opening round, we saw an interaction with Lancer being able to do that, and it was really, really cool. Like, I completely forgot that was something that he could do, and it's having a high impact here. So at the very least, he's not going to end on any of the Xyz disruptions. That Starling not being in attack mode could be really problematic if it was.
Because he'd be able to make Zeus.
Exactly. So if he could have went down at Zeus, that's not an option anymore.
Oh my God! Did he pass? He passed, right?
No,
he revealed. He revealed.
He would have. He's playing now. It's just to attack over the monsters on board.
What is the restriction on Barrow Canary? Because I don't know if he can actually resolve Simorg at the end of his turn here.
No, he can. You just can't special summon monsters from the extra deck except XYZ monsters.
Extra deck. Okay, sure.
Yeah. So the only misplay I see really is that Starling should have been in attack mode. If it was summoned off Warbler, I don't think Warbler has to summon things in defense mode. I don't think. So that very well it could have been in attack mode. And the play here would have just attacked with the monsters that actually have attack points. Attack for 0 direct with the Starling when the board's been cleared. Then you can go down into Zeus. But now it's stuck in defense mode. So it can be used as a link material, but I don't think you'll really do that. There isn't really a link to defensive card they can go into without any of the Tribrigade effects. So that they're probably just going to stick on the field. So he's probably just going to go summon Avian Pass. He can't attack over the Lancer? That's peculiar.
I think Lancer's like 24-ish or something.
Is it that big?
It's not huge, but
it'd be big enough to.
It is 24.
Is it bigger than Simorg? I don't know what's happened.
Wow, he's gonna scoop it up. Okay, that's insane. Wow, that's probably the best.
Opened Exodia here.
That's probably the best start, isn't it?
1-for-1 summon Warbler special Sparrow is gonna feel really strong.
Oh wow.
Or rather, I think there is a better way to resolve 1-for-1 than the way I just mentioned.
Specifically, if you discard Sparrow.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't opened 1-for-1 enough to really know what like the most optimal way to do this is. But
sounds like a skill issue to me.
Oh yeah, I suck. But
Retaliating Sea would have been amazing there, by the way.
Oh yeah, that would have.
That would have just ended the turn potentially.
Yeah, I could have decked him.
Might have been a card to side out if you really think about it.
I think 1-for-1 resolving is so powerful that I guess it makes sense for him to keep it in because it's gonna put a lot of graft in here. You think he'll have to use his normal summon though, and he's probably going to hold any sort of disruption that he has. I don't think this is enough of a choke point to even begin to start throwing things at him. It's untargetable as well because he's XYZ summoned that Starling with Sparrow, so it can't be targeted.
Well, we know a Utopia Future Dragon is going to be made at some point here, right?
Yeah, so if he has Nibiru, it'll be dropped down sooner rather than later.
Which we have seen him play, so if he has Nibiru, it's going to have to come down on the second recital summon. Which that should be summon number 5, right? I think so.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay.
He's already on summon 4.
Yep. So picking what his normal summon is going to be here, just to make that extra body on the field to make the Starling.
Unless he has Bird Call, he could drop Bird Call now. That wouldn't respect Nibiru a lot. But he's using Nerval. Again, this hand, he's not respecting Nibiru at all. Unless he's just going to...
Maybe he wants to hold his normal summon because potentially he's drawn like Kit, maybe?
I suppose.
There's Wagtip. Wow, okay. So this is...
So this hand will somewhat respect Nibiru, or at least give him a play after, because he can Bird Call summon Warbler, and then Warbler can summon something back. So now he's going to have free reign to then go into the card that'll bait Nibiru, the second Starling. So it's now or never here if he's going to
if he has Nibiru, it has to be now.
He doesn't have it.
Doesn't look like.
If he's letting that resolve, he will not have Nibiru.
Unless we have a combination of Nibiru Imperm. Is there a choke point that just probably just rids the board of everything if you hold it like that?
I'm not sure if you can summon anything else that would disrupt him. That'll stop the Imperm. So if he does have Imperm Nibiru, that'd be pretty good.
Yeah.
He's gonna resolve the Nerval now. to...
is that a DD Crow search?
That is a DD Crow. What application will that have against the Beetrooper engine?
Pretty good. I think you can hit the Armor Horn in the grave. I'm not sure if it's an activated effect or if it's a summon which doesn't start a chain from the grave. But hitting the Armor Horn out of the grave is like a great way to stop that extension play. I think that's probably the best case scenario. Other than that, you don't actually really want to banish cards. You don't really want to banish Resonance Insect. I guess banishing Goki Pole, but at that point it would have already resolved. So it's not super amazing against this deck, but I mean, if you're getting it for free, then, you know, no complaints there.
Yeah, if he feels like he has more than enough in his hand to push through like a potential Nibiru or any other defensive cards that he might have, if he's already got all the Burst, if he's already got Canary, then what else are you going to search other than DD Crow? And I think that's why people play DD Crow on the deck, because it just gives you something to search, which adds an extra disruption, which can be good, especially if you do get hand trapped. So it means you don't end up with nothing, because if he interacts with his board, he still has that DD Crow. I think he's about to use his normal summon now on the kit. No, he's going to still hold that. He's going to activate Bird Call. This will likely add the Canary now, and then he's going to special the Warbler. Unless he's already got Canary. There it is. He's going to add the Canary now. And I don't know where you would go from here now.
Should be some way to put a Simorg on board, I assume, right?
I would assume Simorg's probably coming. He still has his normal summon. I'd be curious to see if he's going to do the Oath play.
Yeah, so the big, you know, Exodia combo of this deck is to end on the Omni Negate, the Tri-types, the Avion.
If you special off Warbler, his board might have been full, so you might not have been able to do the full combo.
Oh, okay. So you just didn't use Warbler for board space?
Yeah, so like some mistakes that I was doing when I was trying to combo with it is you would have one extra monster on field and you can't get rid of it.
Okay.
So he probably recognized that, and he's going to do that now. So here you would just go into Dragon Lords. I'm not sure how you would remove the kit from the field to get off, unless he's just not doing that play.
Is Kit his normal summon?
Kit is his normal summon, yeah. So he...
Can you just go Almirage?
He can go into Almirage, yeah. He's probably just going to hold it. Did he detach? I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, I think he's thinking on summon of this now. So here we're about to see some action.
Okay.
Oh, has he got him?
Oh, no way.
Oh,
no way!
Oh, you called it!
That's crazy.
Oh, that is nuts.
I mean, what deck beats that?
That is going to...
What deck beats that?
A lot of pressure. And I'm not sure what his follow-up...
That's his normal summon, right? Like...
Yeah, like...
He's resolved Nerve
He's
also.
resolved every single extender that I can think of. Every normal summon, Bird Call's resolved. There's just nothing that he can do now.
Well, I suppose there's Barrow Canary left, so... Do you think there was even a world where maybe it was worth holding even longer?
He's used Barrel Canary. He did it on the summon of Barrel Canary. That was his absolute...
Oh, was that the Canary summon? Oh, right, yeah.
So
okay,
on summon
sure.
Of Canary just rocked. They're just working out the attack of and defense of the Nibiru token now.
God.
But at this point, it does look like that the only disruption he has to play through now is a DD Crow, and if he can do that with 4 cards, and it looks like
DD Crow will not be enough to stop Beetrooper if he has any good starter, I'm not going to lie.
Looks like Beetrooper is going 2-0 this Lyrilusc player.
Yeah, this is grim.
It does look grim.
I mean, there's no deck in the game, really, that can play through Nibiru Imperm, really. You know, like... It's
too much.
It's, you know, waiting for the first Omni Negate and then you just let them keep playing. To have the discipline to just wait, you know, do your combo, do your search, and knowing the deck inside out to know exactly where the choke point is to go into Nibiru Chain Imperm. You know, it's not like he can like do anything about it, right? Like, what are you gonna do? Like, not use Future Dragon?
You couldn't summon another a negate for the Imperm or Nibiru. The other negate that you would summon is at the end of your combo, which is the Avian. So, like, if they have Nibiru Imperm, there isn't really anything you can do about it. And his technical play here shines. Was
Normal
shown
resonance
that he was disciplined with the Imperm, and it has like a really high impact both times.
Wow. Okay, he just has every.
That's
Imperm
the same start as the last.
Yeah. So this is Imperm, Nibiru, Resonance, and Pin.
That is the full whack.
So all he needs is Fusion Destiny in hand here, and we're good to go.
Yeah, I'll wait to get rid of that token, get 8k on board. He's already got the 3k with Nibiru. So he only has to find 5k somewhere and remove the token.
There's nothing he really needs to care about here other than the DD Crow, and that I'm pretty sure like doesn't actually have a relevant application here except on the Armor Horn summon, which, you know...
I am struggling to see any sort of interaction the DD Crow would have. Ooh. And even if he doesn't manage to find game here, the Lyrilusc player's follow-up is going to be
okay, so right here on the addition of Doomdozer, he probably should have DD Crow'd the pin so that he only has one insect engrave. So I feel like
you think that was the best time to DD Crow there, you think?
I mean, there's really no other time, right? Because he isn't going to need the Armor Horn summon from the grave. So I think he should have did that and just make him require his normal summon, the extra normal summon of the Armor Horn. I think that's probably what he should have done, because you know he gets an extra normal summon. Resonance searches Resonance. Goki Pole searches Resonance. Now you link these two away.
I'd love to be proven wrong to see if there's another choke point for DD Crow here.
Let's see if Armor Horn has a activated effect or if it is a... It is an activated effect. Okay, so we can respond to the Armor Horn in the graveyard.
Just special itself back and then DD Crow.
And then chain DD Crow, but I mean, it's not going to matter at this point.
That might be what he was thinking, but...
We've got Access
Code Talker. Seems like it's already done here.
Yeah, like this is just game here.
Yeah, that'll be it.
I don't think he needs to care about Nibiru. I doubt you would put Nibiru in going first, and yeah.
Yeah.
We knew the last card in hand was Canary, didn't we?
No, because he's used Canary when he got DD Nibiru. So we only knew his hand was DD Crow on a blank. And that's it.
Time rules are different when it comes to Top Cut. So it's a end of turn basis, correct?
They're more or less similar unless the life points are the same. So it's end of phase unless the life points are the same. So it'll keep checking life. So end of phase then turns into end of turn if the life points are the same. If the life points are the same at the end of turn, it would then pass turn to the opponent, and then it becomes end of turn, and then it keeps doing that until there's a life point change. And then whoever has the highest life points at that point will win the duel.
So it's almost like sudden death at that stage.
Pretty much.
Yeah. All right, well, here we are. This is the Fancies sending the pranks for the Meow Meow play here. And
it's all going according to plan for the Prank Kids player so far. Normal summoning any kid and just getting their stuff started. So the usual so far would Doodle do. The difference will begin more so at the tail end of the combo to see what sort of stuff you would do and what sort of things he's ending on. So far, it's probably looking like Pandemonium Bow Wow Bark Pass, which is perfectly fine.
It's your typical interaction.
Double destruction effect off Butler is pretty good. But we'd be interested to see if he can add anything more to that, because you can have two dropsies on field to go into totally awesome if he doesn't have to use Pandemonium, because Pandemonium does lock you into Prank Kids. So it'll be interesting to see if he can manage that with the resources that he has.
So he's adding back Prank and Fancies there, discarding it to then generate a token. And I guess this is your Bow Wow play here.
I think I recall him valuing Prank Kids Pranks last time when we featured him briefly before the camera issue.
Oh, it's Dodo here, okay.
And he got Pranks again, really valuing that draw to hopefully get another defensive card, which is probably why he did so well in the tournament, because he just values getting as much defensive cards as possible. Because as we've seen, a combination of hand traps can apply a lot of pressure by themselves, and then not to mention the end board that he'll have on as well.
So I'm curious how Drytron deals with, double Raigeki.
Yeah, that would be pretty difficult. None of the things will protect itself. They do have a lot of pushes, so they can definitely...
They do play Nightingale, don't they?
I don't think so. I think they play... Oh, he has Pot of Desires too, so he's going to draw more cards. Pot of Desires is a little bit awkward in Prank Kids because you lose a lot of your resources if you banish
too many names,
and then your follow-up it can get significantly weaker, especially now with Meow Meow gone. But maybe he's just accepting to take the risk for the extra +1, and he thinks that's just too valuable, which I think I'd agree with as well.
I guess against something like Drytron, you have to put up as much disruption as you can, and it's fair to assume that a Prank Kid list will be playing hand traps and stuff, including just the basic combo of.
Well, assuming that he's playing blind and he doesn't know what the matchup is, I think just getting the extra card is probably fine anyway. It'll be interesting to see what his generic turn 1 play is.
Drawing more cards with Roxy's here.
Pot of Desires is especially good in Prank Kids because it can eat an Ash, which is pretty much
that's the best
game
cards
against Prank Kids, a lot of the time. So having that just to basically just take an Ash out of the hand is just as good as drawing 2 cards. It allows you to play.
But yeah, I think that something for Drytron to really struggle with in this matchup I can only assume is probably going to be the double Raigeki. And I mean, a lot of decks...
Not to mention the set 4.
Wow, that is beautiful. All right.
So probably an Imperm down there with a Pandemonium. I think Pandemonium's only once per turn, so multiple Pandemoniums won't be very good.
I think the deck only plays like 1 or 2. He might be having to play 2 just because of desires, potentially. It
depends. Sometimes it's okay to open. Like, it's not totally the end of the world to play like more copies of it. I wouldn't be surprised if he is playing 3 because he's playing Pot of Desires. You want to play cards like Poly too because you want to see Poly because your end play is just much better.
Interesting that he does not recycle the Meow Meow, and every time I've seen him play, he never recycles Meow Meow, so I guess like the follow-up turn 3 is just whatever, right? I guess you just want as much disruption as possible to stop your opponent from playing.
That'd be the most interesting thing to see. I know what they can do turn 1, but I don't know what their next play is to help push for game. If he is undefeated, then he must be doing something right.
Yeah, for sure.
So let's have a look and see what the Drytron play.
Well, that's Alpha Zeta, I think.
This is the best starter in Drytron. Alpha generates so much advantage by grabbing Ben 10 and putting a monster on field. But
huge
Ash Blossom on Alpha can feel really rough against Drytron. Unless they have multiple extenders, but losing their best extender and not getting access to Alpha is rough. It might have been better to use Zeta first there to try and bait an Ash. But he might have valued Zeta higher. I'm not sure, but whenever my experiences against Drytron, whenever you Ash the Alpha, their plays do feel significantly weaker.
Looks like he's now activating the Zeta by pitching that Alpha that was ashed in the hand here. And this is the Ritual Spell Searcher, so trying to see if this one is going to resolve now. Maybe we've got a Call by the Grave set there, potentially.
Now that would be devastating. And it is.
There it is.
Call by the Grave on Zeta, taking out his 2 best pushes in Alpha and Zeta.
So it's going to be really rough now.
Has no access to Meteonis. He has no access to Ben 10 to get multiple recursion.
That's
but he
huge.
has tactics.
That's not bad.
I think the best
you need to draw, right?
Draw 2, yes.
Yeah. I mean, there's a world where you like steal to force out the. Well, I guess that doesn't really force out Pandemonium. He just chains.
It can if he needs to use the fancies to make Butler, because you need fancies, dropsies, and lampsies. But he's got 2 cards in hand, so it wouldn't have been totally out of the question. But he does have Bow Wow, so Bow Wow can just tribute itself to add back the relevant pieces, but he probably values his engine higher than Disruption here.
Well,
that's Gamma
pitching Ultimateness.
The Ultimateness, which is pretty useless going second.
If this Gamma resolves, then it is able to put 2 bodies on the field here, and provided that he... there it is. It looks like he's going for it.
He's setting up the Pandemonium.
I mean, this is like the biggest like extension play that Drytron has, which is Gamma, bring back a body, and that's going to be met with a Battle Butler.
Yeah, I think the field is definitely going to get blown up here. I'd be very surprised if he lets him go and Mubia Fafnir here. He absolutely is not.
Yeah, setting up for this, adding back the colors that he needs, fusing away the green, yellow, green, red, and blue. One of which was on the field with the fancies, and here is the Battle Butler as well. He can float all 3 of those colors into bodies.
Now, the play is actually not to summon off these.
Sometimes it is, right?
Because you can lose a lot of resources if you just summon a lot of these. You can just use this effect to just gain and reduce life. You don't necessarily have to summon off those.
Wow, he's actually not using a single one of their effects.
So you do use their effects to gain and reduce life, but you don't use their effects to summon.
Yeah, because they're optional.
So because if you summon, what a lot of times that can happen is you can run out of gas. But we'll see if he is actually summoning them all.
I mean, I feel like if you use the Meow Meow, you have to, right? Okay, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, maybe I was thinking more so when Meow Meow is at 3, and maybe now that Meow Meow is at 1, this is just something that you have to do.
Yeah, because there's no follow-up.
But now he's very vulnerable to a board wipe now. He'll run out of a lot of names. He does have one more push in Nova, which will get him like the 4th name that he hasn't used yet in Delta. I'm not massively sure where he goes from here now. His only other pushes in the deck outside of the Megalith cards that we haven't seen yet would be Normal Summon Diviner. But there is 2 more defensive cards that he does have to play through. It is looking quite rough for the for the Drytron player.
Definitely a deck that needs like multiple cards to be able to extend and keep running. And he's just sitting here with 2 cards in hand after having already resolved the 3 best names in his deck: Alpha, Zeta, Gamma.
And as soon as there's another monster on board, that Butler's activating again.
Well, once again, yeah, no, it sacrifices the Meow Meow from the from the graveyard by banishing it to destroy rather than tributing itself as a cost. And now he has a decision to make. Do we let this resolve, or are we just going to let Zeta sit on the field? And it looks like there's no real reason to.
The Delta's not providing any sort of threat whatsoever right now. Now he will likely use Delta's effect to tribute the Alpha in his hand. He draw multiple copies of Alpha. So I'm not sure if he revealed a card to draw or he just summoned Delta Raw. He might want to go into Verde here in an attempt to bait the Butler. But then from there, I just don't know where he goes.
Last card in hand, I mean, I guess it would have to be... Normally it's Fusion Destiny.
This is where he has Imperm as well, so he still has... And this is where
we're going to skip it up now. Hopefully... Wait.
Did he just pass?
He just passed.
That's rather peculiar. I'd be very surprised if...
What is that hand?
He must have just drawn pretty much all of because Drytron can do this. Like sometimes Drytron can just draw awful,
especially with the Ultimateness, Pitch, Herald.
So we now know 2 of his cards: Orange Light and Ultimateness. But Tactics is gonna get him that all important.
Trying to dig for Poly is what we're trying to get here, right?
But this is the rough part. Now Frankids can just have 0 follow up outside of Poly.
Yeah.
So this Orange of Herald of Orange could have potentially put in work there if the Drytron player has any remotely sort of play at all.
He just needs to attack over this Meow Meow, and then he should be able to shut off like any good extension play here. Okay, Diviner into Imperm
to attack over Meow Meow. I don't think Meow Meow has 1,000 attack.
Yeah, and Diviner's at like 600, I think. Okay, it looks like we're activating Alpha from hand. Okay, great.
Good enough just to attack over the Meow Meow.
Woo, that was close.
I think if he makes any sort of play here, if you feel like he can't go for game, he needs to get rid of this Meow Meow because then...
Oh, this is fine. Like, worst case scenario here, if we don't have another Drytron in the hand, we can just go for Verte, right? So
yeah, this is the weakest point where Prankits can be now. Since he didn't use an extender last turn, it's safe to assume he doesn't have any extenders in hand. So if this Meow Meow gets removed from the field, it's going to be really, really difficult for the Prankits player to get his stuff started.
There he is, Verte Anaconda.
I think that's very, very, very brave. If he has Infinite Impermanence, if he has Effect Veiler specifically, that Meow Meow will stick on the field because Verde can't attack over it. I think it would have been...
Yeah, it's safer to go for Battle Phase. But
absolutely.
There it is. There it is. It's Red Eyes Fusion. We have not seen it all weekend, I believe.
It's been a while. We saw Dragoon summoned once all weekend. That was the Invoked player that was playing 2.
We saw him brick with the Red Eyes in hand, but I don't think he actually managed to successfully summon it. But there it is. He's playing Dragoon still. Good old and
he's out.
He's just playing the Drytron list from I guess last format. So here we are.
Deal 1,000 here by destroying the Meow Meow and then attack for 3k and 500.
So it's a lot of damage.
Putting him on a clock here. Now with the Prankits player is going to struggle enough now that he doesn't have Meow Meow anymore. But now with Dragoon on the field, and I'm not sure if they even have any sort of in their engine that can deal with Dragoon. He does play Tactics, so Tactics can be a potential.
Tactics can steal. Okay, there is a Reborn. That's step 1.
That's one way to get around not having a Meow Meow.
What do you do here?
If you reborn a name, then normal a name, you can then link into Doodle Do, and then order the chain so Dragoon can't negate both of them.
Mm-hmm.
So he's at least resolving one of his kids. I guess it depends which one he wants to resolve more, Roxy's or Lampsies. Probably Lampsies, because if his hand's good enough, he doesn't want to discard anything.
I personally would also be terrified of Talents here. I'm not going to lie.
Absolutely, yeah.
The steal effect of triple Talents is
honestly, it might have been worth negating the Monster Reborn.
Yeah. I think you just if you've got Talents, you've got Talents, because at this point, he's getting the engine flowing at this stage.
Like even with the talents would take Dragoon, and then he has nowhere to really go from here. You know, like if he has Poly, he would be top decking it. He probably top decked that Monster Reborn because he probably would have used it last turn.
Yeah. Lancia? Ooh.
I think that's a Dragoon negate. I don't know why he sided in Lancia against this deck though. They don't tend to banish a lot. Or maybe he Lancet so he can't resolve Roxy's. Yeah, now he can't resolve Roxy's.
Yeah, he can't Roxy's, but he's still gonna get Lampsies, which is a body.
I definitely think it was correct to negate the Monster Reborn here. 100%. I think that would have been like a done deal.
Yeah, for sure.
There's no overextend that they could have had other than potentially Polymerization.
Lancia stops Roxy's, and I guess Meow Meow banish, but that's usually on your own turn, so
the only
you can't use it then.
It really has here is Roxy's.
Yeah.
So it's not really putting in a lot of work. In this specific scenario, since he had Roxy's, it was good.
Adding pranks, by the way, instead of Pandemonium.
He probably revalues the recycle. He can put back the Meow Meow, I guess. But I'm not sure what it's going to do this turn. I think his only play here is to make, if he can make access code talker to attack over the Dragoon.
Yeah, he just needs as many bodies as possible to try go bring a token into Unicorn and then access, but like...
And you can do all that without baiting the Dragoon and then attack over
it. He's not negating with Dragoon.
He's giving it a read.
I think it's a cost to discard. And he's double checking to see if Dragoon can negate face-up effects, not just activations. Yeah, there we go. Oh, there's a Fool in the hand. Yeah, I mean, you have to negate this pranks, right? Because otherwise he just climbs into access code and that outs Dragoon.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't look like he has any other cards in his hand, so he's running out of steam.
Yeah.
That Monster Reborn resolve is looking to be fairly punishing. I'm not sure whether Prankins play Gorse from here. But...
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, what do you do now? Unless he's just got Poly in hand, but I mean, I think this is game on board.
It is. He needs to climb into the access code token. Somehow he needs a way to get another monster on field.
Otherwise, it's Dragoon, burn, attack.
Exactly. There's no link-free Prankid that he can climb into to trigger Dropsies. If he goes into Unicorn, Dropsies doesn't trigger because he needs to be used to summon
a Prankids.
Prankids. Yeah. So he's thinking now what he can possibly do here. It looks like he is thinking about going for a link summon. But then he requires like another monster on field still.
Yeah, I mean he has to somehow survive this Dragoon burn. That's going to be the problem, right? This Dodo will be able to, I suppose, tag out to sort of dodge the burn, and Dropsies has 0 attack, and his life should be on 4,000.
He's took 5/5, so he's on 2/5.
Oh, it should just be game life. Actually.
Dropsies can gain life. I'm not sure if it's going to save him.
That's true.
The Meow Meow here being at 1 is putting in a lot of work because the simple play here would have been Dropsies into Meow Meow, Dropsies summon a Prankid, and then that would have been enough to have the access code talker. But only having 1 copy is proving to be quite rough.
Right here is proof as to why so many people have just stopped playing Prankids. I mean, your follow-up and your grind and your extensions are just so limited with only 1 single copy of Meow Meow.
For sure, yeah. And now he's more or less in the exact same position as he was before. He might have just did this to literally just gain 1,000 life to make it so that he doesn't lose.
And 0 attack on the fancies means that he's not going to take too much damage. Exactly. Well, he's going to take 0 from that specifically.
And the only play I can really see here is if he goes in the Bow Wow block, but then I'm not really sure what that offers you.
Nothing.
He might want to use Doodle to add back Pandemonium, but then he's just going to fall victim to another Dragoon negate if he doesn't have to commit to anything on the board, because the Dragoon by itself is threatening game.
Yep, just by itself, so... just making another Dodo, and are we using fancies? We are just climbing through everything at this point.
Yeah, at this point I can't see any advantage to doing this other than just running down the clock because your deck's favoured in time.
That is a good point, yeah. This Prankids is a really good time deck, so I guess it does pay to just keep playing and survive as long as you can, because...
I'd love to be proven wrong, though. I'd be really curious to see if you can end on something that is promising. I'm not seeing it thus far now, though. The Pandemonium is engraved, so you can use Doodle-Doo, which he hasn't used yet, to add back 2 cards. I believe it's 2 cards. Yep.
Can add back Pandemonium and the fusion materials required to fuse, but again, if he Pandemonium's on his opponent's turn, it's just negate with Dragoon and go for game.
And he doesn't have to commit any more cards to the board, because, like you said, the Dragoon is applying enough pressure as it is. So he is using the Doodle-Doo effect. So I would assume the only thing you would add back here is Pandemonium and a name.
I'm really just disappointed we didn't get to see the full extent of the Drytron deck.
Yeah, we didn't really see the Megalith cards other than it being discarded off a Dragoon.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. There's a Megalith card that was used as a Dragoon negate.
Yeah,
so
it's looking like Dragoon Turbo as of right now.
Too many disruptions. I mean, Alpha into the gosh, what was it he used to disrupt Zeta?
Call by the Grave.
Call by
Alpha, Call by the Grave, Butler, and Imperm. I mean, I don't think any deck can really play for that.
Nope, not too well.
And passing looks to have been a godsend to him, to be honest. Like, made it so that he could just stop his plays, and his follow-ups have been like super disrupted. Like, the Dragoon is really, really putting in work here.
I mean, this was the issue with Drytron until people really innovated upon with the just playing Verte in the deck, right? Even before the release of Fusion Destiny, you just go into Dragoon and... you know, Drytron would sometimes struggle, just have like 2 bodies on the field, not be able to do anything, and then it's like, well, why don't we play Verte?
Yeah, for sure. And he's activating Pranks again, which I'm assuming isn't once per turn to activate. And he's going to try and get a draw here. I would be very surprised if he doesn't put back.
Is the draw the end phase effect?
It is end phase.
Okay,
yeah. So he has to. I'm not sure what he's hoping to draw.
Just multiple. I mean, Dragoon can't be targeted or destroyed. Like, I don't know what you're really trying to do here.
Yeah, unless he does have an out on his deck and he is super confident that he's just not going to be defeated in the following turn. But I'd be very surprised as to see how he doesn't. If he tries to pop the dropsies, he will chain Pandemonium, so that won't achieve anything. So I suppose he's confident enough that he won't lose.
I mean, you definitely negate Pandemonium, right?
That's true, yeah. You just go effect, pop dropsies, you
Attack.
chain Pandemonium, negate with Dragoon, and then that should be everything.
Yeah. He's okay. I don't think. Okay, yeah. So there's the Pandemonium. He probably tried to go battle phase, or in response to the Dragoon chain Pandemonium, negate the Pandemonium, destroy dropsies, battle phase.
Also gain 1,000.
Yeah, he's on. I think Dragoon's on 5,000.
5,000, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's game.
And that'll be good enough. And as we mentioned before, like Prank Kids is favored in time, so looks like the standard stuff here in the Link 1 and Herald of Orange or an Ash Blossom would be.
This is it. This is the clutch moment here.
This is the clutch moment. You're absolutely right.
Wait, no, doesn't this?
It doesn't chain block. It only works if they control a monster. So he does have the Herald of Orange, like to negate that. So it is look like he's going to set 2 cards.
Same play as last turn. This is Ultimateness discarded with Herald to negate the dropsies in the graveyard.
Herald of Orange is a really powerful card. Being able to deal with any monster effects and searchable in your engine as well through Ben 10 as well. So it means you can essentially play it for free. There's no way he's bricked again.
It's such a heavy cost, and this is what the problem is, right? Like, you need cards in your hand, and just hard drawing that Ultimateness is just not great.
Again, like the hard drawing the Ultimateness, like 2 games in a row. I think it was 3 games in a row. In fact, I remember it being discarded game 1. We're having a little struggle here, and the fact that if that Meow Meow was removed from the field again, the Prank Kids play would have been in a tough spot.
Just like, any Drytron
monster,
names,
any Drytron Nova, there was plenty of options just to get rid of that Meow Meow. But since it's stuck on the field, he's effectively just playing out his turn 1 again. Yeah. But this time he's got 2 back row.
Drytron sitting here with 2 back row as well. I mean, I can only assume one of them is probably a Forbidden Droplet, but that's a terrible card in this situation because again, you're just losing more cards. So.
Now, this is where it's the point of no return for Prank Kids now. They've got so much advantage, there's nothing really you can do. The most vulnerable point now would be if you were to Ghost Spell the Doodle-Doo add back, but Ghost Spell isn't really a card that's really seeing play right now.
And probably not in Drytron as well, so...
Yeah, I think at this point it is looking like that the Prank Kids play is going to take this. He's playing it safe though. He's definitely respecting the brew, which I definitely rate. If he kept on going and tried to go for game, he could have potentially fell victim to Nibiru. I think Prank Kids do find it difficult to deal 8,000 life points because they have to commit all their resources into an access code token, which don't trigger the kids. And if they get Nibiru there or it gets Effect Veiled or Imperm, then it can feel really, really rough. So he is playing it safe and he's relying on his defensive cards to get him through this.
Yeah, I mean, he's just taking the +1 after the +1 every time he summons, and now he's going to resolve Prank in the end phase. There's no reason to get blown out here, even if it's completely unlikely that they're playing Nibiru. You're in a winning position. Like you can take as long as you need here to slowly poke at your opponent. You're not losing in this scenario because you've just built up so many resources over the course of this turn.
Exactly. He's got Pandemonium.
That's a pass again.
He's got Pandemonium. He's got a monster that's still on the field, so he's just showing that like he doesn't need Meow Meow in this stage. He's just
interesting. He's not even choosing to use the Pandemonium in the
why
end
waste
phase.
it? You know, just, like he'll probably just like go into a Link 2 just to deal some damage again. Lampsey's hitting for 500 every turn as well. Can apply a lot of pressure. And here he's safely going to go into the Pandemonium and summon a 3k monster. No, he's going to summon Rocket Ride.
Yeah.
That is a good shout because Rocket Ride. Oh, he's going into
Weather Washer.
That has an effect that.
Isn't that back row removal or something?
I think that is a back row removal.
Double check. Weather Washer.
I think Weather Washer is like the opposite of Butler, where it gets rid of.
If your Prank Kid monster attacks, your opponent can activate cards or effects till the end of the damage step. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, tribute this target to Prank Kid non-fusions with different names in your grave and special summon them.
Oh no, I guess
wow,
we're just completely wrong. It just does the same thing as Rocket Ride, but in your opponent's turn.
Yeah, okay.
So
that's pretty cool.
2 cards, but they're unaffected by card effects and can't be destroyed by battle, I think, which again puts him in a position where it's going to be really difficult to win. He's gaining so much advantage. But I think the play now is
he's pushing
to go for game now.
Yeah, he's pushing quite hard into this. I guess he probably just wants to go for game. I mean,
he's probably counting the number of summons. I think Doodle-Doo increases attack. I know Bow Wow does. I can't remember if
it's the place as well that resolves that gives him a ton of attack too.
True, yeah.
He had Droplet in his hand, by the way. So unless he like
didn't need it.
Yeah, unless there was a time where he like maybe just top decked it for turn or drew it off Roxy's at some point.
Done that. I think this is.
I think he would have been in a good spot even if he did combo off, right? Because you just Droplet on ultimateness is so strong.
I think now if he has Droplets, he has to half their attack just so he doesn't lose. Cosmic.
Chain Cosmic on the... Yeah, I mean, that Cosmic, that's a good card. That's the perfect card he would have needed going second into a full board, but he just didn't have enough to stop him.
That would have helped into a Pandemonium for sure, but it is looking like is he gonna chain Droplets? He is, yeah. I probably wouldn't have activated the Cosmic.
I think he's... Because the field spell buffs by a lot. It's like 500 damage or something for each monster, I think.
But I think that's permanent. He probably just wanted to use that just to half as many monsters as he can, but I probably wouldn't have wanted to take the 1,000 life points.
But it's better than taking 15.
I suppose, but he didn't get rid of the field spell. He got rid of Pranks. So I guess he just didn't want the...
Oh, did he hit Pranks? I thought he was hitting the field spell here.
No, he got rid of Pranks. I suppose he just wanted to get rid of the recycle engine, and I think this might have bought him an extra turn.
There's the...
But if he is low enough, he's on a clock because, like we've mentioned, Lampsey's can deal 500 effect damage.
There is the Megalith card, which was sent with the Droplet. So we have seen a feature putting in work. The I think that was Ophiel he discarded, sent to the grave with the cost of Droplet. But yeah, like you said, he's bought himself a turn here. So I don't know. Still a world where we draw Alpha Zeta potentially.
We haven't seen any Drytron cards at all, and normally when they have a grave full of Drytron names, if they top any machine or ritual monster, then they can get their stuff going. But it is looking really, really difficult for him. I'm not sure what more he could really do, and he's resolving a Pot of Desires as well, just to get more of an insurance policy, just to get 2 more additional cards, just to see him through this. I'd be very, very surprised to see the Drytron player managing to wiggle through this. The Prank Kids player's got too much tempo, it's got too much card advantage. It's going to be too tough. Yeah,
Desires now is just looking like it's going to run this out. I'm not going to lie. It's looking quite rough.
He's now also going to go into Bow Wow Bark as well, which will give him additional card advantage in his opponent's turn. He's probably accepted that his opponent probably doesn't have the Nibiru. And I think the only thing that he can really have here that would even somewhat help is if he already has a Drytron name or Ben 10 in his hand, and he tops a Drytron, one or the other, then goes Tribute Ben 10. Nope, he's got the Dark Magician in his hand, alongside other cards that weren't really helping him. Very unfortunate. We didn't see Drytron get to really do anything. He had several. I don't want to lose the roll against combo decks in general. He's opened Meltdown here, so he's got his start. It doesn't, from the stance of the Drytron play, he might not be playing defensive cards, or he's just playing it cool. And
you might have a Herald, which you can stop Alistair with, which feels really bad to Herald negate an Alistair.
It wouldn't be terrible because it removes it from the field. Things like Veiler and Imperm don't remove it from the field, so you can go into Secure Gardener to get access to your light. Herald of Orange wouldn't be terrible, even if he's hard open Invocation.
Well, Herald is a light.
No.
If he hard opens Invocation.
Okay. Let me yoink that light. So yeah, that you're right. That would be not very good. Whoopsie. But
so why do we still play Almirage Secure Guard instead of the Magister?
I think you want a Fire Engrave as well, just so it gives you the option of Purgatrio. I think some players go for the Magister Link 1 instead, just in case your Alistair gets chaliced, so you can still go into the Link 1, because once it's gained that 400 attack,
that's a really obscure
it's a very weird interaction, huh?
Yeah.
I think that would be the only reason why you would play it, and I guess other than extra deck space, but I think they do value just having the light engrave and maybe having an extra card to send off Maximus, a card you can banish to special summon Maximus as well. It probably makes more sense.
The respect that he's showing to Lightning Storm, putting the Makaba in defense.
And why not? For the most part, it's got 3/1 defense because of the Alistair in hand. So he's opened the
good.
D7 as well. He's got both copies of his engine here.
Does he play Shaddolls?
By
Shaddolls, I mean a single copy of Schism.
I would assume that's a prerequisite to playing this deck. There's no reason why you wouldn't. It's
gonna
play
be really
Schism.
rough here, playing through a Winda and Drytron.
Yeah, so here it comes. It's you'll probably add Ecclesia here because it can special summon itself, and he'll use Apkalon to add.
Oh, Maximus.
Schism. He must have already got the Ecclesia, unless he values Maximus higher. It'll be interesting to see what he does here. And now that he's resolving the Apkalon.
Is he not using Alcapone?
Oh. He must already have the Schism.
He must have Schism already, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Because there must be no other targets in deck.
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay. Meltdown plus Nadir. I mean, it's just a very strong 2-card combo, huh?
Yeah. Getting access to both engines simultaneously can be quite impressive, and it's really, really difficult to deal with. The Maximus, let's see what sort of work he can put in here. Will he use the Maximus effect? I'm not sure. It'll be interesting to see.
Yep, looks like he is pointing to it. And both players send 2 monsters from their extra deck to the graveyard. And
he plays Entis. I think
that's not good.
I think using Maximus effect against Drytron might not have been the best thing to do.
Of course, but I mean, he doesn't know what he's playing, right? So
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
I guess that's something to note for the games going forward. But yep, that is Maximus for.
Yeah, he definitely has been punished by using the Maximus effect, not knowing what he was playing against. So I think it was probably the best thing to do to activate Maximus. But here it is gonna suck, because now he's going to get Herald of Arclight effect to add any ritual card, a spell or monster, and then the Entis is going to be Chainlink 2, so you can't negate the Heralds to then remove a card from the field. So that's, from what looked to be a really promising start, has now been punished by the Maximus.
I think it's still reasonably strong. You're able to, still have your Winda set up. I mean, your Makaba negate is... Gosh, I mean, you don't really want to discard with Makaba to negate Untis and then have to potentially negate again on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, he'll just let the Makaba just go to the graveyard. He's probably values Schism, his ability to lock him out of the game with Schism, much higher. Also have Dogmatika punishment as well, just to deal with any potential threats as well. He's probably feeling still safe, even
this is
with
still
the
strong.
Maximus effect.
Yeah. Alistair in hand with Fleur de Lis search in the end phase from the Titaniclad in the grave.
Which also, he's got several disruptions here, which I think, even with the Maximus hitting potential issues, he still has a reasonably solid board. So Fleur de Lis can set up dealing potential lethal next turn as well.
So still has 7 cards to play with. It's 7 cards, but it is 7 cards that all say special summon, which is
down a window. You can have your entire deck in your hand, and if you don't have any cards to deal with the window, there's not an awful lot you can really do. But interesting to see how he opens up here, because as soon as he activates any of the Drytron monster effects, since they start a chain, he'll just chain Schism, and then he's locked out with special summons.
Yeah. So there's Alpha pitching Ben 10, and that is going to definitely respond with a Schism that he hard drew. That's why we didn't resolve the Al Capone. Banishing 2 darks out of the graveyard, Titaniclad and Schism. That is 2 dark monsters, which creates Winda after so long. 7 years in the format. Winda still putting up.
While,
it's such a powerful card.
That's why he had to activate Maximus as well, because he didn't have a dark in the graveyard to summon Winda.
Yeah.
So I suppose he just had to take any sort of disruption that would have happened and did happen. But now we'll see on summon here.
Ben 10 searching a light fairy. I don't think there's any light fairies that deal with window.
Can Ben 10 trigger? It's not. Is it in the summon response window? Like, can Ben 10 even activate because of Meltdown? Is that how? Oh, because it's chain link 2.
It's a new chain, right?
Yeah. So it's not in the summon response window. I don't think, because it's not responding to the summon of it because Alpha was summoned last. I think that's how it would work anyway.
Yeah, those were words.
Yeah, words. I agree. So looking here, it's just, as long as that window stays face up in the field, I'm not sure what else he can really do. He can go Diviner, send a card.
Which is an amazing card that has so much utility from sending with the extra deck, but there isn't
anything in the extra deck that will move the window, and it's unaffected by card effects, so the Entness will achieve nothing. This Cyber Emergency, though, can add Jizakuru, a Kaiju.
But he can't summon it anyway.
True, yeah, you're right, he can't special summon either, so yeah.
Like we said at the start, I mean, you can have like 7-8 cards in your hand. If none of them answer a window, you're just sitting there looking at your combo cards like, yep.
He is in a rough spot now. We don't know what cards he has in his hand, so it'll be interesting to see what...
Did you say add Jizakuru? Apparently it doesn't do that.
Cyber Emergency?
It does not add Jizakuru.
It adds a Kaiju machine, right?
You also can't summon them because they can be normal summons.
Oh, right, yeah.
There's a restriction on Drytron.
Silly me.
All right, there's a 6 off of the top here, and we're definitely digging for Droplet, right? I mean, I think that's quite a standard card.
This is probably...
Even in game 1.
Yeah, I think it definitely wouldn't be completely unreasonable for him to be playing Droplet. He probably would have done this first if he played Imperm. So I imagine Imperm isn't in his main deck.
Yeah, well, I mean, he wouldn't be able to Imperm because he committed to the field, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like he would have.
None of those cards. First. Wow, main deck Crossout in Drytron.
That's very interesting to see.
I dislike that personally because.
Well, he main decks Droll and Lockbird, so he must have been extremely worried that a lot of people
literally just for Droll, right?
Maybe? Yeah, he must have thought that a lot of people would have decided to main Droll and Lockbird for the Lyrilusc matchup, so he felt it was too important to not main deck Crossout Designator. But he's missed off the prosperity here, not hitting any of the cards he would have wanted to see, probably Forbidden Droplets. So I'm curious to see if he thinks he should stop this Diviner in case he's worried about anything he can send to the extra deck. I'm not sure what he would be worried about, really. We'll see, I guess.
Nothing. I mean, what else are you going to negate with Fleur de Lis?
Yeah,
against Drytron with a... Yeah, well, going to scoop it up and go straight to game number 2.
You'll probably want to keep all his hand traps in, and hopefully the Draw and Lockbird won't get crossed out designated. But seeing the crossed out designator would eat up one of the hand traps, you would assume. More importantly, being the Draw and Lockbird. Starting with a Diviner, that's either really, really bad, or he wants to if he wants to eat an Imperm. Normally when Drytron players start with Diviner, their hand isn't very strong. Cross out on the Imperm, that's cool. Now he's very, very vulnerable to a Draw and Lockbird if Lucas opened it, because cross out's only once per turn.
It's paying off for him and working here, but I personally am not a fan of this strategy because Drytron is such a engine-heavy deck with like literally 30+ engine cards, and you're really, really strapped for space. And then you have to put in Crossout plus the targets for Crossout, some of which might not even be drawn or played against you. But I guess it's working out for him. Yeah, there it is.
He played hand traps and Crossout Designator together. Which maybe he's just playing one of each hand trap. Like we don't know
potentially.
So
but again, I find that it just feels so such inefficient deck building.
He has it.
There's the Droll.
There's the Droll and Lockbird, which would be devastating.
Do we have a Herald maybe here in response?
Without a Herald of Orange here, there's not an awful lot Drytron can do. If he can commit one more monster onto the board, he can go into Verte and then end on DPE or Drytron. If he is playing those cards, he has like the gas has been certainly. It's all out. It looks like it's all out of gas.
I mean, I don't know what you do in Drytron under Droll.
Your only win condition after that is to go into Verte.
Yeah.
So he is passing. He's like I've mentioned, since he had the normal Diviner, his hand would have been very weak, and to the point where you couldn't let that Imperm resolve. The Crossout Designator ideally wants to hit the drawn and lock
Prosperity,
bird,
that's huge. In an ideal world here, you have Order set going first, but
in a Magic universe. So that back row isn't looking like it's anti-spell either, because that would have been flipped in draw phase or standby phase.
It's not called by, it would have been used on the draw.
It's likely probably either
a second cross out potentially.
That wouldn't be very good.
Yeah.
If it's cross, it is cross out. He's cross out in
I got the reads this weekend. I got the reads.
That could potentially be quite good, depending on like
depending on Luke's hand here.
Yeah. Cross out, the utility here, being able to hit the pots. We're seeing maybe this is why cross out has been putting in work for him in the games where he goes.
Yeah, there's some like, decent engine cards you can kind of hit, not just hand traps. So
yeah, there's definitely some like it's definitely wider than we probably think it is outside of hand traps where it can hit, and it's certainly doing a good job here. If he hasn't opened playable, this could open up a window for the Drytron player to play again. Because he does have Benten in hand. If he has any other Drytron name, then, which I assume he would since he searched Benten, can prove devastating.
Yeah, he does have a lot of follow-up depending on if Luke is going to have a bit of a weak sort of play here. And he did check his extra deck.
Oh, he has passed. The cross-out designator on the pot of Prosperity has got him there. So it'll be interesting to see what play he has next. He should have a Drytron name with the Benten in his hand. That's safe to assume, I would say.
Gosh, poor Luke. 3 cards in hand here, and none of which are set to the field. So, gosh, I mean, I don't know. Like, could just be some things he doesn't want to commit to the field because they might get hit with a Untis, with a follow-up Diviner.
That's completely reasonable. If he thinks his player was too weak, he's
Invocation
probably not going to commit to the board.
Yeah, maybe like Invocation without Alistair, things like that. But
so he's using Zeta discard Benten, which is very, very strong.
Really bad here. He's really going to have to hope he has a second roll here, maybe.
Yeah, literally. He's Gamma.
Okay,
that's interesting. So he's going to lock him out of Meteonis, unless he's hard Druid. So that means the Benten will still resolve, but the Benten might not be able to get him anything too useful because it can only add a fairy. He can get Diviner, but that can't search any of his Drytron names or really get him out of this situation. So he's in a rough spot here, the Drytron player, I think, because he's run out of cards in his hand.
I think the worst case scenario is that even if he normal summons and doesn't get anything with Diviner, he can potentially make Verte still, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if he's playing the Verte package. I'm
not sure he is either.
I feel like there'd be a lot of cards in his deck would cross out the targets and the Verte stuff. So
yeah, it would be difficult to really fit that stuff in, and maybe from the sounds of things, I don't think he is. I mean, if he is, then cool. That is his win condition. If he doesn't normal summon Diviner, he'll probably save it for when he can actually make any reasonable play. We don't know his other 2 cards in his hand, but they weren't playable last turn, so it's safe to assume they might not be particularly playable this turn either. But he is normal summoning the Diviner, so we're curious to see if Luke has any more disruptions. Since he passed, he could very well just have more defensive cards in his hand. But he's letting it resolve. And well, he's gone in his deck first.
Ava.
Oh yes, a Diviner can also send from the main deck. Yeah, like I completely forgot that was a thing. It can also send from the main deck as well, and Eva can banish from field. So this is actually going.
Ava's versatile.
Yeah, like I completely went over my head. Yeah, you tunnel vision so much on like one player being able to send from the extra deck, you forget that it can do other stuff as well. Yeah. So now it's resolving Eva, so it's got him a follow-up and a defensive card in Herald of Orange, so I think he's probably thinking he might have to pass here. Is he going to bother attacking over? I don't know why you would do that. I don't think he would want that engraved, because it's just more fodder that he can banish.
It is a light monster. I think it's better to just let the light get banished, but he is just going to pass here without much follow-up and...
But Luke didn't have a playable hand this turn, so anything that he would do is
needs
probably
to top
going
deck something.
Nydia's Servant will be his best top deck here.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty huge. Good too. That is also quite strong.
I don't think we can see anything in response to this here.
I think if you need an answer to Herald of Orange, that'll be it.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it's not completely out of the woods yet, because you'll have an orange to use into the DP when the Drytron player gets to inevitably play, because I don't think there's a way like that Luke can end the game here. But the DP is going to apply a lot of pressure regardless, and then if he manages to survive another turn, having Dash and Celestial for then the follow-up, the clock's getting smaller, the time's running out. Oh, and he has Ecclesia
wow,
too.
Okay. So he must have had Ecclesia last turn and just chose not to commit to it.
Yeah, completely reasonable to do. He might have thought that it wasn't a good enough follow-up to commit to the board. He might have recognized that the Drytron player's follow-up would have been particularly weak, especially if he had Gamma. That's it. He didn't want to commit Ecclesia to the board because he had Gamma, and he felt like Gamma was going to be good enough to get him there.
Rather than I guess it's like weighing up, do you want Gamma or do you want punishment?
Whereas now, if he doesn't get orange, this can bait an orange. So now the DPE's pretty much got free reign to just be really, really oppressive. Ecclesia not resolving is also big as well, because it means it's going to be more difficult to go for game, because if he gets Fleur-de-Lis here, he could have potentially... In fact, I think it absolutely would have been game if the Ecclesia resolved, because the Ecclesia can deal a lot of damage.
So in response to the Herald negating the Ecclesia, we're just going to use DP to destroy here, just because it's essentially free, because the Ecclesia is going to...
It'll still negate the effect. It doesn't work like Effect Vela. It just negates the effect. The card doesn't have to be face up on the field on resolution. But like you mentioned, it is free anyway, so you might as well destroy it.
And yeah, we're just going to probably get in for 25 damage here. And I don't know how good the rest of Luke's hand is, since he did just basically rely on Gamma Pass.
It potentially doesn't have to be. If he draws a monster as an extender off Dasher, I'm pretty sure he can make it another turn, because his hand, the Drytron player's hand, wasn't amazingly strong anyway. So... I'm not sure what he can really top deck that can get him out of this, other than his own Fusion Destiny, if he does play that package. Since he had 2 Diviners on board, it's safe to assume he doesn't play any sort of Verte variety in his deck. So let's see what he can top deck here to try and play through this Destroy Phoenix Enforcer.
Does have a decent amount of cards in hand with the, what's the name? Benten in the graveyard, if... he can somehow find access to Meteonis again to be able to bring it back. But it is just one Destroy Phoenix Enforcer. And Drytron, they have a way to play through this. And here we are. We're starting with the Zeta for our turn in the graveyard, pitching the Ultimateness.
You might have drew that for turn.
This card is stuck to the hand of every Drytron player.
Yeah, we always see it.
They're always pitching Ultimateness.
It's not fantastic to open, but it allows you to get your Drytron names online. He has got access to Meteonis now, which means that he can do something. He can Meteonis back the Benten, and then he can use a Drytron name that tribute the Benten. As soon as that Benten hits the field, though, it's safe to assume that the DP will destroy it, because he doesn't want to trigger those
Is there
cards.
Potentially a world where he just goes Meteonis now and then brings back Ultimateness, just to force out this DPE?
That's true. He could do that. It depends if he has multiple fairies in his hand, because if he has multiple fairies, he can do that. If the Ultimateness hits the board, that could prove to be devastating, because it can negate the destruction effect, then negate the effect engrave. So this is a worrying spot for Luke here, to see if he will decide to do that.
So the Meteonis has... What just happened, sorry?
I think it hit the board, and now it's just back in his hand. I'm not really sure what happened there.
Just missed that. DPE is reducing Zeta's attack.
He can't actually activate the effect of it. That's actually
the
a really cute
sneaky effect of DPE, randomly putting in the work here.
Yeah, that is a randomly... something that I just completely missed. Yeah, the reduced effect of Destroy Phoenix Enforcer, applying a lot of pressure, because the attack of these monsters needs to be 2,000 to actually, summon the Ultimateness or the Benten. Well, for the Ultimateness needs to be 18, but it's reducing it by 400. So now he's using Diviner to send Entus to remove this Destroy Phoenix Enforcer from the field. So now it's going to bait the effect. So he's going to use it to probably get rid of the Zeta. And now he needs a way to get either a Drytron name on field or in his hand from somewhere, just so he can summon this Ultimateness. Because if he does get this Ultimateness on the field, then the tides of the game will turn towards the Drytron player. So we'll see what the other 2 cards in his hand are.
Do remember to always declare your DPE when it goes to the graveyard. Sometimes people forget that. Just in case you're ever playing in that situation. But
he's attacking with a Diviner, so he has run out of steam here.
No follow-up.
That attack reduction applied more pressure than we even realized.
It's so relevant. It's actually crazy. We do have a back row here, but Luke is drawing for turn. The DPE returns, and we have that follow-up of Celestial plus Dasher in the grave.
Yeah, so he's shuffling his hand, so he didn't draw a monster. So it's at least something that he can set. We don't know what his other card in hand is, but if it is something he can normal summon, then that's absolutely fine. If it's something he can set, he's setting 2 cards here. So he is going to go for the Celestial play. That back row, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it's just Meteonis. Oh, no, it's caught by the grave.
Wow.
That is big. That is going to hit the Celestial, so he does not have that follow-up.
So he didn't called by the DPE, which I suppose a floating pop every turn is better to deal with than drawing 2 cards.
Well, as soon as he got into his Alistair engine, I think at that point the game would have been game over. Like the Destroy Phoenix and Force is applying a lot of pressure, yeah. But the draw 2, and if he got into his Alistair engine, which he plays like a big copy of it, would just be too much. Like, he can probably deal with a pop, but a Mechaba and negate would probably just be too much. So he knows his last card in hand is Meteonis. So now, if he hits Alistair off this Pot of Prosperity, I'm pretty sure that'll be game over. Like, he won't be able to attack for game because he's half the damage. But I'm not sure what one card he can really out the top that would get him out of the situation, which also just wouldn't get negated by the Mechaba anyway. He is just going for free. There is a lot of copies of Alistair in his deck. Will he say it?
Ecclesia's strong.
That's good enough. He's getting drawn on Lockbird. That's peculiar. I don't know why you would do that. I think you would want to just try and get your engine going. Like, he clearly doesn't have enough here. And never mind.
That's why. That's why.
That's absolutely why. He already had it. So I think if he hit the Alistair engine here, like, that just would have been game over. But to be honest,
this is just Winda now, right? Winda droll DP. Oh no, I guess he's gonna go Omega.
He's going to use Omega to get rid of cards in his graveyard. Yeah, likely the Ben 10.
He wants to shuffle back some of those Drytron or Fairy resources.
Yeah, he's probably gonna get rid of the Alpha if it's in grave. I can't remember what's in his graveyard, but this is probably gonna be it. I think
this is so strong. I can't believe he just had Prosperity Nadir set this whole time. Like, okay, sure, didn't need the Celestial.
I wonder, was it not game anyway? If he just went Nadir Servant, get Fleur-de-Lis can buff itself to 3k, Ecclesia to 2k, and then DP in 2/5.
Isn't he doing that just now?
Well, he can't get game anymore because of Prosperity. I was thinking if it was game over anyway.
Right.
But to be honest,
he maybe has taken a bit of damage here, but I don't know. Like, yeah, 1 card in hand plus all of these resources. I don't think you even need to attack per game here. You just get as much control as you can, and it's pretty much gonna clean it out here.
Yeah. Oh well, someone pointed out that you can't summon Fleur-de-Lis because DP's not actually summoned from the extra deck.
It's from the graveyard technically.
The graveyard. Okay, so that is a good spot there. But it does look like that the pressure is going to be applied, and with the drawn Lockbird in his hand as well, like, it's essentially just going to be another turn where he can't do an awful lot. He does have Meteonis already in his hand, so maybe if he can just force out an Ultimateness onto the board.
But then he needs like a fairy, and then he needs like extenders. Like, it's rough to see like what really gets back in here.
We require something.
Yeah, we need a miracle off the top here. Maybe some sort of like talents play if he plays that to draw more cards. I don't know. It's
through a draw though. Like, it's not happening.
It's looking really, really tough. I'm
struggling to think of what Drytron can do to get rid of this game state now.
Yeah. Well, this is why a deck like Invoked can sometimes be super strong, right? A
lot of 1-card plays that just provide it what it needs to do.
Nadir doing so much by itself. Meltdown.
Now he's using Omega
really
to
powerful.
get rid of a card in his graveyard. Let's see what he'll pick.
I think he's probably going to go for the name or Ben 10.
Yeah, he's going to get the Zeta. I'm not sure what's in the graveyard, but it's...
Does Zeta matter? Doesn't he already have Meteonis?
Yeah, he does already have Meteonis, so it's an interesting pick. It might...
I think it's just his only name.
It might be his only Drytron name in his deck.
So he just doesn't want those bodies to get going.
Yeah, so if he tops a Drytron, it can't do anything because he knows he's got Meteonis in his hand. I don't recall there being anything in the graveyard either.
Yeah,
so we'll see. What can he top deck? Diviner would be alright, but then that will just get drawled. It can at least get rid. No, he's just scooping. And that's it. That's the match.
Wow. There it is. Invoked 2-0 on Drytron. I mean, it is a deck that has proven time and time and again, no matter what the format is, no matter what the meta is, it is able to adapt with all of these different engines and tech choices. And, you know, we saw like the Shadal release.
Well, it looks like the honeypot has won the role and he's opening up with the token.
Yes, the token. Someone give me the name of this. I keep calling it the Hornet Drones because it's, you know, someone's a token.
And it's a Hornet, you know.
That makes sense. They should just call it Hornet Drones. Wow.
Yeah, whoa.
It's
I'm trying to read it.
Herman has been getting a bit of the stream luck here because every time...
Yeah, I think he went second the first time we featured him, actually, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, did he go second? Yeah, but he drew Nibiru Imperm, so it didn't matter. Yeah. There is Beetrooper Scale Bomber, I think that is.
Imagine if Link Spider was an insect instead of a cyber. It's bugs everywhere.
It's a spider! Come on.
It sure is, bro.
Hello?
So the common play here is
Descent. Okay.
Is the common play here the Link 2? Is it just one Beetrooper 1? It doesn't
no, it's
have
two
to
insects. He's going for Verte here.
Oh, I see.
This is just Verte.
Oh, really? You think his hand's that poor?
Looks like it. Yeah, it's probably just hand traps and Verte. It's been working out so far, so no complaints there.
Well, yeah, it has been good enough. Not just for the Beetrooper player, but in general.
Yeah.
Destroy Phoenix Enforcer with.
We've seen this so much this weekend. Like, it is just such a good card.
Ooh, I had a panic attack there. I thought he was putting his deck down after Fusion Destiny. He
and that's Celestial in the hand.
That is the biggest consequence of playing this engine. Yeah. Since you play 2 cards that are not fantastic to draw, chances are you are going to see them in your opening hand a lot. But the benefits outweigh the negatives, which is why we see it so often in most decks.
I've seen Herman complaining all the time on Twitter last night. Talking about how Celestial or Dasher has been in his hand basically every game.
Just glued to the hand, yeah.
So
they can feel like that. When I've had my experiences with the engine has also been quite negative like that. You always tend to see them.
Yeah, I think that the best thing about this deck from Herman is that he's built it completely to be a control deck. Beetrooper.
Oh no, for no more.
Dark Ruler main deck.
In the main deck, not completely out of the ordinary.
Yeah, it's not like the craziest pick. It's pretty.
If you expect to see a bunch of combo decks in Lyrilusc, Dark Ruler No More is an interesting pick, especially if you have to see multiples of that when they do send Oath. So he might be playing like a non-hand trap version of Drytron with a bunch of the big powerful spells. Wouldn't be my surprise. So
Alpha pitch, is that Zeta? It's Gamma.
So he doesn't have the best 2 starters,
but he does have one of them.
He does have
Ash. Wow.
Ash Blossom for the Alpha, as we've seen in previous features, has been quite strong. We'll see what sort of follow-up he has here. He still has to bait out the Destroy Phoenix Enforcer. He's going to activate Gamma, which will put 2 monsters on the field. This is going to apply pressure now. I don't think he would want him to overlay Fafnir, but he has been extremely patient, Henman, with his disruptions. So there might be a line here where you can use Enforcer, which will just prove to be a blowout, like in previous features when he held Impermanence.
And Enforcer has been negated by Dark Ruler.
That's right. Good shout-outs testing you, mate.
So the effect of Fafnir on summon is to send a Drytron monster from the deck to the graveyard. And I suppose he would just really need the Zeta as the one he wants to send here. Oh, we're not using... Wait, he didn't send? No, he did, right? That's Zeta.
He would have sent, yeah. But,
yeah, I think that's a Zeta in the grave.
He's went to battle phase, which is quite peculiar. Oh, right. It's Zeus time. He's attacked with the XYZ monster, so he's going to make sure that DP is not a problem for the future. He's going to use Zeus effect, I would imagine, to get rid of that Destroy Phoenix Enforcer. So his grind is going to be very limited. He's going to have the Drytron names in the graveyard for next turn as well. Zeus is also a machine, so I think that can be tributed. It complements the Drytron engine somehow. Can they be tributed by the Drytron names?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think... Oh my god, Zeta pitch Ben 10. Oh my
This is the point of no return, I think. Once Ben 10's effect resolves, it can get really good.
That is crazy. So he gets Medionis, and he can get the Diviner, which he has not committed to a normal summon with yet.
Oh no, this is getting...
God.
This is going to be very, very difficult. for Beetrooper to turn around here.
You know that Herman plays Nibiru, so I mean that's like the only real redeeming point here potentially is Nibiru.
He could be potentially holding Nibiru here. He might use it on the activation of Meteonis to play around him summoning Ultimateness. He could be extremely disciplined and holding it, like we've seen before. But he's only got one card in hand, right? So even if he does manage to pull off a Nibiru, what one card play does Beetrooper even have that can push through?
So he'll start his turn with 2 cards, and then he'll have Celestial, assuming that he doesn't end on Ultimateness, which is looking quite unlikely now. But, you know, he does have that option to potentially see 4 cards, but if he has nothing to stop this main phase 2 setup, then it's going to be quite hard to come back from this, I'm going to be honest with you.
It's going to be difficult. He does look like he's going in. I think the safest play would have just to get Ultimateness and summon it early, in case he does have Nibiru, but it doesn't look like he's respecting it at all. He's going to use Meteonis to summon Ida 10, which Ida 10 will help him to really extend some players. And he's just adding it because he's already got Ultimateness. I could be wrong.
Is there any reason you think he just didn't do this in main phase 1 and try go for game?
I'm not massively sure, you know. It could have been like an option to play to try and like go for game. I'm trying to like it baffles the mind. Oh, Dark Ruler, of course. Yeah. You can't because of Dark Ruler, because you can't deal damage.
Yeah, I understand that, but like it was just 1 pop, and it looks like he has enough extenders. So maybe there was a world where he didn't need to Dark Ruler a single Phoenix Enforcer.
True.
But I guess it's just like the safer thing to do, right? I mean, it's really hard to come back from this.
He hasn't really got any cards in hand, so it is just the safest play to go Dark Ruler, the DP, and then just set up. Basically, he's basically just going first with an extra card now, right? And his opponent has barely any cards left. Yeah. This probably is the safest approach.
I mean, yeah, you just sometimes you can be a little bit greedy to.
And he has Fusion Destiny as well. I think he's going to. Wow. Beetrooper is going to scoop up. It has been defeated here.
All right, we're back into the match here
so that doesn't look good, because that's how we started last time. So a little bit concerning, but this time he can get 2 Beetroopers on the field now.
Without his normal summon. So that's the Bomber Beetrooper, I believe. When an insect is summoned, you can special it from the hand. Normal summon Retaliating Sea.
And that's powerful.
That's we forgot about that card that he's maining. It's just a good normal summon in Beetrooper, but that is really good against Drytron potentially, right? Because if you like start your turn potentially with like Alpha, you just go like Retaliating Sea. That's like very powerful.
You can Retaliating Sea the Alpha.
It's a spell that special summons, so it should.
Alpha is a monster. So you mean on Meteor?
Sorry, I meant Nova.
Oh, Nova. Oh yeah. I think if like for the most part, like when they get so deep in Meteonis, it would be massively not really relevant at all.
Yeah,
but
by that time
if they do hit if they start with Nova, then it can be very, very devastating for them to deal with that.
Oh wow, he's doing this play which we have yet to see him do, because normally when I see Herman playing so far this weekend, he has just been going for the double armor horn, but this is pick a Felina, link to Insector monster, discard a card for cost, equip a monster from your deck to itself. That's the Resonance Insect, which will then, after it leaves the field, will allow him to trigger the effect to then add an insect. As well, in the process, he gets to draw a card now with Pick a Felina.
That's cool.
It has a bonus effect of recycling 3 insects in the graveyard to return to the deck and draw 1.
Is the other play that you mentioned with the 2 Beetrooper Link monsters safer? Is that why we haven't seen it that often?
I'm not like super proficient with the lines in this deck.
Like
but
maybe
I suppose
he feels like he has to go more all in because he's playing Drytron.
Potentially, but also because of the fact I feel like every other time we've seen him, he's had the engine of Resonance. So maybe like he needed to get to the Resonance from the...
So is this how you get access to Resonance, by equipping it from deck? With the Insector Link too?
Exactly.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's the extra normal summon of the Armor Horn providing the extra normal summon of the Resonance Insect. We've hard drawn the Doomdozer. Actually, he searched it with the Retaliating it was, yeah. So now we're going to trigger the effect here on the summon of Doomdozer. Sending Goki Pull from the deck to the grave, which then will allow us to special or add. And he is going to go for searching the Retaliating Sea.
I guess he does value its utility in this matchup. Probably shutting off all of his Novas, which is probably one of his best like pushes into the board. Being able to get a Drytron onto the field without actually having to use his Drytron effect. It's effectively like your 5th summon, which can prove to be like a really, really powerful push. But he'll punish him if he goes for it.
I think he's going for Apollousa here.
Apollousa is an extremely powerful card against Drytron. They find it incredibly difficult to play through the multiple monster negates. Outside of any of the spells that he might have sided, like Docker or no more, I think Apollousa would be too difficult for them to deal with. Their best out to Apollousa is normally bait a negate, then activate Nova. But like you mentioned, he has Retaliating Sea, which means it'll hard punish him if he dares go for activate Nova. So I think that's for 2.
Yeah, Apollousa for 2. Whoa, he's got Fusion Destiny as well. Oh my god. This is huge because
that is pretty strong. Yeah.
Not only so normally Apollousa is a little bit weak here against Drytron if they specifically open Nova, because you can just go straight to the battle phase and attack over it. But now he's able to just DPE protect from the battle phase and stop that Nova from putting a Drytron in attack mode.
And normally I wouldn't dream to go Apollousa for 2 against Drytron because, as you mentioned, Drytron Nova just outs it immediately and it can just feel really weak. But since he has both Retaliating Sea and Nova, he couldn't care less. DPE and Retaliating Sea, he couldn't care less about Nova.
So we did see Dart Ruler in game 1.
We did? Can we see it in game 2?
This is a very...
Any powerful spell similar to Dark Rule No More will probably be good enough to hurt a lot. Yeah, so we'll see if he's got it.
The one card Herman does not want to see dropped here is the Dart Ruler.
I think it could very well be the first card he plays.
It's emergency.
No,
it's emergency. Okay.
Cyber emergency.
All right. So probably no Dart Ruler.
Seems like it's just all engine at the moment. The only thing I can think of he might have is droplets, but he probably would have chained droplets and send the cyber emergency. You would think if he did have it. So I don't think he has droplets either. So maybe it's just all engine here. I think it'll be difficult to use your engine to play for that Apollousa in particular.
Yeah, especially if the Retaliating Sea comes up here. Diviner, okay, that's a good start.
This is likely, I think this is just bait. He definitely needs to bait. And it does bait it, of course, because he could just very well just send Endless anyway, which will bait it regardless. So you might as well just use a defect.
Pre-prep is activated here.
Pre-prep? I think...
Sorry, not pre-prep, just regular prep.
Regular prep.
Regular good old prep.
I would be surprised if Herman has Ash Blossom, because he did look at his hand to analyze whether it was worth responding to that. But he's probably going to hold it for something more high impact.
I feel like just limiting the addition of Benten might be worth it if he did have Ash, but because right here it's like, what are you going to do, right? Like you're obviously going to
Apollousa here, but then
on a new chain, yeah, and you don't have Apollousa anymore, so
one can assume he probably has an Ash Blossom, and he wanted to Ash him. He wanted that Benten in Grave, I think, because then it means it's harder for him to actually use its effect once it's in Grave without actually using Meteonis to get it back. But once he uses Meteonis,
he can bring back Retaliating Sea.
Drops Retaliating Sea, yeah. So that extra card, you would.
He also has a Lancer, actually, which was added. So that's the DD Crow special summon.
Yes.
So that is a
you
card.
can use Lancer now. You can chain Lancer now, and then Benten.
Yeah,
well.
that's what he's doing. Yeah, so
perfect.
So if you are unaware of how this resolves, the effect of the Lancer is responding as Chainlink 3 to the Apollousa, negating the alpha, putting back the Benten that was searched back into the deck, and because Benten is back in the deck by the time its activation trigger would have been met, it is not going to simply activate because it wasn't in the correct location. And it works essentially the same way as like DD Crow does against the discarded for cost graveyard effect. So that's actually a really cool play he's done here.
The Benten is still, for whatever reason, in the graveyard, though. He began to put it back in the deck, but now it's back in the graveyard. So I'm not really sure.
Wait, did we... What happened here?
I'm not massively sure. Okay, it's back in the...
Okay, yeah.
Maybe it goes to the bottom of the deck, specifically? Because he put it to the bottom.
Yeah, I think potentially it might have been something to do with the positioning. But regardless, that specific interaction has occurred, and that is like the most important thing that has happened here. Is the fact that he's put the Benten back. Yeah, so it's because it goes to the bottom specifically. They had to like
shuffle his deck.
Yeah, they had to make sure that the ordering of the deck was correct.
He still has 4 cards in hand though. So like,
yeah, one of which is an alpha. Gamma's huge here.
Gamma, that is strong. This can provide the relevant push that could bait out Destroy Phoenix Enforcer. Because once he gets an XYZ monster on the field, Zeus is a real issue. Maybe he just has to let
Actually,
him use
choosing
his
to
plays.
let him overlay. I was thinking maybe there's a world where you just pop the material and pray he doesn't have another material.
But as soon as he gets... I just think he just has to hope he can't get another XYZ monster on the field.
Yeah.
Because if he did have another Drytron name, Zeus
He was
going
out
to
of
be a real
responses.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's Zeta. That's the last important name you want to be dropping. No reason to pop on summon because it is a trigger effect. So you could just pop when he decides to go to the battle phase.
Yeah, I think that's the play.
There is Zeta now attributing the Ida 10 in his hand.
The only problem that might occur is because he can attack over the Appaloosa. If he makes 2 XYZ monsters, then Zeus would seem like it's really difficult to get over. He's going for Meteonis here, which gives Herman the option of dropping Retaliating Sea.
Yeah.
Which I think he's going to just whack down there now.
So I think he can go chain retaliating, and then I think he could go chain DPE to pop the Fafnir, I think. So then that would force him to use
the material's going to get banished that he would detach anyway, because I think all cards in the field go to the graveyard, I believe, not just monsters.
Okay. But maybe he wants the Retaliating Sea to resolve first before using DPE, so that anything he does pop with DPE will instead be banished from play. And now the Meteonis is going to be banished, which is the main effect of Ida 10 is to return your Meteonis because the Retaliating Sea is now live on the field.
That is the biggest impact that Retaliating Sea can have if you use any spell or trap that has some sort of recursion. It's gone.
Yeah.
So his Drytron's biggest push that they recycle, it's now just completely gone from the game. They have no way of adding it back from the banished zone. So that his win condition has like completely reduced. He can't summon any of his ritual monsters anymore unless he plays the pre-prep package, which I don't think he does. So now his win condition now is
just going to be Zeus.
But
oh wow, he didn't make Beatrice.
It's peculiar. I think making Beatrice was probably his only way out of the game.
Yeah. So this is what's going to happen. So
he negated the effect of Arclight, so it's level 2, so he couldn't make Beatrice.
Oh yeah, that's true. It was negated at the start of the turn. Okay, that's good. That's good. That means that, yeah, I guess he couldn't really do anything here. But in the battle phase, you simply destroy the XE monster, make sure a battle hasn't triggered, Retaliating Sea is still live, and it gets destroyed and removed from play.
This Retaliating Sea has now not only banished the Meteonis, but banished the remaining Drytron names that he had in play. It's putting in more work than I ever thought it would do. It's proven to be very savage. His follow-up play, if he was going to get one,
there is no follow-up now.
Meteonis now being gone means he has, like I mentioned, no access to his ritual monsters. All the Drytron names are gone. It's looking very, very rough.
So he can make Verte, but I don't think you can Verte under Retaliating Sea.
Wow. Who needs Verte?
You just draw it.
You just hard draw it. Like, this is the alternative win condition.
Oh my.
Getting access to destroy Phoenix Enforcer. He needs to get rid of this Retaliating Sea, though.
But this is the thing. All the materials are banished, and what do you do with the Phoenix Enforcer here? Like, he can pop his own monster and hit the Retaliating Sea now, but the Retaliating Sea just gets a search.
It's just...
And gives him a follow-up, so...
I think, like, there's not a lot of stuff that he can really do. Like, even the Retaliating Sea, even if he pops it now, the damage has been done. The only reason why you would want to pop it is just so his DPE doesn't get banished.
Yeah.
But if he pops it, like you say, he just gets an engine piece, which will make it significantly easier to end the game.
So popping itself and the Retaliating Sea, but I mean, I think you're okay with that. The Retaliating Sea put in more than enough work this game.
Work.
Yeah.
I really didn't think it would do as much work as it has done.
2
there.
Drytrons banished, as well as
been insane.
Yeah, the Meteonis. So
I think you can argue he might have gotten greedy with the Ida 10 if he had fairies in hand, which I don't think he did because he would have only had Fusion Destiny. Maybe there was a line that he summoned Ultimate this early, so he had to negate the Retaliating Sea. Because otherwise we're in this scenario now where you've just got nothing. And now he's using Dasher effect to summon Pin.
Is a Retaliating Sea affect both players?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, so in the standby phase, the Destroy Phoenix Enforcer will return. We're special summoning Pin now. Interesting he didn't do this first.
Well, apparently it does affect both players, so maybe the line was to pop both DPEs.
Yeah. He should have popped his Diviner and his opponent's DPE. That would have banished DPE.
Yeah, that might have been the play, and it would have kept him in a lifeline in this. And also the Destroy Phoenix Enforcer isn't coming back either.
Yeah, I think that was probably a lot better.
Have we got a FarfaYGO?
Wow, okay. So we're linking two away here. This was the Resonance, and I think it was a normal summon, I believe. Here is the Armor Horn, giving him another normal summon plus the effect of the...
And with no cards in hand for the Drytron player and only an item on field, you can accept that it's inevitable.
Yeah, because this DPE is just going to be shuffled back now from this Lancer.
But this is only game 2, right? So it's not completely...
Yeah, still all to play for in game 3 potentially.
That's absolutely, and the Drytron player gets to go first if he would like to.
There it is. Yep, so DPE, not an issue whatsoever. You just Lancer, recycle your own Lancer, and then DPE shuffle back. Starting off, it's going to be Cyber Emergency. On resolution here, Droll could come down.
Droll will suck here. It would be very, very high impact for the Drytron player because he hasn't got any really relevant search yet. And it looks like he's waiting for it. He's hovering.
There's a card.
It's
a Droll Lockbird. Oh my god. Do we have Herald?
If that resolves, we'll probably stop his turn.
That's a pasta la vista if I ever did see one.
And it makes you wonder if he had to activate Cyber Emergency first, then his hand might not be super strong.
Sometimes you can play around by... okay, so...
He won't be getting the ad here, but I think he sees that his alternative win condition now is to summon Destroy Phoenix Enforcer.
Yeah, okay.
He's going to get a follow-up here by sending Herald and then adding Ben 10.
Adding?
Then not adding because he's underdrawn lock. No ads here. He's just not going to use its effect at all.
Make Verte.
Yeah.
You old faithful. There it is. The old faithful. Make Verte.
This man cannot add, but he can send.
I think you can't deny how powerful the effect is of this card. It's just so good. Like, you know, a floodgate. Like, it's a floodgate. A floodgate is supposed to stop you from playing the game. You know, a ritual deck, unable to add cards, and then just, you know, putting your monsters together to get a follow-up like this is so good. But
that makes Verte extremely powerful and versatile in most decks. Where if you are in a pickle where somebody has dropped a card against you, which means that you can't play your engine, at the very least you can summon Destroy Phoenix Enforcer, which is what we saw in the previous format before Destroy Phoenix Enforcer was released. They were summoning Dragoon, but I think most Drytron players now have moved towards this card just because they feel like it's better than Dragoon.
All right, is that a set card on the field?
I think so. Set 1, Destroy Phoenix Enforcer, pass.
Well, it's not Called by the Grave, otherwise it would have been used on the Droll.
Absolutely, yeah.
No idea what it could be here.
Oh, it's Scythe!
Oh, wow. Okay, Standby Scythe.
He floodgate me, I floodgate you. There you go.
Okay, all right. That's a...
No! My God, imperm for the Scythe!
Mamma mia. He must have
drew that for turn, otherwise he was slapping that
He
imperm on the 30. He drew it.
And he's got combo.
He has full combo.
That's crazy. Oh my God.
It's very unfortunate here for the Drytron player. He definitely drew that imperm for turn, otherwise he was using that on the Verte.
So greedy with the DPE. He did not need to shotgun it.
I suppose you could have waited for him to commit to the field.
Yeah, you just let him summon a monster, then Scythe. And then the imperm is stuck in your hand, unable to be activated because you control cards. So.
Yeah, that was very silly.
God.
He definitely should have waited for him to
And we get to
board.
return the DPE with this thing, the Lance. Oh my God.
And now I think it's probably safe to say that
this is not looking good.
The Drytron player is in big trouble.
This is huge. Unbelievable. Wow, what a perfect combination of imperm Droll, Residence Insect, as well as your Bomber.
And it just goes to show what one mistake can do. It can just cost you the whole match, and that mistake does look like it's going to ruin him.
Scythe is just such an unbeatable card, and
it's been beat.
If you that's the thing. If he just played it a bit more patiently,
you know, he must have being in top cut, you can panic. You might have just panic shotgunned it just to make it so your opponent passed, but you still want to fear your opponent to commit to the board.
Herman is more than happy to go into pick a Felina here, discarding another Beetrooper. Keep forgetting the name. We're gonna call it Hornet Drone. Equipping onto the Armor Horn another Resonance Insect, not once per turn. Again, this is important to recognize. This card is not once per turn.
Drytron has one card in hand, but you got to think it's probably not just a defensive card at all. I don't think you would side anything like that in going first.
Maybe some sort of way to search, which you couldn't use under draw.
It's more likely just an engine, yeah.
We're going to link 4 away into Atlas, an untargetable, indestructible boss monster, which will trigger the Resonance Insect as it leaves the field from the equip on the Armor Horn to search for an insect, potentially Doomdozer here, if he hasn't already got it, to then trigger the Resonance Insect. But he's actually going for another Sting. Okay.
He doesn't have any cards in hand, but he's probably got like a graveyard full of extenders.
Oh, he's actually going to trigger the Resonance with the Armor Horn. So Armor Horn banishing 3 insects from graveyard to special summon it out of the grave here.
But you did say that Beetrooper has one restriction, and that is on the Armor Horn, where whilst that card is on field, he's locked into insects. Is that right?
Yeah, but it should be quite easy to get rid of. He'll probably just link it off or something at this point here.
He can tribute off Lancer if he hasn't used it already, right? Is that how Lancer works?
Atlas, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it needs to tribute to the grave, but yeah, he can just get rid of it with Lancer.
Right.
Special summon another Lancer from the deck, adding a... By the way, I have not seen him add the trap card all weekend. Goalkeep Pole adding Retaliating.
Who needs it?
God, this is so good. Like, it's really... It's so impressive here. So impressive.
He's gone to the battle phase.
Straight to the battle phase, yeah.
I'm curious. Was there not a line where you could have got game here?
Went for game. I think potentially he could have maybe found a line that went for game, but
he was on 6,000 life points. So
yeah, potentially, but I mean, don't need to, right? Like,
I suppose, but like,
it doesn't matter.
He was already. I suppose if he can make Appaloosa, maybe he thought that was good enough. I think the worry is just if he has a playable card in his hand, then he top decks one of his side deck cards that can potentially be brutal. He also has Celestial as well. That's why.
Yeah, he has to resolve the Celestial.
And now we can't activate any of his Drytron cards because you can't use them when you special summon a card that can be normal summon a set. That makes complete sense.
So if he has like literally bet full combo in his hand, he can't do it because of the Drytron restrictions. So the Drytron cards all say you cannot use Drytrons on the turn that you summon a monster that can be normal summoned. Correct?
That's right.
So yeah, like what do you do there? Ash on the prep. I mean,
he's just making it so that
I don't even think that prep does anything. Normal summon Ava. Okay. What are you making here? Verte's already been used, right?
I'm not sure what Link 2 he can use. He might want to crash the Eva just so he can get an effect. He might play IP. It's not completely out of the question to summon IP. The IP won't do anything. It'll more so just to
trigger Eva.
Yeah. So he can.
But he's already used his normal summon.
No, that's also a card that they play. Yeah, my bad. So the Eva is probably just gonna get Herald of Orange, just so.
Oh, Scythe's a fairy.
In the hub, nice little cute interaction there.
Scythe is a fairy.
Banish it once it's already done its. Got the use out of it.
Yeah, adding the Herald of Orange light there.
So now he just prays. He prays.
Oh, sorry, Chad. I just realized the timer hasn't been on screen this whole time.
Oh, apologies.
There we go.
There we go.
Wasn't really relevant. This game looks like it's going to be wrapping up before the end. Let me just double check the effect of Papillon. Was it called Seraphim Papillon? There it is. It is the quick effect, remove a counter, special level 4 lower insect from your grave in defense.
So he's already got an extender on board. As long as he can play for the orange, he already took like a considerable amount of damage there. But he's just going to go straight in the Appaloosa, I think. Putting the orange offline, and the Drytron player is just going to scoop it up and accept his fate. It depends how he starts, and that is a good start.
Big one.
Starting with Pot of Desires to see if his opponent has the Ash Blossom. And he does.
Okay, big start here.
Ash Blossom is not normally a strong card against Swordsoul whatsoever. But getting use here, essentially taking a card out of his hand. But if he has an Ashuna play here, that would have hurt if it got Ash Blossom. So if he goes Ashuna, then Vishuda or Hara, then it would be good there.
Oh my god.
Goodness. And that Ash Blossom on Pop Desires proved to be devastating. And you'd like to think that set isn't an imperm, Because he just would have held it.
And we have Meltdown. That's huge.
Meltdown. And Imperial Order! Oh dear. Now, that card is devastating against Invoked. If he doesn't have Alistair or Ecclesia in his hand, he will have no play.
That's a pass.
And that is pass.
That's a pass.
Imperial Order is going to put in some work here. He did Ash Blossom the Pot of Desires, so it is likely that he doesn't have a play already.
So he's probably just sitting here top decking. Plus, the Order might have potentially bricked him if he top decks into emergencies and
You're
things.
right, potentially. It is like it's a game of chicken here. Like who's going to cluck first? And it looks like that.
You got the Ecclesia.
He has some engine.
And there we go.
So he's going to. He's got the effect fail.
Veiler.
As I mentioned, it's turning into a back and forth with the hand shops with a special guest, Imperial Order.
Just a real old school Yu-Gi-Oh here. Just normal summon attack. And let's get the pressure on and see who can run down the life points fastest here as this Imperial Order ticks down. Post errata Imperial Order, remember, for those of you who might be playing too much Legacy recently, it is not a card that you can just choose to not pay for and let die. It will.
It's stuck there.
It has to pay 700 every standby phase. You cannot turn it off. So could be hurting Swordsoul quite a decent amount here, depending on if he's going to be able to try and top deck any engine now.
Now it depends if Invoked has any more defensive cards whatsoever, because once Swordsoul has got an engine card going, it's going to get really, really rough. Once Moyi resolves, he can potentially go through his entire engine and go for game and put him in an unwinnable position with that Imperial Order sticking up. So it does look like he's about to do something.
Ecclesia. That's big.
Ecclesia facing down on Ecclesia.
Oh, yeah. That is Ecclesia.
They know they both have hammers.
Oh, do they both have hammers? Yeah, that's her. So I think the Swordsoul Ecclesia is the one that was...
In the lore, she's no longer influenced by the Dogmatika. So
the Swordsoul is the newer Ecclesia in the lore.
She's like... I think the Dogmatika and like the Swordsoul are like fighting each other or something.
Yeah, and then Fleur-de-Lis becomes Tenyi, Iris Swordsoul. And then she's released and she gets to summon Moyi, it looks like, into Chishao.
And here we go.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would have done instead of playing Dogma. Draw, search.
It is looking like now it's getting a little bit rough for Invoked now. Now that Swordsoul has its engine going with like no disruption, this Imperial Order is going to really, really apply so much pressure. And now he can potentially go for game. If he has Long Yang already, well, I don't think there's a way he can get game here actually, because Summit would provide the extra amount of damage that he needs, but he can't use it because of Imperial Order. He can go Baron de Fleur and pop his own Imperial Order if he really wants to, because I'm pretty sure he can pop his own cards in the field. But he's going to get a tire here.
Normal summon not committed to at this point, remember, because we did special summon Ecclesia.
That is true, yeah. Then he doesn't have to do that. Like he definitely has game now if his opponent does not have...
choosing not to, it looks like.
Oh, maybe he's playing it safe. He doesn't want to fall victim to a Nibiru, which it could very well happen.
Yeah.
He's not committing too much to the board. How many summons has he had? That would have been... Chijia would have been his 4th summon, so he couldn't even summon Long Yang to play around the Nibiru, because he can Nibiru here. Ecclesia can't be destroyed by battle, by a monster summon from the extra deck.
Yeah.
So the fear of Nibiru has been real here.
Yeah, I think it's better to just keep it safe. I mean, you've got your beatdown. Next turn, you can push a little bit harder when the summon count resets. Imperial Order still ticking. He's not drawing anything to deal with Imperial Order, I'm pretty sure. I cannot think of a main deck out in Invoked, typically.
Generally, no. I think the only thing that they would have is to somehow get into the extra deck. He is putting Ecclesia in defense mode, and he can't be beat over, so at the moment he's safe. But now that you mentioned that the summon count has been reset to 0, he can then just summon
the Taya, but he's got Long One. Looks like top deck for turn. So this is
he had it in his hand before. I think he revealed it off the Moyi.
Well, here's the Baron on the floor, the burn for 12, the pop, and that should probably just be game on board at this point, right?
Yeah, potentially that will be it. Yeah, if he pops the Ecclesia and then attacks with those 2 monsters, that should be enough.
Looking like.
Imperial Order putting in work there. Even if you brick and you've got Imperial Order, it could carry you.
So good. It's really so good. I'm not sure why Luke hasn't scooped here unless his opponent is doing something drastically wrong, like attack.
I think he's probably hoping that his opponent forgets to pop with the Baron de Fleur.
I suppose. I mean, you know, it's only been like a 5-minute duel, so no reason to scoop so early potentially. Here's a normal summon. That's the summon number 4. I think that is game on board anyway. So
I think he was potentially hoping that he would forget that Ecclesia can't be destroyed by battle, or hoping he would just overcommit randomly into Beer Imperm if he had it in hand at all.
Back into it here. Only 11 minutes run down on the clock, and we're moving into game number 2. Invoked, Dogma, Luke Parks looking to probably start this one up. And the
Schism win condition is too strong to pass up, I would say.
Terraforming's a huge one. This is where Droll would be terrible.
This is the worst point of where Droll would hurt, because you can literally resolve nothing, and he has it. Oh, yikes. And this is why Drawn and Lockbird is very strong against this deck, since it has a lot of spells that search your engine. It's very, very devastating here. There isn't really a backup plan that you can have. This is like the absolute worst part you can be drawn, because you've literally got like nothing. Like, it makes you vulnerable at a back-to-back draw as well if he has drawn multiples, and I'm not even sure what the plan B is for Invoked here at all, and he hasn't. He's just passed. I think he has to just hope that his defensive cards, if he's drawn any, can get him there, and then hopefully try again next turn. So we'll see. Pot of Desires again.
Ooh, all right. Droll Desires. Luke might have an Ash for this, potentially.
He does.
Okay.
He does.
All
Ash,
right.
once again, that is never resolving. We're not letting him draw 2.
If we can just survive this turn, he can potentially turn it around. But
he's got a 4-card hand now. And
if there's any engine in there, it's going to put him in a really commanding position if he can go Moyi Reveal.
If one of his Swordsoul cards resolve, it's pretty much done and dusted. Since he special the Shuna, if he has another 10 now, I really think that this will put him in a super commanding position.
Yeah.
Being able to bait another hand trap without his normal summon, if he has another normal summon player or Longyang, it's going to put Swordsoul in a really good position here. And he doesn't. He has forced the normal summon the effect failure to give him some sort of play, which makes me think that he absolutely needs the Shishao to resolve in order to have a follow-up play. So Luke might think it might be a good idea to negate the effect of the Shishao, I would say, because I just don't think he would have a fantastic follow-up after this. So we'll see if he decides to do that.
He is committing a lot into what potentially could be hand traps, right? Because you normal summon your Veiler, which is going to be a prime target for that Alistair on the...
He probably doesn't have any other play.
Yeah, I guess it just has to be like, you know... Oh, okay, he actually hasn't...
I think he is contemplating whether it's good to negate the Jizhao. I think I personally would at this stage.
Yeah, if he has anything, because, you know, there's just nothing
his
left
only
in his hand.
extender here is Longyang, so he was debating for a while whether it was worth it, and I agree. His Ashuna's offline because he doesn't control a non-effect monster, and since he's used his normal summon, he can't use Moi or Tai, unless he gets them onto the field somehow. But the only extender he'll have now is a Longyang, which I don't think he would have, considering the way that he played here. But if he does, then that's going to be really, really rough. But it looks like he's going to go to the battle phase now, and he's hit for 2-8. So he didn't have that follow-up. If he did have that Longyang follow-up, that would have been game over, in my opinion.
He's going to have to really pray that he's got some sort of... Uh-oh. That's a set card.
There's no way he's signing an Imperial Order for going second, and if he has, then he deserves it.
I think the matchup is slow enough that Io is maybe fine going second, potentially.
No, I disagree. I don't think you can afford to do that. Like,
there's Meltdown. Is it resolving? It is resolving, okay.
It is resolving, okay. It's not Imperial Order.
The Imperial is not...
He doesn't have a card in hand either, so he's not going to get drawn Lockbirded again. This Alistair is likely going to get negated off Shizhao in the hope that it hasn't got Invocation. But if he has any sort of, like, Nydia Servant or he's hard drawn the Invocation, then it does look like the tides are going to turn in Luke's favour.
I think it's very likely the set card could be a blackout, potentially. Maybe something like Droplet if he's playing it going second.
That is true. You would keep Blackout in going second.
Dear.
Yeah, he is really scared of that back row, so he probably is going to try and hit it before he commits to the board.
Yeah.
He might have Fusion Destiny in his hand that he might have drew for turn.
Well, he's locked into his extra deck now.
I see.
But the sacrifice is worth it, because if that Chishao...
that Entness can hit the back row and you can special the Ecclesia, not use his normal summon.
Yeah.
And then he can set up some Dogmatika negates.
Oh, he's actually going to hit the Chishao to make sure that the
That'll also put the blackout offline as well.
Yeah, so it's kind of dealing with 2 cards with 1 single Untis pop there. It's actually really powerful here.
It means you can't special the Ecclesia now, but the normal summon is perfectly fine since the Alistair is going to be offline. He has Impermanence the Ecclesia, which you would think was probably going to happen anyway. That back row definitely forecasted as an Imperm. But he did this play just to play around Blackout just in case, as that would have sucked. Because he wants to maintain a monster on the field, you would think. Swordsoul going to find it quite difficult here. I think he needs to top a 10-y to get him some sort of play. Because it means a Shuna will be online as well. If he manages to get to Monk. What could Luke's back row be? It could be an Imperm. It could be Dogmatika Punishment. Schism isn't online at the moment. He has passed turn though. He's drew for turn, so the 10-y player has no play. So now you think that he's going to get access to his Invoked engine. Oh, he's going to Ash. Hopefully, give him some more time.
That's pretty clutch here, but at the same time, it's still a rough position to be in because he's ultimately top decking at this stage, isn't he?
Yeah, it's preventing the inevitable, but it depends. Like, oh, here we go. Now that that is out of the way, his card in hand needs to be Effect Veiler, otherwise the pressure is being applied here. And
unfortunately, we've already used that normal summon for Veiler on the cheese shell.
Oh my god! He had another Effect Veiler! Oh, wow. This game is clutch.
Okay.
And this is what happens when you have 2 decks that are playing against each other that both play a lot of defensive cards, hand traps. So it's going to be a back and forth. And now we're in quite a weird game state here. Luke not having, from the looks of things, any sort of follow-up now that the Alistair got Ash Blossomed. But he's passed turn again, so can he top anything else that'll help him out of this situation?
Gets to activate his
effect again since it's still on the field.
This is 4,000 life points being paid.
This is the most expensive Destroy Phoenix Enforcer I've ever seen.
I don't know how much you guys picked up your Phoenix Enforcers for, but Luke here has paid 4,000 for his.
This fella has paid 4K. But you got to think now that this 30 is resolved with effect. It's the pressure has certainly been applied.
Looking like it's going to resolve here finally, and here it is. And this should probably seal out game number 2.
This will do it. With only 1 card in hand, there's not an awful lot that the Swordsoul can really do. If he tops a 10-y, even if he goes into Monk, he can pop it before he can activate a Shuna. If he normals any of them, they're going to get popped. If he summons Long Yang, it's just going to get popped, and it's going to really limit what he can do. You pop the token as well, just to keep the tokens offline. I'm really struggling to think as to what Swordsoul can do to deal with this situation. So let's see.
Vishuda doesn't really do much just by itself, I think.
No, I think what he would do is
make Monk try bounce chain the.
But as soon as he summons Monk, it's going to get popped by DP.
Yeah.
Then he can't activate the 10-ys in Grave.
Yeah, that is true. It's just a bad position. I don't really see how we're coming back from this, and looking like it is gonna be quite. Oh, do we have something being flipped here potentially?
I think Invoked might have some defensive card, which will.
Maybe it's like a punishment just to get more resources with the send of the Titaniclads.
You might want to. Oh, okay.
Well, we saw good. Imperial Order, so it's only fair that we counter trap our opponent in game 2.
Order, there can only be one. It's probably the strongest floodgate on the format right now. Against Swordsoul, like Swordsoul don't really have a way to deal with that at all. Like outside of normal summon special Ecclesia. But even if he specials Ecclesia here, there's not an awful lot you can do because that's a level 7. He is.
I think the best thing would be like Ecclesia into a plant into a Fusion Destiny play, but that would just lose to Phoenix Enforcer. So, yeah, I mean, Tikaboo is one of the most powerful floodgates in the game, outside of probably just Imperial Order. The reason for that being generally is that Rivalry Gozen lock you into one archetype, one type or attribute. Generally, archetypes tend to be of the same attributes or types. You know, you have like a worm deck, you have a spellcaster deck, a dragon deck, so usually they aren't too bad, but Tikaboo says you can only control one type, and generally people will be playing, you know, a single archetype deck or maybe with another engine, and that is almost always going to be really powerful no matter what the situation, right?
And the game has been finished off as well with that normal summon of Alistair. Probably was enough damage just to seal the game there.
Let's see how this plays out here. All right, we're cutting and we're about to finally get in to this matchup. I'm super excited to see how this is going to play out. And Swordsoul, did he point at him?
It did look like that he was going to make Luke start.
Okay.
Let's see.
Maybe he's hoping to just hit him with an evenly lightning storm, maybe some sort of like blowout go second card like that.
Yeah, and it's completely reasonable to do because, like I've mentioned, Swordsoul engines can
he is
push
actually going to
really
start. Okay.
strong against going second. But yeah, he is just going to start, and he's opened up a play
Vashuna
outside of his normal summon, and
this is really strong.
The deck at its weakest. And,
okay
what? Then.
Ashuna now?
He's using Ashuna's effect, so that means is he going to normal summon Veiler?
Did we draw a normal summon Veiler?
That is an Adhara.
So
I'm a bit surprised as to why he would even bother to summon the Ashuna, unless he's hard drawn Blackout. If he has
maybe
Blackout,
just wants to set up Blackout.
If he wants to set up Blackout, it makes sense why you'd want to put a Tenyi on the field. But it does seem like a bit of a waste, unless I'm missing something. No, so he's going to normal summon Moi and reveal a Glare.
That's a
Wait, he had Vishuda in his hand.
Huh?
That's rather peculiar. Normally the play is the special Vishuda and then Ashuna effect the summon Adhara. Then you go straight into Jijao and then you can bait the Imperm before you even have your normal summon. Unless he just didn't have any more worms in his hand. But this was quite an odd play. His play now would be to add this back, and if he's hard drew Longyang, he can Longyang effect and then banish the Blackout by making the Jijao with the token he summoned off Longyang. So maybe that was his play.
Yeah, I think it could be something to do with the fact that he didn't have a worm to reveal, but still wants to be able to put a worm body on the field to be able to maybe make something like Blackout live.
So he mustn't have, because he wouldn't have done this play if he had Longyang in hand, because he just would have specialed the Vishuda. Even if he didn't have a worm, though, it's the same result, but now he doesn't have a Jijao on the field. So I definitely think it was incorrect to go down this
yeah,
route.
because you'd be able to use Chi Shao effect without committing to your normal summon.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, boy.
I mean, what more can you ask for?
Do we have we don't have anything to chain? Okay. There's a special summon Ecclesia, and okay, there's a Veiler.
Oh, my goodness.
This is quite rough.
Yeah, this is yeah. I think this is going to be too much for Invoked to deal with. As we saw in the last turn, like it's just too many resources. Moi thankfully is on summon, so Moi can't use her effect again. But he has was it an Ashuna he added back of Adhara?
Yeah, he does have Ashuna to be able to trigger from his hand and potentially do more plays here. And he's just going to pass. This is so unfortunate. He must just have a hand of spells and engine that just can't deal with an order. It's really unfortunate. But
generally, most Invoked hands do struggle against an order. He definitely needs to just hard draw Alistair. It is very unfortunate. Any Fusion Destiny that he would draw as well is completely out of the game. This is a very, very rough spot for him. The Swordsoul player could very well just not have a play though. He's going to go into a Link 2s. Oh, I see the line here. He's going to go on a Shaman of the Tenyi. So
bring back Moi.
So then it'll bring back Moi. They won't be able to activate the effect of Jijao, but it'll apply enough pressure.
Maybe there's a world where you go into this is turn 3, right? So maybe he's considering Berserker. Berserker can attack, gain attack, and then do more damage. I don't think that's probably going to be worth it though. But Shaman locking you here is going to be quite rough.
It's not super amazing. It's perfectly fine. Like you've got Imperial Order on the field, so it doesn't really matter that you can't end the game straight away. You would assume that he doesn't have a way to remove Imperial Order from the field. This is looking like it's going to be very, very grim for Invoked here.
I guess you just make Chi Shao, and even if you can't use the effect, it's just still a negate on your opponent's turn, maybe, in main phase 2.
He's attacking now, so because if he goes into Jijao, he won't be able to attack over the Ecclesia.
He needs to clear the Ecclesia first with the Moi.
So he's attacking over it now, and then I think that the play would be to go into Jijao, because his only is like, even if he gets Alistair, like he can't activate Invocation. I'm really, really struggling to see what his plays are.
I think the win condition for Luke here is probably going to be some sort of punishment interaction to get rid of order.
Yeah, he needs Ecclesia the result so he can get punishment to get rid of order so he can have his plays. But if he goes into Jijao here, then he's just going to negate the Ecclesia. And then he's putting them on hard, drawing the punishment now.
I'm pretty sure Shaman shouldn't lock him out of making Shishao here.
He can make Shishao, he just can't activate the effects of cards summoned from the extra deck except Tenyis. So he would just summon Shishao and just use the effect of Moi to draw. And then he would probably pass on this, and this is probably good enough just to secure the game.
Yep, looks like Shishao is going to be made here as a negate to stop any sort of punishment search, because that is really going to be the only thing bringing Luke back into this. And you have to really feel for him. Imperial Order 2 out of the 3 games in the match is very, very powerful.
Very devastating, yeah. You can normally accept that it can happen in one of the games in a few matches, but 2 games back-to-back in the same match, he's just going to pick up here and accept his defeat to Imperial Order. Like I mentioned before, if Tenyi wins the dice roll, it might not need to know what the Beetrooper cards do, because if it has a strong game 1 and 3 going first, it might just be enough. So he's opened Ecclesia here, which makes him vulnerable in Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs if he has it, but he does not. So the go-to play here would be to summon Moi and reveal a Swordsoul or Tenyi card. Because Tai's not going to do an awful lot here, so it's probably going to be Moi. Yep.
Moi reveal, and the draw effect, of course, is probably why this deck, I feel, has been... Oh, is that revealing itself?
I think that was another Moi, yeah. I was just singing, oh, hello.
Who Megalol? Oh, we have an Impermanence dropping on her.
So Impermanence can feel really strong, but not in this particular hand. So we've seen this before, where they drop the Long Yang, and he'll Synchro Summon the Moi and the token together, making Shishao, which can then banish the Blackout.
Be very terrified here, potentially, of a Nibiru, which, if he's been paying attention, does know that Herman is playing it. So maybe the safer play was Long One.
But then it'll just be Long Yang pass. You have to just go for this play.
Okay.
You can't play her on Imperm and Nibiru, really.
Just going to pick one, right?
Yeah, and plus if he has Nibiru, if he has Imperm Nibiru, the chances are you could have just Impermed the Long Yang and then Nibiru then. So that's one thing. That's what I would have assumed. I think after this Impermanence, I think I would have just thought, well, I need to go for this play. I can't put him on half Nibiru. There's nothing else he can really do. This is probably the right thing to do. Just summon a token here, and then now we can go into Baron de Fleur. So now the Beetrooper has to play through a Omni Negate and a Monster Negate.
Yeah. Activating the effect to burn as well, and taking 1200 here. And if there wasn't a beer, I think it probably would occur before the Synchro Summon. So I
would have been on the summon of Long Yang, I'd say, if there wasn't a beer.
Set card as well. Is it his signature card? Is it the signature card?
Outrageous if he has Imperial Order again.
All right, let's see.
Let's just assume, for argument's sake, that it's actually just infinite.
No, it's Blackout, of course.
It's not Blackout. If he's playing multiple copies of Blackout, maybe.
Vlad played 3.
I mean, he is playing Pot of Desires, so it's not completely out of the question that he would play multiple Blackouts. But even with Pot of Desires, I probably still would just play 1. It doesn't really matter too much if it gets banished. So I think it's safe to assume it's infinite impermanence.
Did he negate the Bomber?
Oh, he must have.
I think that's the normal summon Retaliating Sea into the effect from the hand to special summon itself. I think.
And he threw a Baron de Fleur effect at that. That was pretty brave.
But we have Pin.
He's showing up. This is Pin. So I don't think the Swordsoul player is well versed in the Battle Wasps, so he isn't massively familiar as to what these
they do.
Cards
yeah, you just need to control Insect to special. Everyone in the chat right now, I need you all to take 200, please. Pin is resolving. Everyone, you need to take 200, okay? All right, Pin's coming down here, and it's going to be able to link off into Armor Horn and trigger the effect of the Retaliating Sea to get a search in the process. He's just reading Pin just now.
Oh my God, Jesse!
If he's going to be reading every card here, it's going to be a bit of a long match because there's a lot of... oops, sorry. Just going to mute the notifications for this. Thank you so much for the sub, Poptimus, and Gaming Tonight, and JC, and Haas. All right, so yeah, Pin just special summons itself, and like I said, I think we're probably most likely just going to go for Armor Horn. And
he still has to play for the Shishao though. So you reckon does it look like that he has more than enough to push for the Shishao?
Well, the Retaliating Sea is going to be able to search an insect. There's probably a form of probably a form of extender that he can go for. Because if we just assume the Armor Horn gets negated, then it means he cannot perform an extra normal summon. That is a decent choke point. I guess it just depends on what he searches off this Retaliancy, because Herman obviously knows that this Chixiao is live, so he just needs to search for a 15 or lower attack insect from his deck, and
it's probably safe to assume that that set isn't Blackout. I think it would have been really tempting the Blackout there, but he probably wants the value out of the Chixiao first.
Yeah, no, I don't think that Blackout would have been very good, because he would be triggering the Retaliating Sea to get a search, plus the Armor Horn brings itself back from the grave.
Right,
So Blackout there would be not so bueno.
He's probably exactly thinking about whether he wants to Chixiao negate that effect.
Yeah, so this normal summon is the... did we resolve Retaliating Sea? I didn't actually quite catch what he searched there.
I think he's ordering the chain links, potentially. Is
this an on-summon effect? Let me just double-check. The Beetrooper Armor Horn is... during your main phase, immediately after this effect resolves. No, I think it's not an on-summon effect.
Well, I think he's
yeah, so he's okay, here we go. So he was just thinking in response to the summon here, Ash Blossom.
That could be devastating.
Yeah, that's a big like Ash Blossom, because he probably wanted to be able to search some way to be able to play through this Chixiao negate on the extra normal summon, and it looks like that is what he's doing. He is activating the effect of the Armor Horn to perform another normal summon. But unfortunately, that's going to get negated. We have Doom Dozer hard drawn.
Hard drawn Doom Dozer.
Wow.
That's going to add a lot of pressure here.
I don't think he's going to be able to really extend much.
Yeah, there's no Resonant Insect in the graveyard, so there's nothing really else he can add back. I think he just uses its big chunky attack just to start attacking over things. What's the attack on that?
I think it's 2/8, which is not as big as...
not big.
Yeah, well, it is pretty big, just, I guess.
Well, not big enough to deal with a Blue Eyes White Dragon and a 2/8.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. The last two cards in hand, I mean, God, I'm not sure what it could possibly be. But if you are observant... This is two monsters on the field. Here we go.
That might be Infinite Impermanence. I think he's just... Oh, he's going into Nightmare Unicorn.
Okay. Pitch Goki Pole. Oh, wow, that's huge. So he's probably going to hit the back row here. And then...
Goki Pole trigger one. If
yeah.
it hits the grave by any means.
Yeah, it does. So that is going to be able to search a card. And then the Armor Horn can bring itself back from the graveyard, and I think he's going to be able to wrap up the field here. I don't think we're going to see game, but I think he can absolutely clear the rest of the boards. That is an Infinite Impermanence, not really going to be relevant and do anything now, because the Goki Pole discarded is going to resolve here.
And he can still summon the Link 2 back from the graveyard, right? He still hasn't done that yet. So he's got a lot of pushes. It just keeps going. I thought like he was hitting them at several choke points, but it just doesn't stop.
No, I know. It's crazy. This is pretty good here. He's searching the new Beetrooper. I'm gonna keep calling it the Antizectipede, but it's a new card. That is effect monster. I think is it Light Flapper? No, it's not Light Flapper. Mighty Neptune? Not Mighty Neptune.
Common, I think.
Squad goals? Is it? No, it's not Squad. Assault Roller.
It's Assault Roller, yeah.
So it's the new card from Burst of Destiny. You can just special this from your hand by banishing an insect from your grave. Quite simple. Unfortunately, we don't have a copy of... Oh,
he's went into Verte!
Oh, that works as well. Yeah, just make Verte. Yep. There it is.
Now it's time to grind. So Destroy Phoenix Enforcer can attack over the Chixiao and then pop the Baron de Fleur. And why that's especially important is Swordsoul's follow-up is a lot of the time just Baron de Fleur. So if he removes that from the field, he could potentially have 0 follow-up. And even if he does manage to draw into a follow-up, he's phasing down to Destroy Phoenix Enforcer as well. So he's wow, I'm quite amazed how he's managed to push through this. This is incredible stuff. He's managed to outlike Swordsoul's ideal board. Swordsoul even managed in the playthrough an Infinite Impermanence, and with his 5-card hand, manages to get rid of the full board.
Having a lot of pushes with this deck, and I find it interesting that he didn't bring back the Armor Horn and do something with that, but I guess it wasn't really going to amount to anything, so Verte was probably just going to have to be the play.
He's probably thinking it's a means to end the game next turn, because if he thought that he couldn't end the game, then he doesn't want to commit resources onto the field.
Something has been drawn off the top here, because we're thinking in the standby phase now.
I think they're remembering whether they've cut the deck or not.
Okay. Well, the great thing here was that this Verte was able to go to Phoenix Enforcer, attack over the Chi-Shao, which loses a lot of attack points because of the effect of the Phoenix Enforcer, and then we can just pop the Baron on the floor and clear up the entire field, bring back Enforcer as a disruption in a simplified game state. Then on the next turn, he has Pot of Greed.
And there's not an awful lot that Swordsoul can do with just 2 cards. He can potentially use a shooter that he might have in hand to try and bait the Destroy Phoenix Enforcer. Then he needs a tie. Infinite Impermanence is definitely good. That's
step 1.
One step in the right direction. Now he only has 1 card in hand, so it needs to be specifically Taya.
Yep. It's Taya or bust now.
So he's using DP just so it's safe in the graveyard. I think he's going to clear his own field here. That'd be quite peculiar.
Is there a reason for that? Maybe, is there like a Tenyi that needs to have a monster? I don't think so, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, it's just popping itself.
He's probably thinking about Ecclesia, in case his last card in hand's Ecclesia, so then he doesn't have to use his normal summon, he can just special it.
Yeah, okay.
An Ecclesia or Tai would put him right back in this game here, so let's see if it is. It's Ecclesia! Oh,
is that Ecclesia?
It's Ecclesia, yes.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Wow.
Now he can push a lot now. He can special Tai, and he still has his normal summon. So Tai can send Adhara, which can add him back a worm. But I'm not sure if he can go super far without the Reborn here.
He hasn't used Desire, so if he does play Reborn, it should still be available to search if necessary.
He can Reborn back a Worm Synchro monster as well, so he can Reborn back Chi-Shao if he really wanted to.
Okay.
So he can apply a lot of pressure by just ending on like double Chi-Shao.
Is there potentially a way to like get into the Banish Moyi? Just by like returning?
With no cards in hand, it's going to be quite difficult because he can't add back off an Adhara if he was to send off the Tai because there's no non-effect monster on the field.
Right, yeah, that's true.
So I'm not sure what else he can do here.
Well, while this is a very good top deck, there is a world where we can maybe lose the game this turn. I mean, he's quite low, right? I think he took a little bit of damage from Long One and then Verte.
Yeah, so he took 12 and 2k, so he took 3-2. So now he's on 4-8. So if he can put another 2k onto the field, which he can't, if he's placed Summit, he can reborn back the Chi-Shao, and I'm pretty sure that will be game. This
is really tense now because a lot of people have cut this Reborn, so I think this is whether or not he plays it or even if he sees that line of play, because he might not even realize how low his opponent is.
There was an instance where I cut it as well because I found that it wasn't really a real extender a lot of the time because it's Reborn in a Swordsoul that you've already used. But in these sort of game states where you need to put down the extra damage to go for game, this is where it comes up. And if he has it here, then this is exactly the scenario where it would come up. So let's see if he is playing it.
Worst case scenario, he can search Protoss, right? With the Emergence.
That's also an option as well. He can go Emergence, Cold Dark, and then that would be game as well. If he is playing Protoss.
Could be a card he's siding, potentially a card you just main deck. Looks like he's adding a monster here.
He's adding Protoss. Well, he's skipping a step. So Emergence would then add Protoss.
No cards by Herman here. It looks like it's going to be...
That will wrap it up. You'll Cold Dark just to remove the monster from the field. Destroy Phoenix Enforcer won't come back next turn, but there isn't going to be a next turn. 3
separate attributes. Call Dark, Destroy Verte, and
that'll be enough. That is enough for game there.
58 damage. Wow.
Ooh!
Lancia standby.
What's the impact of this against Beetrooper, you think? Oh, an Ash Blossom and Fusion Destiny! Oh no! This is looking terrible!
It do be that way.
Oh no, that is not good.
Is that a normal summon? Does Ash lock him into?
No, it resolves without effect. So the Fusion Destiny restriction is not being applied because
if you Ash Red Eyes Fusion, you're locked into Dragoon, right? So is it different?
That's different.
Okay.
So it's part of the card text of the effect, whereas there's a difference between part of the effect and being a restriction to activate the card. Like things like Potter's Prosperity, like you can't draw cards the turn you activate this card, so if you ash that, you still can't draw.
Sure.
Whereas Fusion Destiny says also you cannot blah 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 for the rest of this turn. Okay. So I'm not sure what he's going to do here. Has he passed? It looks like the...
Why did he summon? I'm curious.
Does he need something on field to trigger Lancer or anything like that?
I don't think so. Is Lancer... Stingray Lancer. I really can't figure out why we've summoned the monster. Maybe he just doesn't want to get OTK. This one, is this Bomber? Beetrooper Bomber? Ah, this one is the Ghost Ogre, right? Yeah, so when a monster effect is activated, you can, quick effect, tribute an insect, destroy it.
Ah, so this will be a little bit of a soft lock against Swordsoul.
Oh, wow, that's the worst possible card he could summon against it, though.
Nope, that's the best. Because it means it baits it out. And
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's the worst for him, for Herman. Because he's unable to...
Because that was dealing with any of the normal summons, so if he normal Tai or Moe, then that would
have been huge, but he had Long One.
Long Yang, this is looking really rough. I mean, you have to chain this.
Not activating the effect to pop because he has read it and noticed that it will just trigger to destroy the Baron de Flor, forcing out the negate there, so you don't want to do that.
So now he's got free reign to play if he wants to play in the Nibiru. He hasn't, he's just passed turn, so I think he's just attacked over the B and hoping that Baron de Fleur is enough to deal with his engine since he has just passed.
4-card hand, Fusion Destiny.
Again, he's negated. Does he have a third
Instantly
Fusion
negate.
Destiny? It is activated.
What the hell?
3 Fusion Destiny! He's back in the game! This is crazy!
Can't do that with Red Eyes Fusion. Just saying.
That is amazing. Who would have thought he could potentially win this game with triple Fusion Destiny?
The Baron de Flor has already used his negate on the first Fusion Destiny, able to activate a third one because the activation was negated, so it's as if it didn't exist, and you're able to activate the second copy for that turn.
This is nuts.
Absolutely incredible stuff.
That normal summon B applying enough pressure to hinder the Swordsoul player's play and the Fear of Nibiru as well to limit what you can do.
Yeah, wow.
Allowed him to give him an extra turn to then summon the one that carries the B's DPE.
Yeah, there it is.
Getting rid of that Baron de Fleur, which is a potential
effect, destroy,
as well.
Not being able to negate there, and we're just going to pass, standby phase, DPE returns, and
things are getting fun.
Simplified game state, 2 or 3 cards in hand, and
Swordsoul still have a reasonable amount of cards still. They've got a Schooner in the graveyard, so they have some sort of push.
A Tenyi top deck would be really huge here.
No, he's passed! He's passed!
Oh my god, he's passed.
He's gonna dash it. It's Dasher time!
Dasher for, I think that's Arbalon.
It's one of the Battle Wasps.
Which I believe is a reborn for the Bomber Dragon. That's a huge top deck.
This could be a big turnaround here.
This is Battle Wasp, Arb something. Which one is this? Is this the Searcher? That's Sting the Poison. Okay.
Sting the Poison.
Sting the Poison. This one is if this card is normal or special summon to add a Battle Wasp deck to your hand. So I think that can get...
That's an excellent top deck of Dasher.
Yeah,
because now his engine as well.
Absolutely, because he can search Pin here and then be able to put another monster on the field, and all without his normal summon. I guess the only really thing he needs to maybe potentially care about is a Nibiru. And if he plays his cards right here, he shouldn't really be in too much of an issue, be dealing with Nibiru if he just, I guess, kind of chills.
If you can put out an Appaloosa earlier, then maybe you can potentially push the game, or you can play it safe and assume since Swordsoul hasn't had any plays, even with its cards hands. Oh, he is going to draw on Resolution.
Draw on Lockbird is...
Oh, this is in the draw phase! So you can't draw on Lockbird in the draw phase.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
Is it main phase only?
It says except during the draw phase.
Oh, is it specifically except the draw phase? So my god.
Since he added in the draw phase, he can't actually draw on Lockbird.
That's amazing.
That is an insane interaction, thanks to Dasher there.
Except during the draw phase.
Nuts. So now that he knows he has draw because of the illegal activation, he can use that knowledge to his benefit to try and play.
Oh my god, he's going for a win!
And he stole Baron de Fleur, which is an Omni Negate, so now he can play through the Nibiru!
This is so crazy. This deck is just unreal.
This is nuts. Win has put in so much work whenever we've seen it summoned on stream.
Yeah, apparently this is just a wind meta.
Yeah, who would have thought, right?
It's doing so much work just by itself. This is so hype here. And we're activating, is that the pin in the hand here? Herman, next slide, please.
I think it's Lancer.
Sting, that's Sting.
Sting Lancer,
yeah. Okay, Lancer is coming down here, recycling.
Putting back the Ashuna.
That's, oh wow, so good, man.
This is a lot of damage on board already, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
This is 2-4, 1850, 2-5, and 2.
I think this is probably, this should just be game on board,
That's already a game on board, yeah.
Did you see that abysmal start? Like, how did he come back from that?
Lancia, Fusion Destiny, Ash Pass.
This is
Fusion Destiny getting negated, then activating a third.
there's the Beetrooper Descent as well. So I mean, just plays for days here. He's just kind of styling at this stage.
Is that not enough on board though?
Probably. I mean, I don't think he cares. There's a Baron on field, so. All right, we are using something here. Okay, draw, sure. I don't think we...
which he just allows happen.
Yeah, we don't really care about that. He was only probably going to add once anyway.
Yeah.
I guess he doesn't get the Celestial draw here.
Oh, here comes the Nibiru, but he can use Baron
the Floor.
Oh, he's got Impermanence!
Oh my god!
Goodness! We're not out of the woods yet!
Okay, so I think you chain DPE?
He has. He's chained DPE
to
pop.
Destroy itself,
and I guess win.
Wait! You destroy the Baron, and it negates the Nibiru because the Imperm doesn't.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Oh my god!
Oh, why is Win so good?
He's so wow! Oh my god, he's so big.
That's insane. Win's gonna add him a win. Oh, he's on the drawn Lockbird, but that is such an insane play.
The brain on Herman is like, we need to get some 5 heads here. Like, this is absolutely insane. Like, wow.
That was fantastic.
Nibiru Imperm and then dodging it with the DP. Oh my god, that is so crazy. Fantastic. It's so good. Now he's on 0 cards.
Win putting in the work here to summon the Baron de Fleur, to then play around the Nibiru. DP then playing around the Infinite Impermanence as well.
Pass.
Swordsoul just having 1 card in hand.
Probably game on board. That's it. Game number 2, right?
That is it. We're in game.
God.
How have we made it to game number 3? Beetrooper opens 3 Fusion Destinies and makes it to game 3. That is crazy. What sort of game state will it end on in order to try and push one step further?
Moi's a good start.
It's resolving. He has a Shuna, so he mustn't have had another 10 Yi in his hand. So that's why he kept it in hand. So his end board is probably likely going to be Zhizhao Baron de Fleur. Depending on what other cards are in his hand as well, he might get Blackout as well. The likely play that he would get here is to get Longyang. Protoss might have some applications in this matchup. He might just summon Protoss and call Dark just so he can't activate Fusion Destiny or summon Verte. As Fusion, it seems like these bees are just being carried by Destroy Phoenix Enforcer.
Yeah, it is a key part of the engine, but it's really hard to tell. I mean, there are some Dark Beetroopers, I think maybe like 1, but there's a ton of Wind as well. So it's...
I think the most high impact card, you feel like that it's been happening. Ooh, speaking of high impact cards, Nibiru's been dropped again. That is glued to his hand. He just has it.
So crazy. We have seen a Nibiru dominated. Oh my god, the Shuna gets the resolve because we have control token.
So a Shuna does get the resolve here. I'm not sure where this goes. So
probably doesn't really do much, I suppose.
He's more or less probably doing it
just trying to cycle Vishuda into the game.
Maybe get an add back. He might get Vishuda or Adhara. He might use Adhara just to summon Monk and then add back the Ashuna just so he has a worm in his hand. So he can use the effect of Moyo Longyang in his next turn. You'll have to rely on any defensive cards that he has here. I think that is Adhara. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to use Adhara to add back Ashuna.
Yeah, okay. So at least it gives him some follow-up, I suppose, for the following turn. But yeah, no, that Nibiru is absolutely clutch here, taking out Longwan, Token, and Qishao from the game here. And
he does still have a full hand here, so if he has emergency, he could potentially still go for Protoss and call Dark. Or he just has a handful of defensive cards, which could hopefully get him there. As we've seen in previous games, sometimes a lot of defensive cards can just get you there.
Yeah, no, he is playing, I think, a couple of hand traps, as we've seen. So even if he doesn't really do too much here, he might be able to push back hand trap-wise on Herman and then maybe survive a turn and have a chance to play again on the following. But we do have a set card into a draw for turn here, and that looks like Resonance Insect is a great start here. That's 2 bodies on the field here. Resonance Insect can trigger to search if we link it off with the Nibiru.
So the back row could potentially, if outside of Imperial Order, it could potentially be Blackout because he's got Monk of the Tenyi on the field, or it's probably an Infinite Impermanence. He's probably not going to Blackout now. This seems like a good choke point here. If he's resorting to going into Almirage, then this might be like a rough spot for him if that Resonant Insect does get Ash Blossomed.
Yeah, I think it depends really. He does have a couple of ways to keep going.
Oh, this is it. There's no way! It's Imperial Order again!
my god.
We saw him have it 3 times. That's insane.
So not completely rough here. We do have 2 effect monsters on the field. So if...
Oh, he was revealing Lashuna.
Oh, sorry. Alright, so Imperial Order on the Fusion Destiny is huge, but we do have other ways to access Fusion Destiny.
So now he's going to use Nibiru to attack over the Monk of the Tenny to remove the non-effect monster. But he still has the token on field, so he's going to go into Verde. One last clutch play in the hope that this resolves in order to help him get through this.
This is going to be at pay costs, and do we have Veiler?
At his hand. He might have Effect Veiler for this Verde. That'll be devastating.
This
Here
is
it
huge.
comes.
There it is. It's Veiler. Oh my god.
No, and I feel like that might have been the one last-ditch effort to deal with this game state. If Verde gets removed from the field, and that means he can't activate Fusion Destiny anymore because of Imperial Order being on the field, and I'm not sure what other sort of removal Beetrooper has to deal with that. It is looking really, really rough here. He might have a Lancer in his hand to have some sort of disruption or any sort of hand traps in particular. I think they're just weighing up the attack and defense of the token. The token is going to be quite big, so he doesn't have to commit to a lot here to deal damage. If he just has one play and Beetrooper have no disruption, it looks like Swordsoul's going to take it here.
It's a really rough position to be in. I think he's probably just going to pass up here, and, you know, with a follow-up of Ashuna in the hand with that token face up, if we have any other way to combine that together, then we can probably get some engine going and apply the pressure to be able to, run out this game here. And the Imperial Order will be ticking down on the life points. Probably not going to be super huge here. A card is being activated here.
He's using Ashuna's effect.
Yeah, that is Ashuna banishing from itself to be able to special summon out of the deck here.
No, you can special it. As long as you control a non-effect monster.
Oh,
you can special
true.
It
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so even with the Nibiru token, he can just put it on the field here. Okay, that's fair. And we have
a normal summon
Ash Blossom. Okay.
So he can go into Baron de Fleur here. He can go since Ash Blossom's of Tuna, he can synchro Ash Blossom and Ashuna into Baron de Fleur. And I think that Baron de Fleur with Imperial Order is quite the lock.
Yeah, that's quite a spot to be in. Yeah, that is extremely powerful. And put this token to attack mode, which
this might be game actually.
I'm not sure how big that token is, but I know it's quite large.
Oh, he's using Lancer to summon itself to block the attack, but he might use Baron de Fleur here to negate it.
He tempted. He does. Yeah, he is negating.
He's took 2k off the Verde, and I think that token's huge, and I think that's it.
That's game.
And that's the match.
That's over. Wow.
Tenyi Swordsoul has won this YCS.
Game number 3 taken down by that Imperial Order, stopping any extending follow-ups there. Wow, oh my god. Swordsoul versus Beetrooper wasn't a finals match that I was expecting to see. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, but here we are.